Skibidi Toilet has arrived. New Skibidi Toilet object. Powerful enemies. Thrilling battles. Protect the base. Use WoW's powerful creation tools and build defense towers to your heart's content. Engage in intense battles. Various defense towers. Earn points in battle. Unlock more defense towers. Tons of strategies. Epic battles. Play now.
Hepinize merhaba arkadaşlar. Bugün emojileri birbirimize gösterip kameraya yapmaya çalışacağız. Komik bir video olacak bence. Hadi başlayalım.
Evet, şimdi bunu Uygar'a göstereceğim ve ben bunu yapacağım Uygar. Sen ne yapacaksın bakalım? Ben de bunu yapacağım. Tamam, yap bakalım.
Kameraya bakarak yapmaya çalış. Hadi yap bakalım.
Oğlum bu nasıl bir hareket kanka?
Hadi bir daha yap, bir daha.
Biz çok güleriz bunda. Benim her zamanki attığım emoji zaten.
Evet, buydu.
Basit ya bu.
Oğlum bunun da aynısını yapasın var ki.
Son kaldı.
Son bu kanka. Gösteriyorum.
Tamam.
My emoji was this one.
Tam benlik poz bu.
Tamam.
Tam benlik.
Direkt sen yaptın ya.
Bak.
Bak renkli bu. Tamam.
Tamam bu normal ya. Yap çabuk yap. Bu da benlik. Hayır bakayım.
Dilim çıkmıyor lan.
Ay ağzını kapatacaksın.
Ağzım çıkıyor.
Aynen oğlum oldu.
Böyle bir hareket var.
Köpek gibi.
Şu an sıra sende.
Dil çıkaracağım sadece. Snapchat'te köpek efekti vardı
Çok
ya.
zormuş. Bak benim de öyle.
Çok kötü.
Oo yapsana.
Kameraya kapat.
Oğlum böyle yayınlanmasın ya.
Oğlum bana çok güzel bir şey geldi. Hadi yap bakalım. Fark edip seyircilere de gösteriyor onu yaparken.
Ve gülümse gülümse bir de. Sola doğru. Şöyle.
Evet, sen nasıl yapacaksın?
Yaptım. Bitti.
Ağzını boş mu açayım? Bileyim direkt.
Kanka tam o şey ya.
Bence
Şimdi
Caddebostan şey ya.
gülümse biraz. Tamam oldu.
Onu yapıyorum.
Bu eser bu.
Aaa!
Böyle bir emoji.
Çaktım.
Robot.
Bu var.
Ben de bunu yapıyorum.
Yap. Oğlum hepsi gülmeyle alakalı ki gelmiş buna. Hepsi gülmeyle alakalı.
Onu nasıl yapacağım? 32 diş.
Bu gösteriyor.
Tam sensin işte o.
Ben böyle.
Kanka bununki basit. Bunu bakayım.
Bu kolay.
Ben yaptım zaten.
Tamam sen de yap.
Şuna bak.
Bunu nasıl yapacaksın? İlkin oldu şu an.
Yaptım. Abi aldım. Kadıköy Boğası gibi editler yapacağız ya.
Bende de bu var.
Ya.
Takayı da böyle.
Oo, aynen. Hah. Gülme.
Güleceksin abi bundan.
Aynen gülme oğlum. Gülme.
Oğlum çok zorlanacaksın ama onu yaparken.
Kanka nasıl yapacağım ya? Çok zor ya.
Oğlum kaşın gözükmüyor ki, şöyle kaldır bari.
İyice gördüm.
Gördüm.
Bakayım hele.
Yo benimki ağzı açıkmış.
Tamam.
Bu kolay.
The final day has dawned. We are into day 3 here of the finals as Blank reads his hood to gaze into his crystal ball of predictions, and we shall see if he is going to see tears or is he going to see jubilation in our team's future. Only these games will tell. How many are we going to play? Well, we don't know yet. We'll have to wait to find out. Blank, we've got one more day of games. We're going to be kicking off with Rondo. There's a lot on the line.
There is a lot on the line here. Honestly, I'll put my hands up right now. Could be a game 2 finish. Could be a game 2 finish. End the tournament real early from ULF. And it is funny because they are winning game 2 a lot. Game 2 wins coming through fairly. In fact, I'm actually sure they've won the past. I'm pretty sure they've won the past 2 match 2s.
They have, yeah. Day 1 and day 2.
I'm not wrong.
Match 2.
I'm not wrong. Okay, cool. So. Yeah, so I mean, production's asking, do we think there's going to be Smash today? I think so. I mean, that's what we're talking about right now. Is that potentially, match 2 for ULF after if they can get it done on Rondo. Rondo's a great place. And again, I think the guys over at PUBG Mobile, they know what they're doing at Rondo. They're like, how do we inject 10 points almost immediately onto the winning team? Recall beacons. That's how we do it. I feel like the guy from Martian when he figures out hexadecimals. What do we need? We need recall beacons.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean?
When he pulls out, when he pulls out the Martian.
Recall
beacons. He pulls out the manual.
Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah, I mean, it is particularly interesting being able to get over that Smash boundary a lot easier. We were talking about potential for ULF to be hot dropping a team that they perceive as weak, try and farm those points and try and get a lot done early. Could potentially be seeing that with the lack of real downside for them as well. If they hot drop as 3, send one of their team over towards a recall beacon. It's sort of a bit of a risk-free thing that they could be doing. The one thing I would say that goes against the idea of a Smash rule victory is that in general, when you have more teams over that threshold, it's more likely that you get a Smash victory, right? On any given match, it's not super likely that you're going to see a chicken dinner from one specific team, but as soon as you give it to 2 teams, 3, 4 teams, then you're starting to get into some very probable Smash victory territory, especially when you consider that they would be the strongest teams in the lobby. So for the teams chasing, the teams behind right now, I feel like they may contribute to maybe a reduction in the possibility of a Smash victory.
I think we've seen more teams that were in first place getting a win on match 1 than we've seen Smash victories on match 2 so far, which must be frustrating because you are kind of held back a little bit. You're on the leash game 1. And then you're under pressure because you're like, well, we only have 5 games to get that chicken dinner. I suppose if you're insane and Smash Rule makes sense, like you deserve to win after match 2 if you're absolutely dominating the lobby. But I do think the Smash Rule requires you to have lobbies that are significantly worse than one team or a few teams to come through. Then again, I could be totally wrong here. ULF could come out swinging. They've done enough so far. Right, I think it was 134, which is the Smash Rule target, which is almost 40-some points ahead of second place. Very difficult for anyone to get into Smash Ruling. I think it's likely going to be around about match 4 or 5 if anyone makes it. In which case, you only have match 5 to make it happen. For Regnum Carya, they're typically quite a slow team as well, John, where they don't go for like these Hail Mary games with the massive elim counts. They are very much going for consistency, placement points, maybe 7 or 8 elims per game. So yeah, I don't know. I don't personally think that we're going to see Regnum Carya flying.
But we may still see them flying to the gauntlet in the end of it all. They don't need to win, of course, to be getting one of those spots. I think that would be certainly something that we'll have to consider. I still haven't got clarification on how the points qualification spots get transferred down. I am definitely going to have to double check that. for now, the main chase that is happening in my mind is the TheNoisyBoys still hounding down the Boars. On 105, the Boars got in the spring finals and obviously didn't qualify from the knockout stages to this fall finals, which means that the TheNoisyBoys have a chance to catch up here, but they would need 64 points today in order to make up that difference and draw level.
Yeah, not happening.
And at this point, no. I think you're right. I think that assessment is fair. They've had one good game, and that was a military circle where literally no one else had a look in. They were on observatory. Everyone tried to cross, and it went badly. But
They were donezoed.
that's the only good game they've had. They haven't really showed initiative in other spots.
It is sad. It is sad for the TheNoisyBoys. But again, I think that we have a lot of teams here who are good at surviving, not great at thriving. I think that's the way I describe this finals right now, where you have the likes of XSLAY, who we absolutely do not think are going to win, but they are making it happen towards the bottom of the lobby. In the meantime, we're going to head to the stage with Sandstorm as well as Bill.
The void expands, echo drips.
competition. My name is Sandstorm. This is Bilgehan, and we are almost at the end of our amazing journey.
Davut'la birlikte sizlere bütün heyecanı yansıtacağız. Yer yerinden oynayacak. 2025 PUBG Mobile Süper Lig Avrupa Şampiyonası 100 dirimi finallerinde artık 3. gündeyiz. Yani finaldeyiz. Smash kuralı devrede. 14 maç garanti, 12'si geride kaldı. Ama 14'ten sonrası 15'i, 16'sı, 17'si, 18'i garanti değil. Bu heyecana hazır mı? Bu salon, takımlar bu heyecana hazır mı?
The final day of PMSL EU is upon us. 12 matches down, and the Smash Roll comes into play. Meaning the tournament can finish at any point past our first game. So today, things are about to get crazy.
İstanbul'un en heyecan verici, tarihin en efsanevi sarnıçlarından sadece bir takım kurtulacak. Bugün 16 takım son bir savaşa çıkacak.
16 teams will enter the battlegrounds one last time. 6 will claim their spots in the PUBG Mobile Global Championship. And of course, we will crown our champion of EU.
Burada bugün sadece Avrupa şampiyonluk mücadelesi verilmiyor. Aynı zamanda Dünya Şampiyonası'na altın bilet kazanabilmek için de olağanüstü bir mücadele söz konusu. Ve 200.000 dolarlık ödül havuzu olağanüstü.
History is written by the victors, and to the victor goes the spoils, the lion's share of the $200,000. And now it's time to bring out our gladiators one last time to this arena. Istanbul, are you ready?
Fırtınaların kopacağı heyecan için ilk takımı davet etmeye hazır mısınız? Rakiplerinin tek duyduğu şey boğanın ayak sesleri.
You mess with the bull and you get the horns. And here comes the bull, Fenerbahçe Esports! Our next team waits.
Savaşçının ruhu Pars'ın gölgesinde yaşarmış arkadaşlar. O ruh şu an bu arenada.
The Wildcat lurks in the shadows, pouncing onto the stage.
Alkışlarınızla hangi takım geliyor? İstanbul Wildcats. Next Rüya geliyor. Sessiz, sakin ama çok iddialı. XSLAY herkesi bir kez daha şaşırtmaya geliyor.
They slayed to get to PMSL, and now they're ready to slay their way to PMGC. XSLAY Esports!
Ama şimdi gelecek takım sessizliği asla kabul etmiyor. Tüm gürültüsüyle geliyor.
They are loud, they are proud, and here to make a stand.
TheNoisyBoys! bir yüz, yeni bir kimlik. Tek hedefleri var. O da şampiyonluk. Başka bir şey düşünmüyorlar.
They are the Alpha and the Omega, with eyes set on the trophy. ULF Esports!
Diyarın sahibi o dünden aldığı güçle sahneye iniyor.
The stage shakes as Odin sends forth to our arena his strongest warriors.
Asgard Esports geliyor. Sözün bittiği yerde sahne onların yükselişlerine konu olacak. Acaba hangi takım geliyor?
Silent no more. And here to make their mark on the stage, Anorthosis Famagusta!
Ayağa kalkmanız gerekiyor. Eski PMGC şampiyonu, Türkiye'nin dünya şampiyonlarından ait olduğu yere bir kez daha ulaşmaya geliyor.
Former champions of the world, looking to reclaim that glory. Make some noise!
S2G geliyor. Kalmaya devam edin. Son şampiyon geliyor. Onlar bunu tekrarlamak istiyor.
Reigning champions and looking for the back-to-back. Soaring onto the stage, Team Falcons!
Mücadeleleri bir mesajdı. Bu son 2 günde verdikleri mesaj gibi. Şimdi bu mesajı Avrupa'nın duyma zamanı.
Their message was heard across Europe. Now they want to take it to the global stage.
Kim geliyor? Beşiktaş Getso geliyor. Ayağa kalkmanız gerekiyor yine. Kurtlar sahaya indi. Şimdi anlanmaz her yerinde savaştılar. Şimdi zirveye bugünün adımları kaldı. Bugünün.
They fought tooth and nail, but the job isn't done, and neither are they. Esports!
Pmsl'den Pmsl'e kararlı adımlarını gördük. Şimdi onlar destan yazma amacındalar. Kim geliyor?
From PMNC to PMSL, a few more steps, and they're on the global stage. Jetgo Esports!
Her zaman gördük. Vura vura geldiler. Şimdi bu sahnede de kupanın peşindeler.
They dominated the league stage, and their hunt for the trophy continues.
Bayanlar baylar, alkışlarınızla Papara SuperMassive geliyor. Geçen yıl çok yaklaştılar. Bu sene yarım bıraktıkları işi tamamlamak istiyorlar.
They came within touching distance of glory, and this time they mean to go all the way. Regnum Carya Esports!
Gençlerle yenilendiler. Şimdi bugünden, dünden ve cuma gününden itibaren küllerinden doğmak istediler.
Renewed with youth, and it's their time to rise from the ashes.
Papara Esports! Kompleks İstanbul'daki çok değerli seyircilerimiz, değerli fanlar, değerli arkadaşlar. Heyecan şimdi başlamak üzere. Smash kuralı yakıp yıkabilir ortalığı, büyük şoklara sebep olabilir.
Our players are ready, and so is the stage. And the smash rule being in play just makes things all the wilder. But before we go to the games, I want to play a little game with the crowd. I want to hype them up a little bit. Bilgehan, do you think that's possible?
Yes, possible.
Okay.
Arkadaşlar, sizlere Sandstorm adlı dünyaca ünlü anonsörümüz Davut'un bir isteği var. Sizleri burada ayağa davet ediyor ve sonrasında tamamen heyecan onda. Şampiyon bugün belli oluyor. Bu muhteşem kupanın sahibi birazdan belli olacak arkadaşlar. Smash kuralı ile birlikte heyecan dorukta. Analiz masasında çok değerli arkadaşlarım Gökhan, Yargıç, Tony ve Tankut Hoca var. Sözü onlara bırakalım Davut.
The games are ready, so are we, and so are the players. So on to the analysts we go.
Well, there you go. A lovely little warm-up for us. Our gladiators have entered the arena, coming into the end of their tournament. Who is going to be making it all the way through? Of course, it is still definitely all to play for, but there is a very clear front runner here, and it's ULF, right? They are streets ahead of everybody else in terms of the points they've been able to accrue. It's interesting that they've been able to achieve over 60 points a day, so maybe they're going to end up around 180.
It would be a pretty ridiculous margin to get up towards 180. But I think that overall, what I'm looking at the moment is that for ULF, they might not end on 180 because they might just end the day early. And that's all we're really thinking about today is just ULF ending the day early, which they certainly could do. It's a massive possibility for them to make it happen in just a few short games, even maybe a couple. But it all starts here on Rondo, which will be the final Rondo we'll be playing of the entirety of PMSL EU this year. Just making it a little bit more grander there. But I think for at least ULF, this is certainly their opportunity to get 10 points. And I'll be saying this a lot here, and knowing our luck, ULF will not reach the 10-point margin. I don't believe. I think that it's one of those things where you get into the first match of the day, you know you have a target to set, and teams, I think, really do crumble underneath the pressure of it a lot of times, actually.
Yeah, it's always difficult to achieve those targets as they get set for you. Of course, all setting that target 134. I was just crunching some numbers there. Regnum Carya. If you extrapolate, just sort of fairly naively, sure, but if you just extrapolate their points earnings over the last 2 days, you sort of expect them to be on 130. I think it's 130, around 136 points at the end of today, which is just over that smash boundary, which, I mean, just goes to show you how unlikely it is that anybody other than ULF can get that smash victory. We are going to take a look at the smash ruling specifically. Of course, we've been talking a lot about it. Over the last 2 days, ULF have earned 124 points. That means we add 10 to that score, and that will end up as 134, which will set our smash score target. Now, if any team in the lobby hits that target, so if they get 134 or more after they've been able to achieve that target, if they then subsequently, in the next games, get a chicken dinner, they will be champions. It doesn't matter if there's more points on the board than you. It doesn't matter if there's more chicken dinners on the board than you. That's the only one that counts if you're able to do it, and it will be a smash victory. Falcons did it last season. ULF with a big opportunity to do it this season.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that it is not a massive target for ULF to hit here. As we said multiple times now, the Rondo is a great spot. It's a great map to grab yourself those 10 points. And here will be the maps we're playing today. Rondo, Erangel, Miramar, and finally on Miramar. You can see here yesterday, ULF were not able to win that second match, but they did win the first one there on Rondo. And I believe it was Carya into Carya once again. A lovely back-to-back coming through from that team, which has set themselves up wonderfully for today to catch up. Now, we've been speaking a lot so far about winning the tournament. However, there is more on the line, including those top 3 spots here for getting into the PMGC gauntlet stages. There is also the PMGC points rankings to be talking about too, of which teams will be making that in. Right now for Western Europe, Falcons are taking that one. ULF are, I believe, first place for the others, for Turkey at least.
Yeah, currently they are in first place. ULF would be in first place, definitely, above everybody else. And you can see there is a little indication of where our smash point is set at 134. For ULF, they currently have, of course, earning the points from the previous season under the Fireflux banner. That transferred over to ULF under this season. They got 125 points last season, and then this season they've been able to earn 124 already, which means that they're on a total of 249. Regnum Carya behind them on 208, so they are more than 40 points behind there, and so it's unlikely, unless Regnum Carya also just beat ULF in general, then it seems like ULF are getting that accolade. However, if they qualify in a gauntlet spot at the top 3 here, that point spot gets transferred down. And remember, it doesn't go down the regional points tables. It gets transferred down through the Pmsl finals rankings. So if the tables closed right now, it would be Jetgo who would get that spot that ULF have earned in the Turkey region.
Yeah, so it's an interesting one where Jetgo, from a ridiculous turnout of performance in knockout stages, being probably one of the teams that really no one expected to make it this far in the tournament, to suddenly now having a chance at a PMGC points qualification, John? Yeah, very odd.
Yeah, we're taking a look at those scores. You can see 124 to 91. If you extrapolate points earnings over the last 2 days, as I said, Regnum Carya barely over that smash point, and everyone else even further from it. It will be very, very difficult to achieve that one. Our back page, a couple of disappointments here. I think most notably S2G. Obviously, they closed down both of our days with the chicken dinner. They might not be afforded that opportunity today, though.
Might not be, because we are getting through to the end of the day. 6 matches, lovely, could happen, but easily the smash rule could end everything early. Now, we did see a lot of you have a step up at the beginning of the day today. I mentioned even after day 1 concluded that momentum might drag them through into day 2. It did not. It absolutely did not. They waited and waited and waited till match 6 on Miramar to pull something out once again. And it is a struggle when right now S2G's map history is Miramar being their most profitable map. Might not be coming around with it being at those final portions of the day.
Yeah, it's always a little bit of a risk. But as I said before, the fewer teams in the smash point zone, the fewer teams in that smash zone, the less likely it is in general that you see a smash victory. Which means that if I was a betting man, I'd be saying we're going the full 6 today.
I think you'd be right in saying that. I think statistically overall it has been just multiple games, multiple tournaments where we have not seen that smash ruling, and especially with the amount of very, very strong teams here at Pmsl EU, it is hard to say that any one team can dominate above the rest. I mean, ULF has been doing very well, but all things considered, still only 2 chicken dinners over the 12 matches. They're likely to get 1 today if stats are anything to go by, but sometimes they just are not when it comes down to all this pressure on the final day.
It's a lot of pressure to try and bear, but I've been loving the energy of the crowd, and I feel like that is something that really can alleviate a lot of, well, maybe not alleviate, but certainly help elevate you above the nerves that will course through your veins. I'm sure for all of these players, it's got to be nerve-wracking. The crowd has got that potent energy. The fans are almost as nervous as they are, it seems.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of jubilation earlier on, and they're trying to stay energetic, stay passionate, but there's definitely tribulation in the crowd at the moment. A worrisome atmosphere, put it that way.
It's certainly pretty intense. I mean, Carya yesterday, they had that back-to-back, right? In front of their crowd, in front of their massive groups of fans on the right-hand side of the stands as they look at them. And they have ended the day in 3rd place, but it is a tentative 3rd place. And they do need to keep going. Keep getting more and more and more to stay up in the top 3. Of course, with the regional points transference, it's likely that the top 4 are going to be qualifying in some capacity to PMGC. So 4th place, not the end of the world. And depending on how teams like, how specifically Team Falcons do here as well, it could go all the way down to 5th place here in the Pmsl finals in terms of getting a spot. However, 4th and 5th, which would be the maximum number that we'd see from these finals, would be going through to the league stages rather than directly to the gauntlet. Of course, those points transferences. As I continue to get further clarification on exactly how that all works, digging into the rule book, we've got our Gophers going through it all. That would be the maximum that we could see. So down to 5th, maybe. 4th, looking pretty likely, given that Ulf will probably win Turkish region points, and that point spot will transfer down to 4th place here at the Pmsl finals, not on the Turkish regional points table.
We'll check back on with that. We'll check back in with all of that at the end of the day. When things do settle and the dust sets itself on the ground. See Sandstorm down there on his phone. Oh, he's distracted.
He's planning his next trophy heist, you know?
He is, yeah.
Got a very important bit of business.
The venue layout. Unlock. We are just waiting for the first game to get started. I can see 64 players in lobby. I see a match lobby actually appearing on our screen. We're currently in the loading screen right now. As our bandpan security system gets prepared and ready to go. You'd hope none of these players are cheating.
Nah, they shouldn't be. They've been watched like a hawk as well by our referees. No foul play to be seen. Of course, our first map up is Rondo, and we covered it a little bit blank, but this is a big opening.
Do you know what I would do? If I was going to cheat, which I would never do.
Yeah.
If I was going to cheat, I would bring in a very subtle and small water gun.
Okay.
And I would just spray my opponents at random intervals.
Okay. No one would ever know who it was.
How?
What's going on there?
And then they would go down.
Glasses, like tap it and it goes. Wow.
That would be good, right? Not enough water for it to be like I'm being sprayed by a water gun, but enough water for it to be distracting.
Well,
they all think you're going to cheat by, you know, aim hacks, wall hacks. I'm just going to get physical.
Yeah.
Not in terms of I'm going to beat anyone up, but you know, I'm going to get the water gun up.
Don't influence the game, influence the player. I
yeah,
like it.
exactly.
You know, don't play the game, play the player. It's a valid strategy when thinking in terms of game theory, doing reasonable and legal operations as well. You know, so for instance, doing weird strategies that they didn't expect or think are bad, and you're doing it, and they're like, "Oh, why are you doing that?" And then all of a sudden they're angry. But the water pistol fits into that category too.
Exactly. I'll never know. I'll never know.
In more nefarious ways, though. As we kick off our first match, Rondo, of course, with the recall system, a big points earning potential for all of our teams. They do need to make the most of it because this day could end at any moment. We'll see if ULF are going to be able to get the 10 that they need to cross that smash point threshold.
That's exactly what we'll be looking out for during the entirety of this game. There will be nothing else really on our minds until, you know, maybe something spectacular happens. But up until that point, we'll be fairly focused on that. S2G dropping down towards Jadena City. Alongside with Carya getting out early. XSLAY pulling the old XSLAY Classic. Heading up towards Hime Town and the northeast side of the map in general. That's where they tend to like to play. Keep one player up here, send 3 scouts out to get some points underway. See here, though, S2G dropping very close to Fenerbahçe. And I think that this will probably be the proving grounds for me, for S2G. Over many, many games of Rondo so far, they have been terrible in the early game. Kalsi and Hamzi G both going down very, very early. Pretty tough circle, honestly, around Tuling. We know that Tuling is a massive feature really big high ground here. Quite difficult to rotate around this area as well over towards that northeast edge. There's 2 long bridges, at least main bridges you have to cross there. Yeah, tough. Very, very tough.
I just enjoy the fact that it was 2 Ling near 2 long bridges. That was,
oh, it's so true. Yeah, 2 Ling and 2 long.
Enjoyable little linguistic lick there. Having a good time with that one. Papara SuperMassive, they're up near Ryan, and keeping track of ULF, they are sticking to their guns. So no hot drops out of the ordinary for them. They are not going to try and make that one work. They're over by Stadium. They're a bit close to Anorthosis Famagusta, but they're about coming up on a kilometre away on average, so still fairly chill. Fenerbahçe, though, injured in a city. They've got some noisy neighbours. They are in this next circle, so they can take a little bit of time with it. But Solke down the staircase. Look at a Slay, and Savian goes out. Double flush as Lux falls next.
Good job. Solke still confusing player to me. I'm impressed. That's good, though. That is very, very good. Not the player that I expected to step up, but he certainly does. Very, very well done. I would say a lot of pressure on Solke as the new player coming into this. That's a good nade. Just down the stairs, and it is a knock. A 3-piece now for Solke at the start of the game. Is that Fenerbahçe just out now?
No, they
had
sent,
3 players back up. Okay.
Yeah, they had Razy on and off post here. A little bit further north of Jeddah City, we see this recall coming on. They're going to be fine, Blank. There's no worries about it. What are you talking about? They're totally fine.
Yeah, they're all good.
As you can see, they're dropping down the JS9 gun in tow for Simple Domac. A couple of those supplies still on board as well.
Yeah, you're basically on your way back down again here over on Rondo. So you're not just dropping in with nothing. Which is maybe another change they could make.
Yeah.
You do drop in with
punishing.
nothing. Yeah. Right now it is fun to watch. So S2G already getting 3 elims, 3 points. Right at the start here sits someone 69. And you can see that the difference between them and 4th place, not that large anymore. 69 up to 84, 15 points total. That and more can be arranged here over on Rondo.
We see
teams do need to get a move on though, John.
We see big elim games fairly frequently on this map, but only 1 hot drop this game, Blank. And this is new territory for Rondo. Right, teams have actually sort of chilled out a little bit here, which is curious. You know, we normally see at least 3 or 4 different hot drop situations, but we've only seen the one with S2G and Fenerbahçe.
I think that people are kind of moving back towards a little bit more of a safe play style here on Rondo, especially on the last day. I wonder if everyone's like, well, we really don't want to give ULF any points. And ULF could be any one of these teams. So let's just be a little bit more calm with it. But again, like, we've seen 30-point games. We've seen 27-point games here on Rondo. For a team in 8th place, a 30-point game would put you in 2nd. So it is just one of those things where do you want to take the risk? Because I think Rondo is interesting as well in being in map 1, where if you take a big risk and you have a big game, you shake up the leaderboards in a dramatic way.
I mean, it's so dynamic here in the middle of the tables as well. It can definitely get quite dramatic. I mean, 4th place now is the goal for a lot of these teams in this middle bit, right? And as you say, a lot more achievable to get to that 4th place than it is to think about getting in towards that top 3. Although for IWNRX, I think even then it might be unthinkable.
Especially when you're bisected by the roof of the car.
Yeah.
For a short while. Yeah, for IWNRX, it is... I think it's too too late for that team.
Yeah.
They gotta go a little. They gotta do something insane to catch up. But I am somewhat counting out now teams like XSLAY, IWNRX, and TMB from getting that 3rd place spot today.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult. As I said, the only way that TNB could make their points totals is by getting up to over 105 points, which, as I said, needs 64 points today. That would put them probably actually in with a shot of just being way up the tables anyway, not necessarily up towards third or fourth. So, yeah, I think on both counts, it may be time to count them out. Unfortunately, because they had a really, really abysmal day yesterday. As we said, they just kept getting shut out.
Yeah, it's one of those things where mathematically, absolutely, is it possible for TMB to get into the top 3? Yes. But you have to also go by like their gameplay and what we've actually seen from them in the past. And what we've seen from them in the past is not great.
Yes, it's not been ideal. It has really not been. As we see, what more can ULF do? They have yet to get a point on board. Ketch actually took a little bit of damage there, and they're diverting away from, I think that was IWNRX on their north side, as they rotate towards the cherry blossoms through the valleys. Down to Ling. Carya taking shots out their way as well. Taking a little spike out that direction. Carya, I think, is probably one of the more interesting teams in this scenario, right? Looking to challenge for a gauntlet spot directly. And they've had some really blast out games. We'll see if they could do that before the day ends.
Back-to-back chicken dinners yesterday was very impressive. And again, for Carya, but that's the thing, is that even if they had back-to-back chicken dinners over on Erangel and the smash point doesn't change, you're still not making it, are you, really? It'd have to be... Yeah, you would make it to the smash point ruling on game 3. Unless they have a crazy game here, of course.
No, that's true. That is true.
I'd love to talk about the map right now, but my cat is in the way.
Okay, well, I can tell you, there's a big south shift on this circle, and ULF have just managed to get a very central ridgeline. The S2G position on the east side of it, that big old mound to the southwest of Jadina City, just over the river, is going to be nice and powerful, but who's going to contest for it? ULF actually going further, and I mean, fair enough, they don't want to receive all of these teams moving in from that northwest side. I think teams will be glad that it's moving away from Tuling, right, on that plateau, but there is still a recall beacon there for the next couple of minutes at least, so maybe someone will try and prioritize that. But for now, this is the calmest we've ever seen Rondo be.
Yeah, I think everyone really does not want to go out early. Everyone's gunning for that like 18-point game, aren't they? That's the thing. Everyone knows that it is certainly possible. But it's crazy to me that ULF makes this rotation. They get to a very outstanding place on the map. Good high ground around them. S2G, the team that's close to them, and S2G, I don't know how much of a threat they are going to be to ULF in the future. But give ULF and Scarface some high ground, you're good to go.
Could be. The TheNoisyBoys currently rotating actually all the way out to the east, though, on this one. Playing in the city. It looks like they're going to come through late. S2G are aware that this is a possibility. And they are still backguarding that. So it could be a threat to ULF if they aren't aware of it. We'll have to wait and see. But the pop-offs are starting to come through. Regnum Carya actually over towards Ida, who are down to... Is that one player? No, 2 players active? Or is it 3 and they're just on slivers of HP? Now, I think that Ida are in a really rough spot here. In fact, I know that they are. Regnum Carya have control of the Tuling recall beacon as well.
There is a lot of teams over towards the west side. Very, very difficult to make happen. But you're right, Ida slowly getting peeled apart here by Regnum Carya, who are reluctant to leave that north position. If Regnum Carya can get some good points on this game, they'll be quite happy, because I think that for Regnum Carya, a lot of times Rondo goes by and then they play catch up after that, right? That's the difficult part. And usually they are pretty good at catching up, but it does push them further behind. But if Regnum Carya can have a nice game here on Rondo, it will be very promising for their qualification to that gauntlet.
Step up to be anywhere near ULF, you're looking a lot safer. And this is this late rotate I was talking about with the NoisyBoys. S2G, they left Sulke out back to guard their flank. They actually leave 2 players on the far side docks here to receive those long bridges, trying to potentially poke their noses in. And the NoisyBoys tried to be sneaky with it. They get spotted out because of that wherewithal. The S2G are wide on this one.
TMB. Head down. Goodness me, what a shift on the circle that is over towards the northwest side. I think Regnum Carya will be able to get a lot done with that one. XSLAY coming through on the northeast, as we know they usually do. In the meantime, Fenerbahçe been taken down. ULF is on our screens. Scarface knocked. No. Not likely getting a res here, though.
Eren down as well. Ketch and Solus now looking for the fight, but with Eren down, with Scarface down, these are the 2 heavy hitters on the team. The rest of them, sure, they're potent. What can they do here to pull themselves back up? There are still recall beacons available, not for long though. And into the vehicle, Ketch goes. Yeah, I think this might be a recall situation. Because ULF may have been denied their 10-point opener.
Yeah, ULF actually has to dip out. And Fenerbahçe will get away with it after holding them. They will have to go for the recall beacon, as you say. Damage on the approach towards it. There's so many teams at stage 3 that should have really good control over these beacons. Sort of really can't afford to have just one player going out there to pick it up. Most of these locations are picked up. I mean, S2G's spot down on the southeast side, probably one of the few last remaining areas that's safe to go for. ULF just has to hope that by the time they get to it, S2G's already left. 0 points so far, John.
I'm looking
no
at...
game 2 smash.
I'm looking... No, well, hang on a minute, because I'm looking at Ketch. He's getting to a beacon. They can survive in the stage 3 zone in the parachutes. They can potentially still make this one happen. There's the recall. And they're coming back in. Blank, all 4 of them are there. You can see they're dashing through. It's not going to tick super hard. This is a big pickup. The question is, where do they fall? Where do they drop? Do they have the vehicles? Because they're all going to be in 1 at this stage, Blank. They're not going to have the mobility that they would have wanted to. But they have still got a little bit of leeway to be given.
I think they were very lucky that S2G left when they did. But yeah, I think for... honestly, the boys over on ULF, they've got really no loot to work with. They're playing with JS9s. They sort of need a close quarters engagement to make this happen. I just think that even though they have 4 players, it's likely that going forward, they're not going to have a huge amount of firepower on side. They would have to backstab some teams to make this work.
Side, the next circle goes to the bay. Look at Regnum Carya's position. Blank, we're talking about them having a good game here. With the high ground that they've got, they've still got control of a recall beacon for the next few minutes. It's really not that long now anymore, though. And there go. Ooh, no. The NoisyBoys popping up with Eren. But Regnum Carya could be chasing this one nice and heavily. Eren gets pushed as well. They can't go back for another recall. There's really nothing doing. They're playing on the 3 now.
I think it might be game over right now for ULF. I don't think they're getting past TMB, who have just sat down the south side for so long, just have not moved, and they expected players to come from behind. Watching out for parachutes, I imagine, leaving ULF now just on the 2. Ketch is able to find Emre and finds another. Eliminates Ida by himself. Goodness me. Well played.
All right. Okay. Fair enough. So there's 2 points for ULF. He's got a med kit as well. So he's going to go all the way up. Does lose Solus. And it is all up to Ketch. How many points can he earn here? That is the big question. Without a chicken dinner on 2 points, you cannot get 10. So he is going to need to earn more. Or get a chicken dinner solo. But I think that one's a lot less likely.
I mean, for Ketch, what is it? What do you need? You'd need...
If it was second place, he'd need 4 elims total.
Yeah. 3rd place needs 5. That's a pretty tall order for Ketch. Frustratingly as well, the only recall beacon still in play is the one that's controlled by Regnum Carya in 2 Ling. Ah, what a rough start for ULF.
Got
not the team I thought was going to be going down so early.
I mean, you've got to wonder how they've let that one slip. It is not great news for them, but they still do have a sliver of hope. Bruh, maybe not so much, because they've got Mazzaro bearing down upon them. Spray down. Okay, they have an answer. The stage 4 zone, though, is pushing in, and it will not be resable, so they have to get a move on. It's unlikely that these reses come through. That's a lot of danger there as well. Sprayed down, and damage continues to be rolling on down the hill. Quantum is spotted, so it is just the one player now for Brat. Kiss you. Spots one. The TheNoisyBoys down in the valley, but across the way, S2G, ever vigilant. Sorry, that's Fenerbahçe.
Both yellow, so I can understand where you went wrong there. I actually can kind of understand where Ulf went wrong. I think any other day, Ulf just commits to that engagement between them and Fenerbahçe. They get so scared, though, on 2 players, it's 2v2, that instead of just going for it and trying to complete the fight, which I actually had confidence that they would be able to do there versus Fenerbahçe, you see Ketch just dip. And I think that was a call that was made within the team. I think everyone on that team agreed with that call. I personally think that that call was made in weakness.
All right, well, the nerves are getting to him. The clash of the 2 yellow teams, though, atop this hill. S2G having a lot of nades sent down and a lot of red bars flashing up. This is brutal from Fenerbahçe. They lost the fight in Jadida, but they want revenge, and they're going to get it. Goodness me, what a way to go. And S2G losing the majority of their players. They're playing as 1 now, Blank.
That nade was ginormous. S2G getting cut to bits. I mean, they were able to get 6 elims on the game, but that's all it will be. Regnum Carya looking likely to earn the win off the back of this one as XSLAY starts to take a lot of damage, almost immediately getting cut apart. Beşiktaş are on their western side. Luckily, for Ketch, the circle does come down towards the south. You can continue to play alongside the road here.
That little bit of a glimmer of maybe, but it would be really something special to pull 10 points out of this game. On the southwest side, these 2 teams are going to have to leave from this position. Asgard scrapping with IWNRX. And IWNRX have been a little bit lackluster. Asgard had their moments, but can they make it happen here? Around the side, Pine finds one, but it's traded off as they dip out for another. Then another shotgun shell lands as well. 2 players waging war. Forwards they go. As Real now the last standing in a 1 versus 1 with Swain up the top of the hill. Has a nade in hand. 2 in the pocket. Will look to put the first one around the side of the tree. Breaking out wide. Real gets into the line of fire and Swain just about clings on. But it's not all roses for them. They still only have 2 players and a long way to trudge. The blue zone pushing.
It was almost some real steel in that moment, but not meant to be as he cracks under the pressure, the weight of that engagement between them and IWNRX. Swain goes down to 2 players on his team, is not able to pick his friendly teammate back up, leaving 2 prominent teams within the circle, Carya and Regnum Carya, and an outside chance in Falcons down on that south side. Did he just run them over?
That'll do it. That'll work. Carya with the 1 elim so far. On the southwest edge, looking for the Falcons. They have been knocked, and again, these are the teams now really up against the blue zone, under the pressure of teams like Fenerbahçe, like Carya, trying to move in this area. The Falcons having a tough time. Beşiktaş as well, just been eliminated. A very tough time indeed. More placement points getting closer and closer for Ulf.
Big game from Fenerbahçe. 9 elims after they will take down Ulf earlier on. There is 2 solos over towards the northeast side of Ketch in Jetgo Merciless, as well as I believe there's Hamzy G from S2G right now. I want to see him make this work. It would be incredible. Like you say, a long way to go, but we are slowly cutting down players. Falcons, Ralph looks for a quick sweep and scout. Spots Lewis. Goes flying. I mean, he's safe though, at least.
Hey, he is a Falcon. He's got to take to the air at some point, but you're right. Does manage to find his roost. For the time being, anyway, just about the next circle will come on through, and let's see if they're going to give Regnum Carya the juice. Ooh, it's up north, Blank. I think Regnum Carya might just have a slice of it. The question is, how viable is that terrain that will be afforded to them?
There's a problem now, though, for Ketch, is that Fenerbahçe likely are the ones wanting to push around this corner. S2G is spotted by Loxy, which likely means sooner or later Ketch is going to be visible by Regnum Carya also. He still has to find 3 more elims at minimum.
That's for 3rd place. I mean, if he gets the chicken dinner, it's done there and then. But you know,
that's not happening.
Be reasonable.
Yeah.
Be reasonable. 2nd place, even then, that's going to be very, very difficult. But would mean that he'd need 4 elims. So 3 elims would be safer. But we're talking about a solo surviving through for the next 5 teams. The position that he's in, though, I mean, it's not impossible.
Good. I think the saving grace for Ketch right now is that Fenerbahçe is breathing down his neck. Eventually, though, Fenerbahçe has to pull Savian off that position to help with both Carya and the Falcons. Can't remain here forever. You see the nades start to pour in, and you see Savian start to back up this way, which leaves Ketch feeling a lot better about his prospects.
Not now, though, because Regnum Carya, they spotted him. Catches in the Firefly, and Regnum Carya taking him down. Silas and Loxy both move forwards. They're getting across the river. They don't like playing on that northern side. And as this fight unfolds, Ulf will not cross that smash boundary. Not this game. Falcons scrapping it out over the hill. Carya wanting to try and take this opportunity to find position. And Regnum Carya all the while making waves on the north side, leaving themselves 2 and 2, but 7 elims blank. They're starting to turn up on the afterburners.
100%. I mean, they need a pretty massive game to get close enough. Yeah, that's not happening. But they can set themselves up well for Erangel. Coming up next, 8 elims so far. There's still, 11 more elims remaining in the lobby potential. A ginormous 20-point game would be nice for them. Another Ice the Dust. That's Ray-Z from Fenerbahçe. Silas continues to put the pressure on. Merciless behind will happily sit this one out for as long as possible from Jetgo. Considering their 4th place.
I mean, so the terrain that sits before Wild and Zedwolf is exactly why Silas and Loxy have done this, right? It's low, it's sloping terrain in front of them, completely open. So using that third-party opportunity when they knew there was fighting on the opposing hill to send 2 people directly across. This is heads-up gameplay from Silas. Again, he's really impressed on the rotates.
So funny to me as well, where Regnum Carya, they're like, oh no guys, we're really weak at Rondo. We can't play this map. It's like day 3. You thought?
Oh dear. Well, will the duo be able to hold off 4 Falcons? That's the question. They're rolling around the other side and actually isolating the fight with the duo. Could be dangerous.
We'll see what Regnum Carya pull out here. Either way, they have really good backup. And the range is not that significant coming through from the other 2 players on Regnum Carya. Good thing that they did push down this way, though, because their circle does not help them in the slightest.
They delivered another Valo info for Silas. Really well found. Oh, the answer not quite complete, but is certainly going to bow his head a little bit. A nade over. And the first aid is getting popped here. Nades now, again, cooking for the Falcons. Trying to land on towards Silas, but the healing's coming through, and he's repositioned. Loxy falling a little bit further back. Playing a little bit more further away. What's Merciless going to be able to do here, though? Because there's the snake in the grass on the northeast side, playing in the water.
That's frustrating. I mean, Loxy just switching weapons back and forth there. If I was Silas, I'd be quite frustrated because he was his fallback, right? Absolutely was the fallback for him. Silas likely will get shut down here. He's desperately crawling up towards that top side, but the rest of the team's calling for Loxy to move across. I don't know how Silas is still alive. I think Falcons are very worried to crest this ridge. Good nade should be the end of Lewis there, and it is.
Silas has a little bit of smoke cover that was launched earlier, but I'm assuming that's going to be burnt away fairly soon. Carya just getting bled out here. And this is unfortunate because Jetgo is still alive. And remember, this is the fight for 3rd and 4th place. Carya currently in third, but if Jetgo are able to outlast them, maybe get an elim or two, they could jump up into that third place. And the Falcons as well. I mean, they're very likely to be already in with the points, with a regional points qualification spot, but would love to get a gauntlet direct. And out they go. 3 players now remaining as Ralph did get flushed away. Now Valo, though, not so lucky. He's been spotted by Zedwolf and flushed too. Regnum Carya are on a tear. Blank, they really want that smash boundary.
I mean, they're getting very close to it. And Marso goes down to Regnum Carya. It's stolen away once again. Now just 2 Falcons remaining. Have they still not res Silas? Like, come on, guys. He's ready to go. Get my boy back up. Get him back in the fight. He has held on for so long. And if they're confident just to finish it.
Yeah.
No, they get him up. They get him up.
No, he's dead. He's out.
Is he actually?
Yeah. They'll just let him bleed dry.
Oh my... Why?
Well, either way, it's merciless still. In the water. On a solo gameplay. And I don't think Regnum Carya know about it. They've moved across this open ground before. They think they've scouted it. I wonder what impact this could have. The Falcons could be able to snatch this away with a little assist from the 4th place team.
Yeah, to be fair, if Regnum Carya want to have like a big push... Ooh.
Oh, he knows.
Yeah,
okay.
I think Wild knows, yeah. If Regnum Carya want to have a big push going into the last couple of matches, yeah, and gone under.
Snatching a breath while he can, but yeah, I feel like denying the point here. I mean, it's reasonable. And he will go down, so no more snake in the grass, and Regnum Carya can fully unleash their presence to be felt by the Falcons atop the hill.
Yeah, if they want to make that big push towards the middle of the day, yeah, Regnum Carya needs the chicken dinner on this one. Those extra 4 points might feel quite minimal, but they're a lot in the long run. Especially if you're trying to streak out to get yourself into Smash ruling early, which they are, by the way.
They were 43 points behind at the start of this match. With both of these elims and a chicken dinner, that would give them 28 of those points, Blank. That would leave them on 15 more points needed and only 5 points behind. Well, actually a little bit more than 5 points behind now, behind ULF. But what it would do is make them feel very safe in the top 3.
Regnum Carya. We'll just wait this one out. No reason to cause any panic. They know that they can just wait for Falcons to have to move down. They're all out of utility as well. This should be a pretty miraculous turnaround. And I would blame it on the fact that they didn't pick Silas back up again.
Falcons having to move forwards. They've got all that deployable cover to finagle their way around and hopefully find an opening for Redox and Koa. Navalo and Ralph have done the work so far with 1 and 3 elims. But now it's up to them. They've got they've got the ammo. It's just ordnance is left, and Zedwolf steps up, makes his presence known. He has to leave this spot because the blue zone. Lox is moving up. You can see him trying to scrabble his way up the scree there beneath the Falcons' perch. Has got that shotgun, waiting for them to peek over the top. Where's Wild? He's covered off by the tree. He needs to be a little bit more impactful here, and he gets those shots on through. Wild over towards Redox as he breaks out wide, looks for more, and it is just Regnum Carya resurging up towards the top. What a way to close it down, and what a way to put a dent in that gap towards the top of the tables, in towards that smash point boundary. With a 28-point game, Regnum Carya bid for freedom.
Very, very clean game there coming through from Regnum Carya. On Rondo of all places for Regnum Carya. But again, for the Falcons, it wasn't super easy for them from the position they were playing. A little bit difficult, a little bit tough. But getting second place, they'll be okay with that. I think for Falcons, at least, that's like, what, 10 points they're able to put up that game. They only had 4 elims, which is not a ridiculous margin. But it does sit them a little bit further up towards the top side of the table. Like you said, they've probably at this point qualified, or at least most definitely qualified through points, but they would still love to go to Gauntlet.
Yeah, I mean, 3rd place would be phenomenal for them. But for the Falcons, they are, going to have to compete with, I mean, it was Jetgo, it was Carya, it was Beşiktaş. They have closed that gap again, so they'll have to wait and see. And if Falcons get one of those Gauntlet spots, that means it would be alongside Ulf's regional point spot, 2 spots getting drafted down the table to leave 5th place, that boundary for any form of qualification here.
Carya. Was that their second chicken dinner now? They were able to accrue. It's good to see. Some very familiar names on there, and it's just weird seeing S2G on the board twice, yet still not doing amazingly well. But the monolith is slowly filling up, and there's not much room left on it anymore.
No. I don't know if they thought about what happens if a Smash victory happens, right? Because there'll just be empty slots.
There will be empty slots. Yeah. But you have to. Maybe you could just like put their team logo all the way through.
Or maybe they've got like a special little Smash win placard that goes in the empty spots.
Yeah.
That'd be probably.
What
the
happens
best solution.
to all the money that you would earn for chicken dinners as well? The $250 per chicken dinner. Who gets that?
Well, you didn't get it. You didn't earn a chicken dinner, so you don't get the bounty.
Yeah, we're pocketing that one. That's for us now. That's going to pay for all the other casters.
Yeah, that's John. That's the John and Blank Fund, right? That's what
yeah.
happens to that.
Like
yeah, we need this game, guys. We really need these games to end right now. So Regnum, Carya, Ulf, just figure it out. Get 2 really strong games in a row. One of you win, and then
ideally,
then we'll have a good time of it. The soonest now that we can have a Smash victory is in match 3, which would mean that 3 games would go unwon, leaving us $750 to split between us. What are you buying?
Yeah. I mean, I might grab a singular AirPod.
Just the one.
Yeah, right now my right AirPod does not work. So I'd quite like to replace that. That would be cool.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah. That's probably within budget. We can put that on the expense.
Yeah, I think it's in budget, 100%. But yeah, after that last game, sad that Ulf didn't make it. Again, I think that I think the pressure got to him. Personally, I think it's absolutely reasonable to say the pressure got to him as well.
Yeah, I really would have liked them to go for. And this was the only opportunity they had to go for it, was go for a hot drop, right? Go for a 3-player hot drop onto just anyone, really, and see what they could do. I mean, for instance, I think it was Bra in the midst of all that who were fighting a lot early. They got 10 points this game. But MVP, Zedwolf, at range, able to do so much work from across that valley, up on that high ground. They played in that position for so long. And they were brilliant on the assist going across the river for the forward duo.
Yeah, I think for the guys on Regnum Carya, they're slowly utilizing this guy better and better every single game. Still kind of annoyed no one picked Silas up. Whatever. These things happen. But I think overall, 28 minutes and 29 survival time, very, very good for Zedwolf over the multiple games he's played. I'm pretty sure that game was like 30 minutes long, though. Anyway, Zedwolf with 967 damage. Zedwolf with 6 elims. 7 was here. The 2 grenades got after that massive one he sent down towards S2G, which cut their game very short.
Yeah, they had a little bit of retribution found, of course, for their hot drop in Jadina City. But with the recall beacons, they were able to go back up as 4 and exact their revenge there and then. No waiting around for it. Yusuf, 361 meters. I felt like we might have seen a little bit of a longer elim coming on through, especially given that open valley, right? It could have been potentially a little bit longer range. But no, 361 is going to be there for Yusuf.
967 damage there for Zedwolf. Crazy stuff. But Loxy not far behind with 5 eliminations of his own with 868 damage. It was all around a very, very good game. Silas always taking the most damage on the team, considering he usually scouts out first. But see here, Loxy took 0 damage that entire game. You do not see that very often. Yeah,
with
I know.
Silas. Wow.
Pretty crazy. That's why Silas went down, by the way. He was trying to keep his perfect, flawless record.
He was like, if I go anywhere near you, they're going to throw an aid, and I'm going to take 5 damage, and that's going to ruin my day.
I wonder if that's the first time we've seen a 0 damage chicken dinner from a player before.
I'm not sure. It's certainly notable, and probably very, very rare to be in those final circles and alive, right?
Yeah.
With 0 damage taken. So that's pretty cool. And he was
That's
right
very,
up
very
there,
cool.
right? He got the final blow, no?
I
I believe. Moved up the hillside.
Yes, I think so. Yeah, I think it was very, very fun. Very, very fun to watch. I think Regnum Carya are going to be super pleased with that one because I think yesterday when we were talking about it, it was like, it feels kind of like out of reach right now for Regnum Carya. It feels like it might not be able to make it. It's a tough run ahead of them. But with that game, yeah, it's a lot easier now. It's a lot easier.
Yeah. They're 15 points behind, if my calculations are correct.
Calculations.
They are 15 points behind that smash point as it stands. I think that means 119 points at the end of that match. So needing 15 in a game, it is still another big game, right? And we're still going to be looking more towards ULF, who were able to get 3 points that match, therefore needing 7, which is so much more achievable over a single match in general. So it'll be very interesting to see if they're able to do that or if they're just going to win this next game, because they always win match 2, it seems, in these finals.
Yeah. However, that is the final Rondo we'll ever play here in PMSL EU.
Not
ever
ever
again. We're never playing Rondo ever again now. That's the last one. That's moving cheeky. But yeah, I think that it's going to be a little bit more difficult to pick up those random points because, again, Rondo is that place. It is that map to just go heavy on the elims. Unfortunately, not the case right now. And for the boys over on ULF, they got to make more points happen.
Well, let's head back to the stage to take a look at what they've got going for us.
Oyuncu formalarını, takım formalarını tasarlayan, aynı zamanda PUBG Mobile hayranı olan bir beyefendi. Hoş geldiniz.
Hoş bulduk, teşekkür ederim.
Şimdi size Davut'un soruları var.
Thank you very much, Bilgihan, and of course, thank you very much to our analyst desk and our casters. We are joined by Ahmed and Bilgihan, and Ahmed's one of our biggest fans when it comes to PUBG Mobile. Now, I want to ask you, you've been with us for a while, but I want you to take us back to the beginning. What sparked the idea for you to start designing jerseys for esports teams? Was it the love of the game, or did you just want to showcase your capabilities and show your art to millions of fans around the world?
Diyor ki en başa dönecek olursak, siz bu formaları tasarlamaya nasıl başladınız? Bunu bir soruyor. Bir de diyor ki, siz bu formaları tasarlamak için PUBG Mobile hayranı olduğunuz için mi bunu tasarladınız? Yoksa milyonlar bu sanatımızı görsün diye mi?
Aslında ben PUBG Mobile 2028 ikinci sezonla başladım. Tamamen vakit geçirmek için başladığım bu oyunda daha sonra oyunun enerjisi ve atmosferinde kendimi bir anda içerisinde buldum ve asla kendimi oradan alamadım. Çok güzel arkadaşlıklar edindim. Oyunun ziyadesinde çok güzel dostluklar da kurdum. Daha sonra PUBG Mobile yayınlarını yapan arkadaşlarımın yayınlarını izlemeye başladığımda bir logo tasarımı yaptım. Ve böyle bir eksikliğin olduğunu hissettim. Yani böyle bir ihtiyacım olduğunu hissettim. Logo tasarımı yaparken bir takımdan forma tasarım teklifi aldım. Aslında hiç yapmadığım bir işti ama deneyip kendimi sınayabileceğim, görebileceğim bir aslında neden buldum, bir sebep buldum. Ve o şekilde başladım. Tamamen sevgiyle başlayıp aynı şekilde tasarlanan formaları oyuncuların üzerinde görmekten ve böyle bir oyuncusundan olmaktan onur duyuyorum, severek yapıyorum.
Şimdi dünyaya çevirecek.
First of all, it started a very long time ago when I first started playing the game. I made so many friends online, playing with them day and night, and randomly I got the opportunity to create a logo for someone, and I tried it out. I really enjoyed the process, and they really liked it. And I would say a little while down the line, I was given the opportunity to create a jersey for a team. And then I dived into that again, and it was just a very enjoyable experience, and I'm very honored to be here on the stage at a tournament like the PMSL. Now, and honestly, I love that the fact that you've been here for a while, and you yourself, you play the game quite a lot, and the fact that you yourself have had an impact on the community because of your jerseys, and I absolutely love that. Now, I want to ask you, there must have been an incredible moment seeing your creation, the jersey that you made on a professional player at an event of this scale. So, can you tell me, what was the reaction, you and your family, seeing that on a stream at a competition? How did it feel?
Senin tasarladığın formayı bu profesyonel oyuncuların giydiğini gördüğünde ailen ve sen ne hissettiniz? Yani senin tasarladığın formaları oyuncular giyiyor. Bunu gördüğünde ne hissettin?
Çok heyecanlandım. Gerçekten emeğimin karşılığını öncelikle aldığımı hissettim. Ve bu organizasyonda tabii ki oyuncular takımına girmesi beni çok gururlandırdı ve onur etti. Aynı şekilde ailem de beni bu şekilde destekledi ve onlar da çok sevindiler. Özellikle küçük kızım okulda arkadaşlarıyla paylaşırken bu videolarını derken çok mutlu oluyor, çok gurur duyuyor. Bu beni de sevindiriyor.
I want to say it's incredibly it's an incredible honor for me to see my creations, my designs on these players at these competitions, and I have my family supporting me. I even have my young daughter who shares my designs with her friends, and it's just a beautiful process, and I'm very happy about it. Now, I want to ask you, you mentioned your daughter, I want to ask, you have your wife, your daughter, your son with you as well here watching the competition. And I would say everyone has become a PUBG Mobile Esports fan because of what you did so far. Now I want to ask you, the house seems a little bit divided because everyone of the family supports a different team. So how's the family dynamic in the house? Does it get a little chaotic when you have different members of the family supporting different teams?
Duyduğum kadarıyla senin kızın senin sayende e-sporu sevmiş ama başka takımları tutuyormuşsunuz. Aranızda aile içinde nasıl bir rekabet oluyor? Sen başka takım tutuyor, o başka takımı tutuyor. Nasıl oluyor onu soruyorum.
Ben oyunu oynarken çok oyun, yani telefonun bilgisayarın olduğu için eşimin başta böyle negatif oluyor. Daha sonra onun bir parçası olduğunda ve yaptığım işlerin ekranlar karşısında olduğunu görünce benim de kızımın da sevdiğim görünce o da sevmeye başladı. Kızım aşırı S2G hayranı. Ve şahsını S2G'yi çok seviyor. Tabii ki biz de S2G'yi çok seviyoruz. Çünkü dünya şampiyonu getirdiği için. Ben ayrıca ilk takımı tanımıyorum ama çünkü birçok takımın sahiplerini tanıdığım için genelde tarafta tanıyorum ama şu an ULF Esports'da Amino kardeşim, arkadaşım diyorum. Onlara çok yakınım. İnşallah birinciliği hak ederler diye düşünüyorum.
Well, at the very beginning, my wife didn't really enjoy the fact that I played a lot on my phone and on my PC at home. But once she saw that my daughter started getting into the process and she liked watching me play, and my daughter is a huge S2G fan, and I want to say from there it kind of grew more and more, and then once she saw how much I got involved with the community, with the designs that I've had, she started to believe in it a lot. And again, like the whole house seems to be massive fans of S2G. I don't have a specific team that I root for because I design jerseys for multiple teams, but if I was to choose one at the moment, the biggest would be, you know, I'm a big fan of Amigo, I'm a big fan of ULF Esports, and I would say like they might be the ones I'm supporting. They're doing pretty well. And honestly, I like that. I love there's a little bit of a difference. You support multiple teams, but I like the fact that your family got into esports because of what you did. It's absolutely beautiful. And it just goes to show the wide range that PUBG Mobile attracts to the game and how incredible the community is. Now, you dressed so many fantastic teams. Well, I would ask you, beyond just looking cool, what is the most important thing that a team's jersey should say?
Sen bir sürü forma tasarladın. Çok güzel formalar tasarladın. Tamam. Bu formaların güzel gözükmesi de çok güzel bir şey. Ama sence en önemli anlatması gereken şey ne? Formayı tasarlarken.
Aslında ben sade formaların aslında daha çok hareketli ve formanın simgesini, logosunu tasarlayan, gösteren tasarımları yapmayı daha çok seviyorum. Aslında forma bir üzerinde düşünülen takımın simgesini ve kimliğini gösteren bir oyundur. Ve yaptığım tasarımlarda o oyuncuların formaların kendileri çok güzel hissetmesi için tasarımlar yapmaya çalışıyorum.
I try to focus as much as I can on a minimalistic design. I would like the logo to speak for itself because that's the most important thing about the jersey and of course about the organization. And I want the players and the teams to feel proud of the jersey that they are wearing and the organization that they are representing. One final question for you, Ahmed, and then we'll leave you be. if your daughter came to you and asked you and said, Mama, I want to work in esports, what would you say?
Eğer kızın bir gün e-spor oyuncusu olmak isterse ona ne derdin?
Kesinlikle desteklerdim. Çünkü PUBG Mobile diğer meslek dalları gibi ya da diğer spor dalları gibi gerçekten kendini kanıtlamış ve dünya çapında mükemmel bir organizasyona sahip olan bir oyun artık. Nasıl yayınlarsınız. Kızımı sonuna kadar desteklerim. Çünkü e-sporcu olmak takım disiplini gerektiren bir şey. Bu da her gençte olması gereken aslında böyle bir şey. O yüzden kızımı desteklerim.
I would definitely support her 100%. I would love to see her follow her dream in esports, especially in PUBG Mobile, because the esport has proven itself time and time again. And I want to say the camaraderie, the community that you see between the team is absolutely amazing. And I would definitely support her wholeheartedly. Ahmed, thank you very much for joining us. It's been an absolute pleasure. And ladies and gentlemen, we still have a few more games to go. It's only the first one. That's done.
I want to say thank you for your great questions, my friend.
Oh, listen, my translation. I've been in Turkey for like 3 days. I feel like my Turkish is amazing. Thank you very much, Ahmed. Teşekkürler. And now we'll go back to our analysts.
Davut'a harika soruları ve Ahmet Bey'e de gerçekten samimi cevaplar için çok teşekkür ediyoruz. Hediye yağmuru devam edecek. Bizde kalın. Burada tribünlere de yine hediyelerimiz sürecek. Bunun da bilgisini vererek sanırım analiz masasına pası gönderiyoruz. Heyecan devam edecek.
Hey, it's always good to hear about the stories that build esports to what it is. And of course, it's always great to get involved. It can bring a lot of joy. As can any, competitive environment, I think that there are two sides to it. There's that side where you see people driving to be the absolute best, but then there's also the support that exists around all of that situation and the camaraderie and even the family sometimes that can help you come on through. We're going to take a look at some of the highlights from that last match. Our first match of the day, where ULF were denied their opportunity to pass that smash point boundary.
It's an unfortunate situation for them. I think that ULF, you're looking at them in terms of just that. I think they pulled back on the gas a little bit there in that game. I would have loved to have seen them be a little bit more dominant. Kind of sad, really. We don't get to see too much. That was the play that I thought he was driving into his own team, because both teams are green, of course. But absolutely dominated them on that roll-up, which is crazy. But Regnum Carya, incredible game from them. MK14 coming in big for those guys, and a 28-point game. Absolutely gigantic there for Regnum Carya. IWNRX didn't do too badly with 11, but it really is not a huge amount of teams that all profited off the back of that one. Falcons, despite getting second place, are actually fourth in the match rankings, with Fenerbahçe getting slightly higher at 11 points with those 9 elims they're able to accrue. BRA, once again, carrying on their typical and standard playstyle, which is no placement points, a load of elim.
Well, there you go. I mean, 5 teams got 10 or more points, right? None of them were ULF, unfortunately, which would have put them over the boundary. They only got 3, so they are 7 points shy of that smash boundary. Carya on 6, and Jetgo going in lockstep with that solo play from Symphony out in the water. Sorry, it was Merciless, wasn't it? The solo player from Jetgo who survived so long and got them 6 points as well. So they are still hot on the heels there of that 3rd place spot. The Falcons trying to make progress, but it's so difficult. We'll take a look at the overall rankings. What impact has all of these points had at the start of our final day?
We're going to take a look at the overall rankings now and see how it all did pan out, as you were saying, John, with Regnum Carya likely to be far out towards the top, which they absolutely are at 119. So it is 16 points, I believe, or 15 here if they want to get to 134. I think just putting yourself on 134 puts you in the smash ruling.
Yeah,
so it's still quite a big game that they need here, right, for Regnum Carya. I think on Erangel, getting 15 points, that's not as easy as it seems, because a lot of times getting a chicken dinner is like sometimes can be 15 points minimum. So if to be a second place right now, with a good chunk of elims, 9 to be exact. But ULF, 3 points plus 4. What does that make? Make 7. 7 is not that hard at all and make happen. Let's take a look at page 2 because it is tightly fought right now on page 1 between Carya, Jetgo and Team Falcons for that third place and that gauntlet spot. Let's see who is attempting to catch up. And it is Asgard at 74. S2G, after getting a couple of elims that last game, do place themselves at 72. There is a lot of opportunity for jump ups right now. Remember, the target at the moment is about 90 points to sit yourself in the running for that third place. And all the way down to, I'd probably say Fenerbahçe at a stretch at 67. It is possible, but we no longer have those ginormous games that Rondo typically gives us.
Yeah, well, you say that. I mean, we have had massive games not on Rondo as well, right? I think the highest we've had has been, well, actually, it was ULF, right? They got 17 elims on match 2 of day 1 of these finals, right? Picking up a huge number of points there on an Erangel. That was a bit of an outlier, though. And of course, it comes with the caveat that is ULF. And a lot of these teams on the back page haven't really shown that sort of power yet. We'll have to wait and see what they're able to bring to bear. But it is going to be, in my mind, a race between the top 5 to see who is going to be able to take those spots. Of course, Falcons already pretty much guaranteed to be having their regional point spot go their way. So the stakes are purely ascent for them, right? That's all that they're really going to be looking for here is get those big games. So maybe they're going to have a little bit more freedom than teams like Carya or Jetgo.
Yeah, there is also obviously the money that's on the line here as well. Can't be taken away, is that 35 grand is a lot of cash. I think it's around about 15 grand as we slowly go down the rankings, about 3rd and 4th place. So that's still a big deal for the teams in terms of prize earnings. Yeah, getting over towards PMGC is great because damn, that does pay out big time. But it's nice to have a little bit of that extra cash come through from your fall tournament as well. Is a head-to-head between Eren as well as Loxy. As you can see, although Eren has been on an absolute tear recently, hasn't really upped those numbers massively over the last day. I think for 4.6k for Loxy, 24 elims, pretty damn good. These are efficient elims coming through. But for Eren, damn, very, very good stuff. We can see here, the survival time is the weird one, Joe.
Yeah, I mean, Regnum Carya obviously surviving much deeper on average into their games. And it kind of goes into what we've talked about for ULF, right? They have this feast and famine style, doing massive results, putting up absolutely huge numbers, and then sort of the other side of the coin not being as powerful. And that's kind of what we're seeing. And it's exaggerated because generally you don't see teams going down and into quite a lot into the game. There's a lot of sort of interesting statistics around all of this, but the bottom line is Regnum Carya are much more consistent in terms of their longevity into the game, and Eren often denied the opportunity to stay up late.
I think that is exactly what is going to push them through to maybe even a first place spot here, is just purely their consistency in terms of getting towards the end of these matches so far, because they have been damn good at it recently. I think that for Regnum Carya, they are a dog that you just cannot get to stop chasing you, which is typically what happens in a lot of Regnum Carya's tournaments and how they play. They are just determined. They're a very, very determined squad.
Absolutely. They are a team that cannot be satisfied. And I think that that's something that Silas has definitely embodied over the course of his PUBG Mobile esports career. And right now, the tool that he's using, one of the best to ever do it, is using one of the best to ever be. The Infinix GT30 series, of course, for every clutch moment. You need that FPS all day for the hashtag 6R carry, as we are going to be heading in with all our players using these GT30 series phones, and they're having a great time with it. You know, we've seen some great stuff.
I mean, you talked about Silas not being satisfied with a second place, but he's certainly satisfied with this phone, the Infinix GT30 series, getting us through all of our game days here over at PUBG Mobile. We'll be heading into our next game very shortly. We're still waiting on a couple of players right now, I believe. We're currently at 62 or 64 in the lobby. Hopefully no one's trapped in the elevator again. That would be problematic.
Yeah, someone get the
getting
crowbar.
underway with it as soon as possible. Yeah, get the crowbar out, absolutely. We need one of them tough security guards to get that bad boy open. But Erangel next. More regular in terms of gameplay, less point scoring potential for a lot of our teams. I think for Erangel, it is squads like Regnum Carya, it is squads like Jetgo that I'm looking at. Carya as well. Carya is a very, very good Erangel team. And I think that I do have a slight issue with the current map rotations. As I always have, I think everyone who's listened to me cast knows I don't really enjoy having back-to-back maps every single time. And for the specific reason of, for instance, like S2G, great Miramar team, but with the Smash ruling, there's a potential they don't get to play their Miramars until, well, they just don't get to play their Miramars at all if we finish out games on map 3. So it kind of takes away teams that have specialities, because they sometimes might not even be able to get to play those specialities until match 6. Again, I think that me and you are both kind of aligned that this is a tournament where it's 70%, I'll say 70% likely to go to match 6 here. I don't know how likely it is we'll get a Smash ruling.
Yeah, it's I mean, you can still technically get a Smash ruling on match 6, right? That's potential to happen. So we'll see if it doesn't change anything other than the fact that you do go to the top even if you're not in first place. It'll be interesting. It'll be interesting. As we take a look at our top 4 gunslingers, and of course, Loxy now in and amongst them, but all still very much dominating this page, with 2 of their members already exceeding Loxy's damage. And I mean, yeah, it has been something special what we've seen from ULF in the last 2 days. Not in that last match, maybe in this second game.
I think that although you say it doesn't change too much in that last game, if a Smash ruling does come through, sometimes it can, especially if a lobby is very volatile and say 5th place was 134 points and they get the Smash ruling, suddenly they're in Gauntlet when they weren't in it before, right?
Yeah.
That's like the big change that could happen. But there's a lot of coulds and maybes and potentialities with Smash ruling, how things work out.
Yeah,
I just kind of want to see one of those things happen, because I think recently, most of the time when we get a Smash ruling, it's very inconsequential.
Yeah, and I think that the impact of a Smash ruling here was severely tempered, of course, by the fact that ULF were, nearly 30 odd points ahead of everybody else in the entire tournament. Generally, you see the top of the tables a bit closer, ending on 12 games. Several people in that over 100 point bracket. That just wasn't the case this time around, which was fairly unfortunate for Smash Rule fans around the world, or more specifically right now in Europe, I suppose, but also around the world. If you're watching, you're very welcome. Thank you for coming. We're maybe now going to see Regnum Carya be able to do something, but it's a question of conversion, right? And maintaining. And what we spoke about with Regnum Carya is the consistency of getting to that late game, right? And that is going to be a massive asset to them now, where they need to get 15 points. That's a big second place or a modest chicken dinner, right? Which is still quite a tall order, but definitely possible.
Yeah, and I think for Regnum Carya, they'd love to get it done here, right now.
Oh, yeah.
Because it would just give them so much more chance to do it the rest of the day. But then again, if they get the chicken dinner, match 2, the Smash ruling to happen, now they've had to had almost half of the games won by Regnum Carya on the day, which will be that's when we can start to talk about statistics, where that is very, very unlikely to happen. Throughout the many years that we've been covering PUBG Mobile, 3 chicken dinners in a day, I think that's come around maybe 2 or 3 times. I think the main one that I remember was Vampire EWC. But again, Vampire back then, maybe not so much now, but Vampire back then were the tippy top of the world. I don't think people understood how to play against them. And they were the first to, I think, properly utilize a full set of fraggers on a team, have good off angles. But we are getting into the game very shortly, around about 20 seconds away here before we get to see who's going to be coming out on top on Erangel. And will Regnum Carya be able to pass that boundary? Will ULF be able to get 7 points? I know it's a big task, but we'll see if they can happen.
And of course, you've got to remember that Regnum Carya and ULF drop pretty close to one another, Blank. So potential for some skullduggery there as well as we head into match number 14. Goodness me, that fraction keeps getting bigger and bigger. 14 out of 18. We're nearly there, but not quite. We've still got a little bit more to go. Plane path very south on the cut again.
No one really enjoys these kind of plane paths either, John. It's not fun for anyone. And a lot of times when we've had these plane paths, it has been a pretty southern circle, so it hasn't mattered too much. But for instance, we get a Severny circle on this one. A lot's going to change very quickly. Teams are going to get a little bit stressed out on this. But we are over to Mills Power from Pmsl. It is easy.
Teams dropping out now. No one really getting too stuck in, and you don't expect it to be. This isn't Rondo, although, again, notably quiet Rondo that we had at the start of today. Maybe nerves, maybe teams developing their strategies. We're not going to find out, though, because we're not going to play another one here. Certainly not in this setup, not in this lobby. ULF and Regnum Carya, this actually does prompt this conflict a little bit more over towards that Potato Hill position. They're both going to be competing for vehicles.
Massively. Asgard even heading down towards Nova Repnoia right now. And we get a Southern Circle. Okay. Very nice. Very easy. Especially with the Southern Circle being majority over towards the west side. So a lot of teams have got out early on the western side of the circle. We'll be able to get looted up very quickly. The only really teams that suffer here probably Jetgo, Papara SuperMassive, specifically Fenerbahçe, who need to make their way out from Lipovka. Beşiktaş maybe, but I do think there's fairly easy rotational routes for them. ULF starting in Rozok, getting a quick pickup on the vehicle. We'll switch. Seems like Solus just likes the motorbike a little bit more.
They're just trying to get looted. Regnum Carya, they dropped early, as in they got to the ground earlier. They grabbed vehicles and they're still heading up. Likely that we'll see them head in towards Rozok, but could still be a little bit of danger depending on how fast the east point of ULF's hold loot up. I don't imagine that they're going to be too strong on the knocks, but we'll have to wait and see. It's getting closer.
Carya 91. Again, I think I say this every single game, but I'm still so surprised that Jetgo's here at 4th place, 90 points. There's a real world where Jetgo goes through to the grand finals into Gauntlet. I think in Gauntlet they're going to get mashed, if I'm perfectly honest.
Yeah, it would be an interesting dynamic to see them come in, because what we said of them here is that they feel a bit timid, right? So, well, that's certainly what I've said of them. I'm not going to put words in your mouth, but they do. For me, they felt a little bit timid, a little bit reluctant to get stuck in on opportunities when they've been presented to them, and that is not a global mindset. That is not a mindset that you can really take to PMGC and expect to do well with it. So I think you're right on that assessment. I think, especially if they went straight to Gauntlet, I think they get absolutely rinsed. They might be able to do something in the league stages, but even there, that's going to be really tough.
Rita from Ida. Been taken down there by the Falcons as the rest of Ida attempt to come on over, but they think better of it, realizing that the player's gone. No reason to continue on that one. Ralph even looks for the chase. Goes for a couple of shots, but not much more than that. Again, very, very much a important portion of the map to try and control. Very central around Gatka, as well as Chopsticks.
Yeah, moving in, trying to take control of it. Falcons, of course, on the chase as well to go directly to Gauntlet. They've almost certainly locked down their guaranteed, at least, league stages position with the regional point system for the Falcons. So, sort of no matter what, they're going to be getting that. The question is, can they make it up to top 3? And right now, they're only 3 points behind Carya in 3rd place, which is got to be daunting. Although you've got to remember, Carya, with 2 chicken dinners, do have a little advantage on that tiebreaker.
Yeah, a slight one. And if their performance in Erangel is anything to go by, I think that likely we'll see potentially more chicken dinners coming through from Carya here. Regnum Carya, bold move out. I think they understand that ULF likes to leave Rozok early, sent down towards that south side, and Carya's like, fine, we'll take Rozok for ourselves. We'll play on this north side of the map. That's a very good read, and likely a day 3 read at that.
Generally left fairly early. Like to break out to the east, but this time they don't have fast access to it. Edith getting harried every single turn. This time it's XSLAY to rebuff them. The Falcons have taken their turn, but this time it's unscathed. And maybe that's because it's XSLAY. Maybe that's because they had a better approach.
We'll never know. Larkin picked up here. Ida down to 3, as we saw earlier from Falcons. And since then, they have just been looking for a home. No one has been willing to give up the keys, honestly. Only 2 players do find a spot, but XSLAY are in the market. Back off. There's a loot crate really close by to them. Nobody going for it though. 6 minutes in, not much has happened. It's been a pretty bog standard game. Most teams just trying to navigate around those fields, around Gatka, trying to get into a better spot. With the usual suspects down towards the south side, like S2G controlling the northeast side of Quarry if they're coming out from Primorsk.
ULF split on the northern sides of Pachinki out to the west hills as well. Regnum Carya trying to move in and around that area too. They're going pretty close to one another, so could potentially be some conflict. Papara SuperMassive going further down towards that southwest side, but Eren trying to land the spray. Not going to connect this time. Not this round. And they'll get away for the time being.
Still looking for someone to stay, honestly. This is not a terrible spot for ULF going forward. Can easily play this one out. Quite some time just on that split. Not sure what that was.
So checking the spray pattern.
Guess so.
Sure, why not? S2G, they've managed to play from that southwest side, obviously in Primorsk, moving up to these hills around Quarry. Going to be fairly easy as a rotate, and they'll have been there nice and early. Holding on the inside of the building, though, making sure that staircase is secure. He's got it on lockdown.
Fenerbahçe is making a long rotate on the north side right now. We're going to pass by box compound, turn down towards the south. Papara SuperMassive look to be just on the south side of the Falcons, which is around Gatka. I think most teams are trying to hunker down for the long haul here, knowing that this is going to be centering up around the fields. But with Pachinki now very focal position of this circle, I don't think we've seen a proper Pachinki finish in quite a while here, John.
No, it has been a while. And actually, ULF maintain control over a lot of the hills to the northwest side of things. I believe they've got Church under control. Not entirely sure at the moment. I'm sure we'll get a review on that. But they're starting to move around. They're trying to regroup, figure out where they can play, where they can't. Because everybody's going to be moving in now. And the hills to the west of Pachinki are pretty prime real estate. The thing that they do have going for them is that the open ground over towards the Gatka trenches is very, very difficult to navigate, and so they do have control over that. Can linearize the fights to the north and south.
It's just that it's definitely a weird zone too on this one, where because there is so many positions now, because we went over towards the east, that are available to play in and just aren't really that dangerous compared to the fields of Gatka. I feel like a lot of teams aren't going to get stuck in versus one another too early, unless it's to try and defend Pachinki. That's not a bad spot from ULF though. I don't mind that one at all.
And at the moment, it is just posturing. I mean, we've seen the second elim of the lobby for S2G. Over towards Papara SuperMassive. As we enter our 11th minute. Pachinki now 3 teams inside. Regnum Carya lining the northeast. Probably the team with the most mobility out of their position. They can step out, rotate away with the vehicles that I'm sure they've sequestered in the alleyways. Whereas for the other two, they're going to be heading out, but towards a lot of other teams. And out on that west side, it is a lot more full, especially when you consider the open fields that sit to the west of Pachinki. It's going to be very, very difficult. But Beşiktaş equally could control Regnum Carya in this spot.
I kind of like where Fenerbahçe came from. I mean, they made that wide wrap on the north side, John. Ended up in the southeast edge of Everest in those compounds. Regnum Carya looking to take shots over towards Beşiktaş, who are a little bit too close for comfort at the moment. As Asgard sent over towards Potato Hill. That's a tough rotate, though, through the fields. Totally understand why Regnum Carya is trying to put the pressure on over towards Beşiktaş. They can't just give up this position for free.
Yes, necessary outpost, but Falcons now up on the high ground in the building as Beşiktaş continue to move towards Pachinki. Circle goes southwest here, Blank. That opens the Pachinki fields to the southwest side. This is really nasty. Those Gatka fields as well extending into this valley. S2G fairly sequestered on their western side, and that ridge hill that sits poking into the west of this next circle is going to probably be a very important feature of this next phase.
Yeah, again, it's just a weird one where right now it's a super slow game. 12 minutes, only 2 players gone down. So that's an elimination every 6 minutes, which is pretty crazy. Regnum Carya, Zedwolf does get knocked, as does Ulf. Zedwolf's down. It's going to be another one of these games, isn't it, John?
Oh, it may well be. The question is, who's going to get their big game this time around? Is it going to be Jetgo finally being less timorous? We'll have to wait and see. Falcons. They're out right in the middle here on these longhouses, on the barns. And they do have a team trying to push down into them, but either they lost a player earlier, so they are playing on as 3. Regnum Carya, they've sent Loxley and Wild out. I think there's still 1 player left over in Pachinki. So they're playing 2 and 1, but basically 2 separate squads.
It's really rough, actually, for a lot of teams with the circle coming down towards the southwest side, because you had this moment of like, we're going to have to head over towards Pachinki. We need to pick up some of these areas. Now, suddenly, you're sending down towards the south. Big fight between Jetgo as well as Ulf, though. They do lose a player in Eren, but they are continuing to take shots over. Fenerbahçe also getting into the fray here over towards Jetgo. Scarface in underneath, and it's looking like it's slightly going awry here for Ulf.
For both of these teams as well. Jetgo have lost 2. There's a spray down. Carya chiming in. No, sorry, that's a different fight entirely. Jetgo still lining up the shots. Beşiktaş also moving into third party. BRA holding the staircase as hell. Able to find one of the TheNoisyBoys trying to make his way on up. You get a little glimpse of Ulf still healing, still flagging. Having a difficult time. They've only got the 1 point this match, Blank. And they still need a couple more. It's just not enough. Solus gets flushed. Eren bleeds out. And Ketch now the last to go again for Ulf.
Oh, dear me. Dear me. Another nade hits, tags pretty hard, and Freedom's got more to throw. And it looks like Ulf will once again be going down early in the game here. And that he is. Beşiktaş gets involved on that one. BRA will immediately take down the entirety of TMB. And no smash point ruling.
Not yet. Not yet. Regnum Carya still alive with 3. They've got 2 of their players right in the middle. Silas is playing completely separate. But remember, they're 15 points behind. So Ulf, maybe not. But Regnum Carya, potentially. And this is a nasty circle as well. Fenerbahçe, pretty happy about it. But I'm looking at those central houses that Falcons and Ida are scrapping over and thinking that might be one of the better spots. Unfortunately, they have to share it right now. Falcons not happy, though. Look at the nades being poured on over like a waterfall. Hops back in. Can't quite make it, though. And there's the spray down.
Regnum Carya going for a bold move out. It's the best they can do of a bad situation. The fact that Silas has been left behind with realistically no vehicle to work with. But One player is taken out. Regnum Carya puts one more on the tally. I think Silas, it's sort of a case where Regnum Carya are playing as two now. I don't think Silas is getting out from that position. I think he's stuck.
Yeah, it's a very difficult route out, right? There's open fields to the southwest side of Pachinki. You know, the storm drain on the edge of Pachinki. I'm sure you guys at home have played it. It's really difficult to get across that. And if he doesn't have a vehicle, all the harder. So we'll see what their two in the middle can do. I think the big news after all of that, though, Blank, is that Jetgo are now in third place. Carya need to respond. Falcons still looking to chase him down.
Ida. Sitting pretty. Amzi will be taken down almost immediately. No clapback either as BRA sends on over with the 4 elims total.
Cooking the nade. Not going to be able to connect. There's the bleed out on Hamzy, leaving just the one player now standing. For S2G. Still going to give it a good go, though, but he's kind of trapped in here. You can see so many teams around him as well. Silas has been spotted. That was Beşiktaş catching him on the route out. We were expecting it. Didn't know when it was going to happen, but there it goes. A point earned for Beşiktaş.
And Carya, you can see there. I mean, like I said, Silas is going down eventually. You're right, Beşiktaş will pick up that point. Asgard coming in from that eastern side. But Regnum Carya, I think even as two players, there's still a good chance to put some good points on the board here. It's not an easy circle to play whatsoever. Most teams coming in are going to be battered and bruised. Regnum Carya has the benefit of being towards the center fairly early, which means a lot of teams are going to have to fight against one another even to start having a look in over towards that position. Papara SuperMassive taking down a lot of the players from Anorthosis Famagusta. Down to just 2 now, and their health bars are dropping rapidly.
That is unhealthy, certainly. Papara SuperMassive, though, they're taking shots, and Bagdazada's still giving it a go. Trying to earn those points. Nico with the nades. Looking for the spray down. Final player from S2G does get eliminated there. And they will go out in 10th, so closer to the placements yet again. Starting to build up and see what we can find. Nico moving in the wake of Lost on the bike. Nice and fast, up the hill. Pretty dangerous, though. Can go for a tumble. Make it to a shack, and they're playing nice and central. Carya. Now, this is a team that we haven't seen too much from so far this match, but Jetgo have overtaken them here. With only one player, their point scoring potential severely diminished, but Carya needs still to put those extra points back on the board.
Carya taking shots down. Anorthosis. Attempt to live on as long as possible. See here, Regnum Carya on your screens. Loxy is locked in at the moment. Hovercraft being repaired a little bit. Very much necessary towards these circles. Regnum Carya went for a 2-man split.
Correct. Looking to try and crash here on towards the southwest side of Falcons' position. Be nasty, especially with Ida still in the mix of things. But there's spray downs. Anorthosis Famagusta chiming in as well. And it is going all out, all ways. Falcons losing one, IWNRX losing one, and a knock on the approach. Ida not really suffering too much here. And there is going to be a crash on that northern side as well. Goodness me, everyone wants to try and get involved there. XSLAY potentially trying to bite off a piece, but Papara SuperMassive slowing them down. There's 6 teams or so involved in this fight, Blank.
I mean, fair enough as well. You want to try and get in here and get as much damage done as possible, earn as many points as possible. But I think a lot of teams had the same idea at the exact same time, understanding this is one of the few areas left remaining that might give you some sort of sanctuary into the future of this match.
Ooh, okay. Another nade on in, and it's now starting to put pressure in. To make this one work. Koa Good with the pump action. Will find the shot, will find the knock, and looks for the flush as well. Kain on the outside, can't really do anything about it. This is getting messy on the southwest corner, Blank. Nobody's having a good time. Falcons, they've lost one guaranteed. 2 more are bleeding out. Narvalo unlikely to get back up, especially with Kain standing guard.
Infinix looking to hold on. But we are evaporating players all over the place right now, John.
That is true.
Asgard now out. Yeah, it's good news for Regnum Carya. I mean, obviously, they would need more points, and there's one of them.
Looking to try and earn. I mean, it would be great to get over ULF. It would be even greater to get over that 134-point smash point. That boundary beckons. But it may just be a little bit outside of Regnum Carya's reach. Another team falls, though. We are once more closer to those placements. Jetgo closing out their game on 93 points gives Carya that clear window as to what they're going to be looking for. And actually, Carya are fairly isolated, not really getting stuck in too much right now, but the circle shifts away and out into the open, Blank.
I mean, Regnum Carya is not too displeased about this. Isn't a good spot to play around them, and even as 2 players, they can really put a world of hurt on a lot of squads attempting to make their way in. And for them, if they can make their next game even easier to get towards a smash ruling position, good for them. Beşiktaş also attempting to hold on to some semblance of a spot towards the top, but they are taking shots from many different teams on an absolute lineup and a half.
Actually, moving in towards Beşiktaş, who themselves are on the chase. Fenerbahçe not so much. A knock already sent over towards Beşiktaş makes them a little bit of a softer target, and Savian steps up for the spray down on the rock. Finds Falconist on the backline. The off angle for Beşiktaş is being assuaged. Now, 3 players up and kicking. I think they did get the res on the front line, and Savian has been responded on towards. That is a big help for Beşiktaş on this hold on the northeast side. Looking to try and keep these nades rolling and keep them flowing on up to the hill. Do they put them in for the flush, or are they trying to suppress the rest of the team? I think Septimus really wants to try and confirm this one, and maybe just add that point to the tally. Make sure that he can't be a threat anymore.
Fenerbahçe downhill, sends a nade in. Not much information gathered off the back of it, though. Just layering the Molotovs down, making it uncomfortable to move. You can see here Regnum Carya squeezed in as Loxy had to reposition. Getting to a point now where nades are going to be very dangerous for Regnum Carya going forward.
And there we go. Carya.
Carya
back in
John,
third.
yeah, I was going to say, yeah, back in third with 4 players. Potential for a big game here.
Definitely could be. Maybe they'll join the 100 club on the end of this one. Boran holding fairly firmly against Fenerbahçe. Felt like maybe there was an inroad towards Beşiktaş. They had a knock. Savian found another, but it's all been picked up. It's all getting healed away, swept under the rug. Another nade in for Simple Domak. He doesn't have any more left now. The shotgun trying to find something, but the more you step out, the more Regnum Carya could get involved. And there it is, over towards Septimus. Looking for more. It's Fenerbahçe to step up with the Boran. That's 2 down now, and this is Fenerbahçe's signal to go. Falconist needs to hold strong as he drops down in towards the smoke. Rookie as well at his back, and Septimus is not going to be long for it. They're going to potentially be falling here, but can Regnum Carya extract stolen points?
That's what Regnum Carya needs to do, right? They just need to pick up points left, right, and center. Lewis sending in. Talon says 12k. Absolutely wreaking havoc on the likes of XSLAY. Marceau getting up close and personal with that squad. Despite everything, Regnum Carya does make them way up towards a top 6. Loxy takes some shots with the barrel. Bit of a laser, but hard to handle at long range. But they know they're here now.
It's an ammo issue now for Loxy. He's only got 26 in the mag and then the shotgun in the back pocket. I imagine that Wild's searching through his inventory right now. Have you got any ammo for me? Can I, please let me shoot at him? Because Loxy, you know how much he loves to inflict that damage on the lobby. More so than almost everyone except for the old players.
Emerald down to 31 bullets left in the backpack. And the 1 magazine to work with. Darkin doing a little bit better with the PP buys on. It's not the ideal weaponry.
Certainly is not. In the midst of all of that, Falcons, they're on 1, but they're on 90 points. If Carya go down, there's potential to chase, but they're unhappy because Carya are as a full 4. Sure, they're not in the circle, but they do have all of their players alive. It's them and Fenerbahçe, really, that are the major players in this circle, Blank. And the fact that Regnum Carya is holding Fenerbahçe at bay with just 2 of them is kind of crazy.
They also have the circle off the back of this. I mean, Fenerbahçe is the big issue for that team, right? As for players, they're eventually going to get closer and closer. They desperately need Carya to turn attention towards Fenerbahçe so they could potentially pick up some points towards the future. But I think Carya's more preoccupied with watching this run out, picking up elims on that side.
Ooh, maybe they should have
also
been.
Dark and finding Lewis. Oh, tough.
And getting the full flush as well. Carya now busted down to 3. Now makes the threat towards Fenerbahçe a little bit less. Not good news for Regnum Carya. Depending on how they want to hold it out. Kine looking to try and move across the open. It's a 1v1. It's a raw death match here. There's a bit of Fenerbahçe for Wild. That could be big. But in the meantime, Koa still looking to survive. Backs off the flames. Doesn't let them lick. And will be able to survive a little bit longer. Might have been Next Rüya. Where did he just go down? I don't even know what just happened there. But Koa falls as well.
That's Fenerbahçe taking a knock to the 26 bullets of Regnum Carya. Para attempting to make their way across. Another knock over towards Simple Tomac. Okay.
All right. Okay. Let's see how it goes, because we've got 4 teams remaining now. Regnum Carya starting to find maybe a semblance of hope, but Simple Domac, I mean, he's going to get picked back up. And it just continues to be a massive ammo issue for Regnum Carya. This is so nasty. Lux actually taking shots over towards Carya, who all of a sudden, they're down to just 1 player.
Not terrible, though. I mean, if all's said and done, Regnum Carya still might be able to get like a 3rd or a 2nd place off the back of this.
There we go. Oh my goodness. This is, I mean, this is pretty nail-biting stuff. They need a 5 Elim chicken dinner. Or in 2nd place, they would need, what is that? That's 4, so 9 elims in a 2nd place. I don't think they can get 9 here. I believe they've only got 2, but a big pickup from Matcap on a Simple Domac who's been down so many times. They don't have a lot of time to get back up and pick him up.
Oh, he's done for. Again, what's Fenerbahçe's next move? Do they deal with a threat on their south side, or do they push west? Like you say, I don't think Simple Domac's getting back up here now. 1 nade in the hands of Lux, but he's struggling to step up, take shots, and Regnum Carya is just sitting it out. Xavian getting slightly closer as we speak, but the Blues going to start to push them in. Simple Domac does get taken down. Razy pulling the trigger. Luckily, the boys on Regnum Carya do have shotguns. There's a 2v3. It's not easy, with the nades that are going to come over towards their direction even harder.
The form factor of this shack is so important for Regnum Carya right now. The solid wall towards Fenerbahçe is what's been keeping them alive for so long. If Fenerbahçe try and crash, either are going to step up to the ridgeline, take those shots from Darkin up on that high ground, from the 2 players across the way. It's the approach to this shack that is so difficult. Luckily, the next circle closes central. It moves away from Regnum Carya, and everybody else will be fighting for that middle zone. But equally, they're going to have tough time getting there too.
I mean, he's going to push Fenerbahçe out of this spot. Absolutely. This 1 nade, 1 Molotov that he has is the big thing. Swats him through the wall there. That's unfortunate. And the Molotov doesn't do anything. And the nade goes through. Doesn't seem to be too effective. Fenerbahçe will find 1 in Ida across the way. That's a big pick-off for Fenerbahçe there. Emre is now down. 11 elims for Fenerbahçe. I don't believe Regnum Carya's made it this far. Matcap gets knocked as well. They're able to flush it. Another Elim on side. Another Molotov sent out. And they are just getting cooked inside of this shack. Doesn't matter to them, though. Doesn't quite touch the wood, so they're fine. 28 bullets. They're getting pushed by the blue. They have to send in. Regnum Carya similarly have to move out. First nade is huge.
It's all up to Loxy. Darkin making his way in as well.
The second.
Oh, he's out. 3rd place, 3 elims. It's not really big enough, but it's going to be some of the way there. As Fenerbahçe do close us down with a big Elim chicken dinner of their own right. A lot of the focus was being stolen there by Regnum Carya's survival strategies. It's not going to be a smash boundary breaker, Blank, but it is going to be close. They are going to be almost level at this stage now with ULF. It is neck and neck going into the third match.
Yeah, an absolute wild performance there coming out from Regnum Carya. Cannot believe they got it that far into the game. It's a good decision. Potentially, if they have Silas there, it's a different story. Potentially, if they even have any ammo, it's a different story. But very, very well played. I think, actually, if they have nades, they're able to nade out Fenerbahçe and they're able to finish out that game. But again, so tough for Regnum Carya. Still getting 5 points as well as the 3 elims. That's 8. Like I say, that's halfway there.
That's a little dent in it. They are just another step closer. Fenerbahçe putting their first placard on the monolith. And we're now pushing back our potential smash victory to maybe gain 4. Of course, they need to pass that smash boundary before getting a chicken dinner. Goodness me, that was very, very intense right up until the final moments there. But again, ULF fumbling in a couple of these situations. It's not ideal, especially when they had the easiest time of it.
Yeah, I mean, for ULF, I think they've lost that confidence coming into today. And I think it is purely because they're worried. They're worried the pressure is getting to them. I think they were able to just play free and loose over the last 2 days, but coming into today, it's like, oh, we could win this, I guess. That does start to wear on your mind a little bit, because I think that because they came into this tournament not being one of the favorites, we had Fenerbahçe, we had S2G, I mean, Fireflux have a down their look. They had that roster change, they had the team change as well. They kind of just got to play this out however they like, but now they get to the point where you need to have that mental fortitude. You really do.
Yeah, it's going to really be a big test here coming into the second half of the day. Obviously, on match 3 still to be played, but we're definitely going into the second half of our day. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of crazy that this has happened. It also is very interesting that it's not likely we're going to see a 180-point day as well, right? Because that's sort of where we were thinking maybe we could end up, all things considered. But no, we are not going to have that opportunity. What we do have the opportunity for, though, is a quick break. We'll be back with our third map.
Skibidi Toilet has arrived. New Skibidi Toilet object. Powerful enemies. Thrilling battles. Protect the base. Use WoW's powerful creation tools and build defense towers to your heart's content. Engage in intense battles. Various defense towers. Earn points in battle. Unlock more defense towers. Tons of strategies. Epic battles. Play now.
And our players are heading back to their seats. They need to get locked and loaded, get into that lobby as fast as they can, because we've got more games to play, more PUBG Mobile to be diving headfirst into, or whichever bit first you so choose, because the smash point boundary is still intact. It has not been shattered so far. And it is still, though, very much on the cards for two of our teams now, where maybe it was only one before.
Yeah, it's kind of, I always find it annoying where these games just do not go the way you want, and like the top place team fails to earn 10 points over 2 matches. I mean, you always expect it to happen at some point, because the thing is, what's going to happen now is Ulf's going to win this next game, and then they will win no others. but they will win the game they need to get them onto Smash ruling. But that's it.
Yeah, maybe that could be certainly the case. We'll have to wait and see though, because we do have plenty of other teams looking to try and make their way up the tables. I mean, we saw Fenerbahçe able to get a pretty big chicken dinner there, and whilst they're probably still very much definitely still very much an outside chance for the top of the tables, it's getting a little bit easier as time goes on, right? That boundary between Carya and Jetgo still fairly firm. The Falcons as well, trying to push on up there. It's getting a little bit out of reach for a lot of our teams, but Fenerbahçe getting a chicken dinner, what was it, like 16 elims or something? A pretty high elim count chicken dinner. I mean, it could actually put them in the running here.
Yeah, it could do. And I think that there's quite a few of our teams that I'm excited to see do well. I mean, for Regnum Carya, it's kind of frustrating considering they've had like 2 pretty damn good games, yet still aren't on Smash ruling off the back of that. I'd love to see them make it happen, but right now it's just not the case. In the future, though, we may see something. Better come out of the likes of Fenerbahçe, S2G, who are really trying to keep up. I think Fenerbahçe is doing a good job today. Honestly, it hasn't been like super standout performances, but especially from that last game, it was pretty well played. I mean, very tough until that last moment. And you're so right to call out the fact that shack and the direction that Fenerbahçe was coming over to it was so well. I don't want to say it was divined from the guys on Regnum Carya, but they did have a very strong spot. I don't think it was the case that they knew a team would be coming from that location and it was going to be the one thing that sat between them and victory, but either way, still very good.
Yeah, absolutely. It's difficult to manufacture that sort of scenario. But again, if they'd had ammunition in that scenario, right, they're taking at least a good chunk out of Fenerbahçe, right? They're peaking that. They're taking those spray downs because they can fairly safely res. They knew that, I think it was Ida, right, on the south side, weren't going to be able to peak too much until Fenerbahçe left. I do think if they had, 100 more ammo, this is a different game.
Yeah, very much so. I think they're able to take more shots, be more proactive as Fenerbahçe was coming in, which would have been cool. But let's take a look at the match stats from that last game where people ended up. We did have Darkin at 1100 damage from Ida. That's kind of surprising. But it is Lux from Fenerbahçe who was able to get the most elims in that game.
Yeah, 1.126. I mean, they were in the really hotly contested buildings that we saw the Falcons having a tough time on. That 6-team engagement. They were involved in all of that as well. So maybe not too far flung for him to be able to have achieved such high damage numbers there for Ida. And Darkin, I believe, was also the last player to stand for them. He was trying to make that dash out in the open after they had been taken down a notch. Let's take a look at our winning stat lines here. Savian breaking the 1,000 damage barrier as well.
Yeah, it's actually crazy that Savian was able to get 1,000 damage done. Maybe Lux was just stealing away a lot of those eliminations from him, but he was able to really pump out some big damage that game. I think Fenerbahçe, credit to them, credit to all the teams playing that game because it's not an easy match to play. I think it was a pretty disgusting area of Erangel to have to go to. Yeah, they all stuck it out. They all tried to push it through right to the end. I think Ida had the worst of it. They were constantly in battles the entire time, and they were struggling through. By the time they get to that area, they know that realistically they need to take the fight with Fenerbahçe. But I think they were worried about Regnum Carya taking shots. Fenerbahçe obviously seemed scared, but that was because they had no sight lines on them. And I think that the fact that Ida was like, oh, Fenerbahçe don't want to push them, so that must be like a 4-4-man squad. We got to be worried. So they don't push down towards Fenerbahçe for that reason, where I absolutely think that if that was the case, Regnum Carya would have sat back and been like, you guys take that fight. We're not getting involved.
Thank you very much, Bilge. We are joined by Bora, one of our lovely PUBG Mobile fans. And you know what? He also works as a taxi driver at Ankara as well. So I want to ask you, how did you start playing PUBG Mobile? And how do you find the balance between working and playing PUBG Mobile at the same time?
PUBG Mobile oynamaya ne zaman başladın diyor. Bir de hani Ankara'nın trafiğinde falan böyle nasıl dengeliyorsun yani vakit nasıl buluyorsun oynamaya? Bunu soruyorum.
Öncelikle PUBG Mobile oynamaya arkadaşlarımın önerisiyle başladım. 5 veya 6 yıl önce. Ankara'nın trafiği yoğun oluyor evet ama durakta sıra beklerken, müşteri beklerken vakit geçirmek için oynuyoruz genelde.
Müşteri geldiğinde ne yapıyorsun?
Müşteri geldiğinde belki biraz bekletiyor olabiliriz.
So, my friend recommended the game to me around 5 or 6 years ago, and honestly, driving around Ankara, the traffic is wow, it's crazy. So, you know, there's always a chance, there's always an opportunity for me to get a couple of games in. And when someone, like, when I have someone jump in the taxi, I sometimes make them wait. I finish the game, and then I take them on the ride. And you know what? I like that. You know, he has his priorities in order. Finish the game, and then get the job done. Now, is there a favorite team that you're supporting here at the competition?
En favori takımım şu an için taraftarı da burada S2G'yi destekliyorum.
I don't think I need a translation for that one. It's pretty obvious. He's a massive fan of S2G, and we have a lot of them with us in the crowd today. Now, I want to ask you, do you think that, can you tell us if there was a specific moment when you realized that PUBG Mobile has become more than just a game?
Oyun olmaktan çıktı. Eskiyi artık vazgeçmeden olduğunda nasıl oluyor?
Yani şöyle ilk başta turnuvaları izlemeye başladığımda artık tamamen bir tutku, tamamen bir hobi olmaya başladı. Takımları tanıdıkça sevmeye başladık. Tabii kılaşanlar oluyor, güzel oluyor onlar. Bir de Barış Çiğ'nin yayınlarını da tabii takip etmeye başlayınca artık bu tamamen hobi olmaya başladı diyebilirim.
I started by watching a few esports competitions when it comes to PUBG Mobile, and I was just pulled by the community, by the plays, by the clutch moments, and then I started watching a lot of streamers as well, and now I can't stop watching the competitions as well, and I'm very happy to be here. Now, have you ever had someone, I want to say, you know, a passenger who jumped in the car with you and who also plays PUBG Mobile, and did you end up talking about the game as well?
Enteresan bir soru. Diyor ki, PUBG Mobile oynamayı seven veya oynayan bir yolcu aldın mı? Onunla böyle bir sohbetiniz oldu mu?
Tabii ara sıra denk geliyor PUBG Mobile insanlar. Sohbet etmeye başladığımızda yolculuk çok hızlı geçiyor. Nasıl zamanın geçtiğini anlayamıyoruz. Sohbetlerimiz de güzel oluyor. Hatta şöyle bir durum oluyor. Numaramızı alıp size abone olup bizimle sürekli seyahat etmek isteyen insanlar oluyor. Bu oyunun çok bağlayıcı bir gücü var gerçekten. Çok memnunum o yüzden.
You know, it happens sometimes where we end up talking about the game, and just because we end up chatting the whole time, the ride just flies by. And you know, sometimes we actually add each other and we play together as well. Again, it's just one of the ways that we see PUBG Mobile bringing everyone together as a community, and I love to see that. One final question for you: if one day you find yourself driving and a PUBG Mobile World Champion was in your taxi, what would you want to say to them?
Bir gün arabana dünya şampiyonu bir PUBG Mobile oyuncusu binerse neler olur? Ne dersin?
Öncelikle başarısı için tabii tebrik ederiz. Daha sonra sormamız gereken birkaç soru var. Bunu nasıl başardı? Nasıl bu şekilde ünlendi? Nasıl kendini geliştirdi ve belki bize de birkaç tüyo verirse biz de bir şeyler yapabiliriz.
I mean, first of all, I congratulate them on their success on reaching such a high level, but then I have so many questions. Like, how much time did you put into the game? How were you able to reach such a high level? And how were you able to compete against some of the best players? And you know what? If I get the chance, once we're done, maybe here, maybe at PMGC, I will ask those questions for you. But, ladies and gentlemen, that's a wrap on this interview. We've finished 2 games so far. Our third awaits, and we still don't have a team that passed the smash point rule. So we're still waiting for our champion to be crowned.
I have attention. Do not play PUBG Mobile when you drive the car.
Yes, yeah, don't do that.
Yes.
PUBG Mobile oynarken araba kullanmıyor.
Kesinlikle hayır.
Evet, heyecan devam ediyor. Davut'un da söylediği gibi az maç kaldı. Tekrar analiz masasına gidelim. Gerçekten bundan sonra neler olacak inanılmaz merak ediyoruz.
Back to the analysts we go, and back into the action we continue.
Well, there you have it. It's in all facets of life. It's coming at you everywhere. It's PUBG Mobile. You guys can get involved, whether you're in a taxi, whether you're on a plane, more difficult on a plane, or whether you're on the grand final stage here at the Pmsl EU. That is what we are looking at today. That smash boundary still intact, but there are two teams knocking on the door of it. It's very, very closely fought. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from that last match.
There were some good highlights as well. I'm actually lying to you. There really weren't. It was quite a slow game, honestly. I think that just purely via position on the map, like it's a tough game. It's a tough game to play. Regnum Carya, they had really no choice. I think that was the last nade as well from Fenerbahçe that came out to finally finish things off. But Fenerbahçe, as soon as they were able to dismount Regnum Carya, they were able to leave, which is very nice for them. 24 points total that they were gaining on that one. Regnum with 88 points total. Carya getting 8 as well. Good points for Carya overall, despite only I think that's a 4th place they're able to get there. Still 8 points added to their total does keep them in the running for that 3rd place.
Yeah, it certainly does. As does the Falcons, 6 points. As does, well, yeah, everyone around that bubble really looking to try and keep hold of their chance. But Fenerbahçe jumped up a huge amount on that. 24 points there. Let's take a look at where that's landed them. On the overall rankings, they are going to be elevated. Certainly, I think off the back page, the question is, how far have they gone?
Regnum Carya very close now. 1 point behind ULF, with Carya Esports still just about in 3rd place at 99, 7 points ahead, both Team Falcons and Jetgo. Like I said, I think Team Falcons, although they don't always have the craziest of performances, and they're never quite in the limelight, they are a force to be reckoned with, and they just constantly remain as a good team. I think that they've got a lot of international experience. They have some very good rotates, as we see constantly come through from this team. You got to be proud of them if you are a Falcons fan. Yeah, well done to Team Falcons. We'll take a look at page 2 now to see which teams can still chase, but we are getting towards the end of our day now, you know, halfway point after this next match. BRA, 22 placement points, but 57 eliminations. Clear and away ahead of most other teams here, other than, I guess, Asgard as well. But yeah, for BRA in the future, they absolutely need to fix some of their rotates. They need to fix their mid to late game. That is definitely an issue for them, is getting towards those later portions of the matches. I mean, we're almost into 15 total matches right now. It's not looking good. I mean, that's like a 2 placement, maybe like a 3 placement point per game average right now for BRA. It's pretty bad.
Yeah, on 14 matches, it's sub 2.
I think it's even less.
Yeah, on
yeah,
14 matches,
it's
sub 2, because that would be 28 would be 2 points a match. So
yeah,
they're lacking 6.
I was like, 2 seems really low, so I'm not going to say 2, but yeah, you're right. It's bad.
It's 3 out of 1 and 3/8, whatever that fraction goes into. Yeah, it's not great. It's not great. But then again, I mean, the Falcons, I think they only had 28 placement points after all of this, right? So it's not too much.
Yeah.
Too much gap there. They actually notably had a lot of eliminations, which is interesting, right? Because we've talked a lot about Ralph being a really solid IGL who's had great strategies in the past, but it's kind of a little bit on show that maybe he doesn't quite know how to rotate around this lobby. It's not well, I'm not going to lump all the blame onto him. The Falcons don't seem to know quite how to get into these later games. I mean, obviously, if you compare them against someone like Regnum Carya, they had 51 placement points at the top of the tables, which is like at least 12 to 15 more than anybody else on the placement points. Silas absolutely has this read like a book. Like, he knows exactly what's going on. But the Falcons, not so much, in that same sort of similar vein to potentially to Bra.
Yeah, I think that for the Falcons, it's just a case of, and you're right not to lump all the blame onto Ralph, because, you know, at the end of the day, it is a team game. There is team decisions that are happening. So for the rest of them, it's not always Ralph. Ralph's making the call at the end of the day, but it is the rest of the team who's discussing and suggesting what they should do next. But overall, I think the Falcons could make it in towards the top 3, especially because all of our squads at the top just are unable to get towards that smash point.
Yeah, it's been a little bit faltering. I mean, to be fair, Regnum Carya seem very able, right? Like they've actually made a huge ascendancy. Let's not throw them in with ULF on this one. It is just ULF who has been faltering so far at the start of today. Regnum Carya getting into a third place guarantee, a third place on that last match. ULF going out way earlier, despite approaching from similar directions. Regnum Carya getting the chicken dinner on the first match of the day as well, with a really big elimination count to boot. They seem to be the ones with the pace to them. Sure, they're a point behind now, but where will we find ourselves at the end of match number 3 on the day, match 15 of our 18-game set?
Yeah, we're getting to the point now where we are coming to the close of Erangel's. We are heading into the game right now as lane path underway, and it is heading over the top side of the map. Oh, no, it's from Primorsk all the way up towards Kameshki. It's an interesting one. I think this is more of a reasonable playing path, I would say, compared to many of the others.
Yeah, it's definitely more favorable than all the south cuts we've been seeing. But areas like Lipovka may be difficult to get over towards, but I don't think that's going to be too much of a problem. And it's much better, of course, for our two key teams, our ULF and our Regnum Carya, who will be seen around the middle of the map. And we'll see if they return to normalcy. Expect Regnum Carya and Rozhok. Expect ULF further south of that, school and apartments on that split.
Well, honestly, ULF's been the one who's taking a lot of control over Rozhok recently. I think it's Regnum Carya who's just been like flitting into Rozhok after ULF's leaving, which is more a case of something that's been happening recently today. Because they do both fight over it for quite some time. I think that ULF is now giving space on that position. You can see here that like the rest of Regnum Carya do drop a little further down towards that south side, and they have one outpost over towards the north, all very close by. Looks like they're dropping down towards the south side now around school. Getting forced out. Again, yeah, I think ULF just doesn't want to take the smoke this early.
Fairly content for now. Circle up towards, well, kind of the middle of this whole shebang. Well, why not? Let's keep our tournament leaders in the middle. See what they can do with that. I don't need that many points, but it seems like the circle's going to help them out a little bit there. No military circle. Only one team on the military island as well. It's, the TheNoisyBoys going to be maintaining themselves there. ULF. Just going to be grabbing these split loots.
Yeah, pretty lovely stuff. I think for TMB, it's been a little bit of a while since they've had Sosnovka to themselves, with a lot of playing paths heading over towards that south side where teams are forced to play on that south side along with them, which is always the most fun, in my opinion.
Yes. It can be pretty tricky, but not favourable. Uh-oh. That doesn't sound good. We just had word that it's coming back to us, potentially, which means that maybe for the first time in these finals, we might have had a full start on the drop.
But only 2 minutes, so it's not. We're only 2 minutes into the match. It wasn't a huge problem. I think most teams are fine to wait around a little bit longer. Not one of those things where every single team has suddenly got 4 elims. There's 4 important teams already out of the game. Yeah, this is fairly early remake. It's just a bit of a weird one where I guess it's all right for a lot of teams where they get to see roughly what would happen if we get a more northern playing path, a more northern circle.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, right? On a remake, we've had a decent playing path and an okay circle, a pretty good circle. Now we're going to get hard north playing path, military island circle. It's just how it's going to go, which would be very, very interesting, actually. Especially a situation like that might actually be better for the teams at the top, right? Because they're not necessarily looking to win right now. They just want to earn a couple of points, and getting stuck into the muck of a messy rotation set can profit you the 6-7 points that you need on these fights.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's just a frustrating one, especially for Regnum Carya and ULF, where they just don't have it's a case where they're so close to the Smash ruling that it's frustrating for them, where this game just really doesn't mean too much to them. Obviously, if they went down with 0 points, it's a problem, but it's not too difficult to play it really safe, play it really slow, and just get Smash ruling. But you're also allowing other teams to catch up now by doing that, because there is no guarantee that this is going to be going through until the last. There's no guarantee that this is going to end early, right? There's no guarantee that someone's going to get the Smash ruling in place. So by playing slow and timid and getting like a 5 or 6 point game, which is perfectly possible for both ULF and Regnum Carya, it just requires a slightly different playstyle. You're having this situation now where other teams are able to profit on those matches, and you come match 6, and because you didn't go for the 10, 12 point game in match 3, one team might be ahead of you by 6 points and takes first place. It's all these things have run-on effects.
Yeah, it's I mean, it's all such a big dynamic system, right? You've got 16 moving parts, and in each of those 16 moving parts, you've got 4 further moving parts. So degrees of freedom are pretty insane. We're just taking a look at what information we've got about getting this lobby going. But we are waiting for everyone to get back in. We're not too sure what caused the restart, what caused the remake, but we're getting it sorted as soon as possible.
Indeed we are. But we'll be probably back in around about 7 or 8 minutes. So if you guys want to get something, do something else, you can do. Or you can listen to us half on. I might bring up my Kraken stories again. But be careful.
Oh, careful. Yeah, that's
careful now.
That's dangerous territory. Right there. You don't want to be getting involved with that. Much rather be getting involved with the crowd here. They are absolutely phenomenal. They've been on fire over the course of yesterday and today. Of course, all the more. I feel like the Carya fans, certainly with more to cheer about. That's not going to stop the S2G fans, I'm sure. They're still going to be as loud, as exuberant as ever. And Bra's got a little section as well, over on the right-hand side. Look at that.
Yeah, no, Bra actually coming out in force. It's a small section.
I love the elims.
The super aggressive team coming through. S2G still cheering on. Yeah, they're not number 1. I'm sorry. It's not the case. Maybe a third at best. Yeah.
Well, I mean, they are really kind of out of it at the moment. They are about 20 or more points behind the bubble, up towards third place. I think it was 99 with Carya in third place. They are on 73 right now. So being that far behind the bubble, being 26 points behind with 4 matches left to play, that's pretty nasty. That's not something you want to be facing down. And you've got to remember that's a moving target. It's not just getting those 26 points in those 4 matches. It's getting 26 more points than Carya in those 4 matches.
Yep, it is. We're getting ready to get into our third game once again, which should be happening shortly. See the crowd. Full display. Nice packed building, honestly.
Absolutely.
I hate to be the security guards just stood on the stairs though. Right calf workout.
I'm sure they got it on lockdown, you know. They are ready to deal. But they don't want to get too big for their boots. And hopefully our players are too. Just waiting on heading on in. Everyone building up the tension. They want to get in. Well, actually, I'm not sure if they do. They're having a great time, just sort of chanting back and forth at each other. I wonder who's winning. I wonder who's winning in the crowd.
Yeah, I know. Seems like we're getting back into the game pretty shortly. Zooming straight into this one. And we're back in. Lovely stuff. Over towards Erangel.
All right, our playing path this time is going to be coming from the south. It's a deep south cut, blank. to Deep South Cut Plain again. We're going from Primorsk over towards the Miltopau Peninsula, this time just touching over the military base. Goodness me. They love a South Plain path. That must be why they did the remake, you know? Just to make sure you've got that plane all the way on the south side. It just has to happen, apparently.
I know. I mean, this is a horrible plane path. I mean, most teams are probably quite frustrated about this. Going from Primorsk up towards Stalbert to now getting a south plane path it does really suck for a lot of our teams. Probably quite a few heading down towards Sosnovka, I can imagine.
There's definitely going to be that scrap. Anorthosis Famagusta dropping on over. But I feel like at this point, they're very aware of each other's presence. I'm more interested in where the circle's going to go, right? We've seen bridge camps happen. More by Anorthosis Famagusta, because the NoisyBoys do tend to just maintain C block. And Anorthosis Famagusta stay out very late in order to catch them if they think they're going to get away with it. Everybody else dropping out as well. Of course, ULF and Regnum Carya, still eyes on them. They're going to have to make that same rotation, grab those vehicles up towards the north. And it's an east side circle. Almost certainly not going to be a military island finish on this one. But you never know. You never know. It could still be. More likely, though, we're going to be seeing ourselves outside of Milta, up towards the north, potentially up towards Shelter, this sort of area.
I mean, Eastern Circle here is not bad, right? It's really not bad. It doesn't encompass a lot of Sosnovka, so we do cut out a lot of playing space early, though, because I think a lot of teams won't want to be playing in that area of the map anyway. So they're likely more to be a case where I'm just fast forwarding my map feed, catching back up.
Oh, making sure you're on live rather than backwards compatible research. Asgard, in the meantime, whilst you catch up, are on that Novo position. Could potentially be a roadblock for the two teams on the south side, or maybe the NoisyBoys are going to try and go west again, and Anorthosis Famagusta are going to catch them again.
Yeah, maybe. I think there's quite a few teams, actually. I mean, I said this last time, right? There was no real reason for multiple teams to be in Sosnovka, but this time around there is. Going back to my original point, this is one of the cases where a lot of teams are going to be moving across over towards north side of this circle. Not a massive reason to play in Sosnovka other than at the beginning of your game.
Yeah, it's unlikely to be headed back over there. I mean, I give it maybe a 5% chance that it's a Sosnovka finish. I think that it's very, very unlikely that we will be ending up there. But on a 5% chance, that means 1 in every 20. 1 in every 20. It happens. Unlikely though. We'll have to wait and see. The question is, what will teams on the south side do? Because on that 1 in 20 chance, you basically win the game. So is that worth it on average to make that play? Or, because of the lack of games remaining, is it just going to be too much pressure, go for a more consistent strat?
Yeah, it depends, like, if you're... I think it mostly depends, like, if you're blocked out. For instance, if TMB gets ahead of Asgard early, Asgard just makes that play to stay down on that south side. Doesn't always guarantee you the win just being on Sosnovka. I've seen a lot of teams don't really do too much. I think that most time in the past where it guaranteed a win was back when Stalwart played in over at Neuer. So if it comes down towards Sosnovka, this is a insanely good team. They know this position. They know exactly where they need to go to have the best spot and the best chances going forward. But a lot more recently, the teams that actually play Sosnovka are the ones that get cut out most of the good spots on the northern side of the circle.
Going to be difficult spots to cut out as well. They're on funneling in fairly soon. We're coming up to minute 5. Boys, spotted one. Tries to zone in, pops the swap, and will be defending the observatory. This is our turf. Interesting decision though for both of these two teams to compete over this location. I would have thought they'd be more worried about getting across the bridge, but having control over this spot does give you a bit more safety getting over the bridge, I suppose.
Hovercraft gone immediately for Asgard, which is a really rubbish start to their game. Especially when you really want that hovercraft to get across both the water and also give you ample cover going into that mid-game portion.
Are the TheNoisyBoys just convinced that if they stand on an observatory, they win games? Do you think that's what's happened here?
Yeah, man.
They're like, we're going here. We're going to win the game. You'll see. You'll all see. Well, and now it'll be a Sosnovka circle, and we'll be fine. Well, so maybe TMB are going to get the chance to overtake the Boars after all on their regional points.
S2G still in Primorsk, so I think it's quite the wait here. I think a lot of times when you play Primorsk, because it has a great loot pool anyway, you want to get as much loot as possible and then start moving. I know that there's the case where there might be teams ahead of you, but there's certainly a big capability to start moving much faster than this.
And it is important. Getting on the road nice and quickly can be important, especially when, as you highlighted earlier, there's a bit of a limit to playable ground here. Although we are still in phase 1, I think it's more likely that stage 2 will restrict pretty dramatically over the course of things. All 3 teams on the south have stayed put. Right, Anorthosis Famagusta, Asgard, and the TheNoisyBoys all have decided to stay on the military island for now. And I don't think that they're going to be able to get across to the roads. Certainly not easily at this stage. Carya are on the far side. That's going to be a difficult barrier to try and push through. Maybe they go for a rotation, but without the hovercraft, Asgard's options a little bit more limited.
Yeah, Asgard on that south side. Tough stuff. I mean, they can move across now, but the Anorthosis getting ahead of them, as well as getting ahead of TMP. I think you are right in the sense that I think TMB is just determined to try and stay on Nova Revnoya, or at least Sosnovka, as long as possible and hope that Circle comes down this way. But the amount it leans over towards the north side, I find it very unlikely for that to be the case, John.
Yeah, it's pretty much guaranteed not to be on the island, right? 100%. Never going to be on the military island. It just never happens. Never, ever has it happened on a circle like this. We're going to find out where the next zone comes on in. You can see that timer counting down on the top of your screens, or the side of your screens, depending on what orientation you're looking at. We will see where we are going to end up going. Nobody going down just yet in this game. No one really having too much trouble sent their way, except for that early scrap on the south. XSLAY takes the direction of the blue zone as they enter late. All right, we're going over to the west. We're keeping Potato Hill in. We're keeping that farm area in. This is good for S2G, and the rest of the players are all descending now.
Yeah, they certainly get lucky off the back of that, and are happy with it. But it's a massive amount of unplayable space, right? Huge amount of water involved. Still a little bit of Sosnovka involved there. Anorthosis is going to get ahead of both TMB and Asgard very comfortably. Depends on how hard PRA, Carya want to hold them out. It's pretty even at the end of the day. You see a hovercraft there on your screen as Carya begins to take some shots.
And Carya in third place, but not safely. We're going to try and extract as much value as they can. They're right next door to Bra, Beşiktaş as well. They're close by on the opposing compound here. Looks like they are going to come in. Storm tries to guide the hovercraft. Safety. Kishu takes a bit of damage, but CEO can't quite connect fully on that spray down. So they will begin to entrench themselves. Neither of these two teams is going to crash the other, I don't imagine. But we'll see what Beşiktaş and Bra are going to do on their standoff here. Maybe Carya will third party if the fight starts to pop off.
I think Carya, they've got such a nice position as well that they're typically going to try and hold on to this for as long as possible. They're further off towards the west there. I think that you want to try and maintain as central as a position here as possible because rotates are a little bit difficult around farm and Milter, it's quite easy to get caught off guard. But you'll take shots where you can. Asgard's opting to go for, I think, a western bridge rotate, which I'm... And TMB's still on observatory. For why?
Yeah, I've no idea, man. They sent all of them up there as well. They're just like, we're just going to sit here. We're just going to see what happens. I guess they were trying to get points over towards the two teams leaving, but at this stage, there's no one else here. You've just got to go. Is Mars gonna bait him? Are they gonna bait him? Are they gonna pretend to go for a West Bridge rotate, draw them down, and then turn around and kill them?
I don't know. I don't really know what either of those teams are doing right now. Like, for me, you could be mind gaming the hell out of each other for all I care. They need to get in the circle. That's the primary goal of the game.
They're just wiggling about over there.
Yeah, so I am confused. I am very, very confused. But we are more concerned with what's happening on this north side with IWNRX fairly central. They still haven't been able to climb too much. Those are our three teams that haven't done terribly, honestly. I think getting anything over a 50-point margin here in the finals is decent. And I don't think we've had any one team that I've thought to myself did not deserve to be in the finals one bit. But those are the two. Those are the three teams that just aren't getting in. But yeah, this next circle heads all the way towards that north side. It's kind of not that bad, honestly. I think most people assumed it would be locking in over towards one of the areas here, and it locks into most of the teams. The teams that are really suffering here are Falcons, Ida, potentially. XSLAY's got to move in. Ulf's going to wrap round on the north side. But these guys still need to get 6 points.
This fight continues to pitter on. The TheNoisyBoys and Asgard yet to even find a knock. Akron, finally! First blood is drawn in the engagement. And that is a point for one of these two teams. Maybe one of the very few points they see this game, because they are really cutting off their nose to spite their face and staying down here so long. Regnum Carya made a crazy fast rotation right towards the central farm compounds blank during that shift we just saw, and they managed to get through again without taking too much damage. These reads on the lobby continue to be really very effective. You can see them now on the northwest point with that farm complex, and they are in a really solid spot here.
Regnum Carya, like you say, really good spot for them. Mozero knocks himself on the vehicle. Anorthosis will finish off the remainders.
Ooh,
again, for Asgard, they would have had a much, much better time just taking West Bridge, trying to rotate in that way. TMB was never getting across this bridge anyway. What have you done this for? Ideally, one elim? Was it worth it? I don't think so.
Yeah, it's gone fairly badly. Fairly badly, all things considered. Falcons, they haven't had the best of times either. They've been busted down to 2. Although they have managed to get 1 point, that's not going to be enough to see themselves up. And with Carya getting knocks over towards Bra, that's, again, unfavourable. A nade. Oh, Narvalo. Doesn't quite connect. Has another one, though. Steps in the back pocket, steps out wide. That is too bold. What do you think you're doing there?
And good damage, though.
Immediately humbled. Well, yeah, actually, hang on a minute. Okay, fine. Okay, that's allowed. Get loads of points. Well, that's okay.
Yeah. I mean, losing a player there is unfortunate. First nade was good because it knocked the door off, right? And then I don't think they expected him to peak for the second nade. Yeah, at least get 3 elims. But it's just Redox remaining, which is really sad. And Carya is starting to get some points on the board, and they just hit the sentry there. 100 points accrued for Carya over this finals. This is easily looking like a Regnum Carya win.
Man.
Which is unfortunate, considering last game.
Imagine if they'd have passed the boundary in that last game as well, right? Like, this would be absolutely insane that this is happening. I'm also still wary of Ulf, right? They're on that northeast side, sorry. And they are rotating down now towards Milter, trying to move into the hills on the east edge of this next circle blank. But still, this farm complex is just an such a difficult position to be moving in and around now that most of its corners are filled with deadly players.
Yeah, I think for ULF, they are trying to rotate as far out on that eastern side as possible, limiting vision away from a lot of our teams. They may run into Anorthosis Famagusta, needing 6 points to get towards the Smash ruling. Ideally more. Again, though, for Regnum Carya, if they win this game, it's not the end of the world. With the way that we're seeing ULF play, they might not get to Smash ruling until game 4. So for Regnum Carya, it's not terrible if they get a chicken dinner here. It just means that they will set themselves in first place. 35 grand almost secured. Got a few more games to play after this one to make it happen.
At the moment for Regnum Carya, I think the north side resolving is the most dangerous thing that could happen right now. There's 3 teams up here who are on board with Papara SuperMassive. Of course, you've got Jetgo, and further out west, you've got Ida, who are trying to make things happen. Oh, okay. S2G, fine. Sure. That's 130 for Regnum Carya. Didn't even see them coming in, but they've gone immediately. Evaporation sent their way by Silas and Wild.
Yeah, and it's the first time we see ULF dismounted from first place. So Regnum Carya now our first place team inside the lobby at 130. 4 more points required for them to set themselves towards the top. Merciless also getting knocked by them. ULF finds Fenerbahçe, that's Savian. That's a backstab coming through from the east side as ULF really huffs and puffs to try and catch up.
They definitely need to be big and bad in this game to try and make sure, well, it looks fairly certain now that Regnum Carya are going to, with their position, be able to pass that smash point boundary. Still need 6 points. Speeder trying to get out of there. IWNRX going to let them. They didn't manage to connect on the spray down, unfortunately, but where do you go? Where can they try and make their way towards? Because it is just open season. And there's a 4 point as the Regnum Carya tally. The rest, not too sure where they added up on towards, but they've gone to the lobby nonetheless.
Yeah, Macap just, I think, again, out of the vehicle too quickly, runs himself over, and goes down. 3 more points is all it'll take. But you're right, I think for Regnum Carya's position, it's highly likely we're looking at least a podium finish here for them. And even if it does switch down towards the southeast, the only team, I mean, I say team, player in one of those southern buildings in Farm is Redux and Falcons. So that is more open than potentially teams assume.
ULF now starting to get stuck in on the southeast side. Can they earn their 6? First nade over to Wagnerzada. That will be a knock for Scarface. Hopefully they can confirm that and get those points starting to flow, because they've got that high ground, but they do have to leave it. 30 seconds they've got over here.
Circle heads over towards Regnum Carya.
Oh, yeah.
I feel like a Regnum Carya win here. Again, that would mean if they were to hit Smash ruling today, it would be 3 chicken dinners, which would be insane.
It really would. 3 overall. Yeah, they managed to obviously open up with a big chicken dinner. Only a 3rd place in the 2nd match. 3rd match, though, back on top. There's a point. There's a point for ULF. As we come up towards that 130 mark, they've started their game. And they are still on the hunt. But their next move, I think, is going to be one of the most crucial that we'll see from them. How effective can they be then?
Russian pose over towards Asgard. Akron being a little bit too aggressive. And Jetgo getting pulled apart by Papara SuperMassive. Nico doing some good work for his team. Only Kamikaze lost there. 6 elims now for Papara SuperMassive. They are so in the open, John.
Yeah, it's this smoke that's keeping them safe. They do have that little mound that sits in front of them, but you can hear the bullets whizzing overhead as they try and survive for as long as they can here. Just put themselves back together. IWNRX out to the west side, yet to really make their move, but it's Carya who are dominating on the south as they open the cannons, along with Asgard over towards Anorthosis Famagusta. The remnants of our teams moved late from Sosnovka, and they are really not finding their feet here on the mainland.
Akron from Asgard got set down earlier on, back up. Opts to not make the same mistake It's back inside the safety of ceilings.
ULF have managed to get in. Nades from Asgard, though. There's 4 players who know that they're here. They're waiting to try and find these angles. Shots as well over towards ULF's position. The step up from Asgard is pretty dangerous, though, because you've got Carya to worry about. You've also got Fenerbahçe off in the distance. So ULF are being kept a little bit safer by that, but it's still very precarious. The split that they have, not terrible either, but they're expending so many smokes to stay here.
Carya, Southwest, playing it out for as long as possible. Remember, this is our 3rd place team looking to catch up and set themselves apart from the likes of Falcons in 4th place, who are now very, very close to overtaking. We're only Fenerbahçe chasing at 91. They're looking fairly decent, and I think Fenerbahçe on the next circle will have a tough time of it as they attempt to leave. Regnum Carya still has Silas playing on the south side of them, playing as early warning system for a south side push from Carya. The next circle, I think, does head over their way, but favors Carya much, much more. Alongside with ULF, I suppose.
This is potentially going to help ULF's position. Remember how difficult it has been for them to play. They're right up against the wall, but you remove that east side threat, which is going to have to resolve, which is going to have to move. All of a sudden, they can use those ridges as actual cover, rather than just trying to hide behind the vehicles and sandwich themselves between those 2 spots. I do think it's... Yeah, you're right. I think this is going to favor ULF. It's going to help them out.
Yeah, it's one of the situations where ULF is playing, they're protected by Carya. Their issue will come from the east in Fenerbahçe, Beşiktaş, as well as Falcons. They have a lot to hold out and over a lot of open ground. They have 4 players to do it, though. That is the major grace that they're given. Is getting 4 players to this spot that you need multiple sightlines to work with. Depends how aggressive Asgard want to get. Only 30 bullets here. Ooh. I don't know how Scarface is still alive.
There it is.
Finally gets taken down.
Oh my goodness. What a swivel. What a switch up. Of course, it's Aaron. He's making it work. In the meantime, Fenerbahçe, Lux, the last player of the Falcons to deal with, but he's already inside the house. Not to matter. A shot to the gut puts him down, but Fenerbahçe now on 2. Beşiktaş looking around the corner. Falcons are out, and the placement points have kicked in as well, Blank. That's really important for our teams at the top. 3 points away for Regnum Carya. They now are only 2 points away with that extra placement. The res came through, but no, instant re-knock coming on through. Beşiktaş bearing down upon them as Savian fully flushed away now. Scarface as well. ULF down to 2 in the midst of it all, but we're back on board with Falconist. Beşiktaş with 4 players looking to try and keep their pace up the tables, potentially challenge Carya.
I mean, for ULF, it's not done yet. They still haven't got themselves into that position of Smash Point. They're 4 points shy. Regnum Carya way, way more likely to make it happen. But you're right. Lots of damage being done. Papara SuperMassive still on 7 elims. IWNRX likely next to fall here. Fenerbahçe are eliminated. Weren't able to really get too much done that game. Only 1 point. But I think it's a monumental rise, actually, from Fenerbahçe. From considering how they were doing over in the knockouts, the groups, getting here to 5th place in the finals. I think that fans can be proud of this team.
Absolutely. It is very impressive what certainly they did in the last game. And now they're up in the 90s. But Carya in the hundreds already, broken that century. Silas! Oh, no. Spotted by Papara SuperMassive. Of course, they only need 2 more points, Blank. One of them can come from... If a team goes out now, they get an extra placement point, right? For getting up to 6th. 5th place, at least, they are guaranteed to be on that smash boundary, at least. ULF need a little bit more. They want 2 elims, and then they'd be drawing level. But it is...
Yeah, I mean,
right now,
Silas...
ULF guaranteed 131 with a placement.
Yeah, I mean, Silas does get unlucky there. He runs into one of the best aimers in the lobby in Lost from Papara SuperMassive. So making that kind of sweeping movement in the vehicle and a slight delay, yeah, that does definitely affect him. And Lost will pick up that immediately. Regnum Carya continues to take damage, though, off in the distance there. And they're fully clear out of this next circle. Oh dear.
It's a tough turn of events.
Really not having Smash ruling going into match 4.
You never know. Maybe Carya could do it with this circle. I mean, you know, this would be very impressive. There's not too many points for them left to get in order to do it, but yeah, they might also join the 130s if they're lucky. Regnum Carya, though, still needing 2 more points. We'll see if they can make their train work. The smoke train is out. There's the rundown over towards Swain. Papara SuperMassive, 2 to a buggy. Moving on out. IW Interact put another fight here as they roll up towards it. Kine, last soldier on the land, will try and make IW Next Rüya's time a little bit more favorable. But Papara SuperMassive now cut down to 2. Make that 1 because Kine is still on the tear. Looking for more. Wants to bring out these flushes. They're taking them out, and another placement point would be huge for both of our teams at the top. Regnum Carya have taken a knock through the midst of it all as they try and make their break south. The blue zone is pushing. If Kine goes down and Papara SuperMassive, Regnum Carya would make it. But
Lewis with the pistol takes down 1 from Regnum Carya. Zedwolf is fully knocked, and Regnum Carya are out in 7th and do not make the mark on 132.
Oh my goodness. We're up to 5th place now, though, Blank. We're getting close to the point where ULF might just make it on placements. And look at their position, with Beşiktaş not daring to cross against Carya. But potentially, you get an elimination here. It could be the difference maker for ULF.
Yeah, a little bit further to go on it. They're worried about moving, and Beşiktaş is similarly scared about pushing up over towards them. The nades are starting to flow through it, and I think actually ULF's going down here. Yeah. Well, the nades go far. Oh, the little bit of chip damage gives them away.
I mean, they guarantee 3 points right now. Placements Blank in 5th. If another team goes down, Blank, I think that's it. I think they've just broken the Smash boundary. They are over. Look, the scoreboards acknowledge it as well. They have managed to make it up into 4th place, and we will be having a team having that option available to them. Carya go for the rollout, and they give that Smash boundary break to ULF.
That's going to take a lot of the weight off, I think. Now they can go back to playing exactly how they would normally. Okay.
We get a little zoom out there on the team to break the boundary. But we've got Beşiktaş. We've got Carya. Both in competition for 3rd, but if Carya stay really deep into this game, this is going to make 3rd place really difficult to achieve. They could go very, very far here. Do a lot of work. Can Beşiktaş take them down early?
I mean, you're likely locking things in if Carya is able to get a chicken dinner here. And it will be the 3rd chicken dinner for Carya on Erangel, stamping this as the team with the most successful. Over on the side of Erangel, able to find 1, but another buggy is too much. Both players from ULF get squished underneath the tires. And now Beşiktaş start taking down Asgard.
I mean, they went as far as they needed to go for ULF. Exactly where they needed to find themselves. And they didn't need to go any further. Get set for the next game because they got an Erangel to play. Now the joust over the hills. Beşiktaş scrapping it out here as 3 teams remain. And Carya's just observing this from a distance. A bloodbath before them. And they're all too happy to let this one go in. They've got oversight onto a lot of it. It's a full front-to-back fight between these 2 rosters. Sequestered behind the hilltops. The stage 9 circles close. Beşiktaş fall. Asgard the last to go. This was, I mean, only 2 players there. Carya just going to be able to close this one down. Surely there's no way that they get slipped on this.
Yeah, this is a really easy finish, especially the MG3 in hands, but might not even be necessary. Carya look to finish this one off, and that they do. Carya cementing 3rd place a little bit more. As we head in towards our 4th game of the day. Last match on Erangel. Last match of being able to get a pretty reliable chicken dinner. Miramar, it's a bit more difficult. A lot of times, if the circle moves too far away from you, it is a luck of the draw there. For Erangel, anyone can make that win, in my opinion.
I wonder how many of the Carya fans have been booking their plane tickets after that game. Over towards Thailand. Hit the crowd stands there. See if they can help on out, although I think that would need Carya to actually get to the finals as well, which is no mean feat. But in the gauntlet, That's a hell of a lot easier. Right now, they're looking pretty set.
Carya able to place another one on the board for themselves here. Third one of the entire finals. Which is really cool to see. But wouldn't matter if they got another one on the next match. It just wouldn't, because they are not in. They've not made the distance. They have not made the distance. And I think for ULF, now is the time to show us that chicken. Right? It's time to get that win. Show me the chicken dinner. Because they don't really have any worries anymore. They don't have to worry about slowly playing things out. That's not their playstyle. It's never been their playstyle. Their playstyle has been very aggressive. And I think that Aaron's been chomping at the bit to get a bit more freaky with it in these finals.
Yeah, I had to move that placard back over. Carya, a little bit inaccurate on their placement, but it will be on the board for match 15 there, earning themselves that third chicken dinner accolade, as you said. Yeah, ULF looking for the chicken dinner as we make our slower approach. We've got one more Erangel still to play after this one, and then we head over to Miramar if ULF don't win it. That's what we're going to be looking for.
Yeah.
And I mean, I'm so interested to see what this circle does, right? Because that will really change it. That will really change things up based on how accessible it is for ULF.
I think for ULF overall, there was this feeling that they just couldn't play to their maximum potential. And I think now more than ever, they have to start figuring out where these points are going to be coming from. Because they can no longer really afford to allow Regnum Carya to be jostling between them being second and first all the time, with Carya now hot on the heels as well after a big game like that on Erangel. Yeah, I don't think first is guaranteed anymore. It felt guaranteed finishing off yesterday, where they were so far ahead. Like, it was hard to catch up to them. But with after Regnum Carya's big chicken dinner on Rondo, yeah, it's not easy anymore.
What is very likely is that Regnum Carya get over the smash boundary in this next game, right? I think it's like 1 or 2 points that they're going to need in this next match. So if ULF don't win it, it's super likely that we're going to see a 2-horse race going into our Miramar sets on that front. Not to mention Carya also, they might not have gone the distance in that last game. They could also join them with a big game here, and they are strong on Erangel.
Very much so. I think that for Carya, at least as well, they are typically a very, very good Erangel team. Could shoot up further. I don't think ULF is bad at Erangel at all. I think that, like I said, they have just been lacking confidence massively to make these games happen. Regnum Carya, though, their rotates have been good. That last game looked decent. It's such a shame that Regnum Carya isn't able to get over the smash point rule going into match 4, because this is the last time they'll play Erangel, which is a map that they're very, very good at, yet they won't be able to clinch the game out. The only team that has that possibility will be ULF going forward now. Maybe that'll change next match, but we'll wait and see.
Hey, and just to remind you guys at home, if you just tuned in, the smash rule is in effect. We had a smash boundary set at the start of today. That was 134 points in that last game. We just saw ULF achieving that metric. They got, actually, I think bang on the nose, 134 points. They didn't get 1 point more because technically they didn't need to. They are now in the area where they can win a game and immediately end and win the tournament. If they get a chicken dinner from here on out, the tournament's over and they will be crowned as the champions of this season and get that qualification spot to the gauntlet at PMGC, which is that all-important prize for our top 3 teams who end up in the podium.
Yeah. Bloody good stuff from Carya. TMB, on the other hand, terrible. Really quite bad. Was not entirely sure what was going on with them. I think that they thought the circle was on Sosnovka. That's the only thing I can think of, is that they had like a mind meltdown where they were hallucinating circles of where they might be and where they weren't.
It was like, this is for sure that other day when we won from this spot, right? That's exactly where the circle is right now. That's what they were thinking that. What's going through their minds?
I'm curious to know. think
Because
we're going to
otherwise-
the stage at some point, but I don't know when. Could
we might do.
Could be sometime soon.
Might not
Actually,
be.
no,
I
it
mean,
might be. I think it's just break. I think it's break after this.
I'm not sure. I mean, I don't think we've seen the rankings.
But we gotta look at the rankings and etc. first.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen any of the stats so far from that game.
Yeah.
So yeah, we've still got to go through all of those.
But we will be waiting for them in the meantime. How is your day going, guys? Oh, there's a replay.
Oh, of the final blow. And you can see there just the shutdown. And I mean, yeah, that was a very easy rollout for Carya. Exactly right. But it was Asgard to take the MVP title with Real, getting 5 elims, 767 damage. It's not the most. It's not the most we've ever seen on an MVP card, but still very respectable.
Yeah, it's tough circle though. There wasn't a lot of opportunity for fighting, and whenever fighting came down, it was a case of you getting moved out into horrendous locations of the match, of the map. Sorry. We'll be going into our match statistics next. See who's got the most elims, the most grenades, who ran the furthest. It's one of the main ones we want to look out for. But it is Navarro with 2 nades.
Yekta. Wow, so far. Yeah, 2 nades, Navallo. Poser, 805. All on Carya for the top of the tables there, but actually it was Asgard who got the MVP.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, if you put Marceau and Poser together, almost not quite as good as Real. Almost not quite as good. But you can see here that's very indicative of the map and the circle, with Spike only getting the most distance at 309. There really weren't a lot of long-range engagements that you could go for on that map. We're going to take a look next at the team statistics from Carya, who was doing the most there. And it's a lot of them, realistically. That's a nice spread in terms of damage from where they were playing. Really good proactive nature from the squad, totaling up to 12 elims on the game, so a nice 22-point match, which I think puts them in the 100 teens after that one.
I think they've just broken 120. I think they were on 199. 99 at the start of this game, I believe. And with 22, I think they're on 121. I'd have to double check though.
I believe
as we head back to us. I'm banking on 121. So they're within striking distance. That's 13 points behind the bubble, behind the boundary. We'll see if they can do it. But let's head to the stage for a quick check-in.
Bir tane daha mükemmel bir hediye var. Marshall kulaklık arkadaşlar. Bu kulaklığı kime armağan edeceğiz biliyor musunuz?
Whose birthday is it today?
Bugün kimin doğum günü? Bunu ispatlayan varsa hemen buraya kimlik kartıyla gelebilir. Kimlik kartıyla birlikte buraya doğum günü olan güvenlik arkadaşlarımıza göstererek gelebilir ama seyircilerimizin içinden olması gerekiyor. Personelden olmaması gerekiyor. Tamamen seyircilerimizden. Bugün kimin doğum günü? Var mı doğum günü olan ispatlayabilecek kimlik kartıyla?
So we have quite a lot of prizes. I see someone in green over there.
Gel doğum günüse gel. Kimlik kartınla gel. Kimlik kartınla gel.
Is it your birthday today? We need to confirm. We'll give you this lovely prize, the Marshall headset, and I believe we also have some other goodies in the bag.
Bugün doğum günü olan sanıyorum yok. Var mı? Kimlik kartını gösteren gelebilir. Yok.
No? Okay.
Bazen şöyle yapıyorlar. Benim diyorlar. Kimlik deyince when I ask them where is your ID card?
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think a 7-year-old is gonna have an ID card. He's like, yay, hi. I don't think so.
Kimlik kartınızı ispatlamanız gerekiyor arkadaşlar. O zaman yine de dün doğum günü olan var mıydı dün?
This week. Anyone's
Yarın doğum günü
birthday
olan
this
var mı?
week?
Yarın doğum günü olan var mı? Kimlik kartıyla gelebilir.
Yesterday?
Dün ya da yarın doğum günü olan.
Did we not have someone whose birthday was yesterday?
Yesterday.
Yeah.
Or tomorrow.
Or tomorrow. Okay. Yesterday and tomorrow. Anyone's birthday that you can show us. It was yesterday or
Kimlik
tomorrow.
kartını ispatlayabilen gelsin. Hemen gel.
Okay. Oh,
İşte
wait.
geliyor.
We might have one. Hold on.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yetişemezsen başkasını çağıracak. Heh.
1 second while we confirm.
Yarın eğer doğum günüyse Marshall kulaklık onun doğum günü hediyesi olacak Burger King'den arkadaşlar.
Okay, we are still trying. Oh, hold on. We have the ID. Yeah. 27th of October. That's tomorrow. That's tomorrow.
27'si yarın mıydı arkadaşlar? Evet, yarındı, doğru. İşte kazanıyor.
Well, that was only our first prize.
Gel.
Wait.
İsmin neydi? Sefa'ya doğum günü. Happy birthday to you.
No. Listen, we're not gonna do this. No. Okay, that's our first prize, but I believe we still have some more.
Evet sevgili arkadaşlar, gerçekten çok karnı acıkan doğum günü bir dakika. Sen.
So, at this moment as well, while Bill Gihan hands out our Burger King coupons, I would like to invite our content creator from Carya Esports to join me on the stage. How are you, brother? So, I'm gonna make it simple. We have to give away mouse pads. Okay, so I will let you choose 3 people. 3. Why?
S2G.
3. 6. I only have 5.
Okay, 5.
Okay, so I mean, first of all, congratulations for Ankara chicken dinner. But who do you want to give mousepad to?
5 gifts. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Pick. Start from there.
Now. Tamam, ben seçiyorum. Ben iyice sürümde kaldım. Şurada küçük bir kardeşimiz var, şurada. Galiba kız. Bir kız çocuğumuz var, onu tespit etti Bural. Kara fena gidiyor ha.
Efendim?
Kara fena gidiyor.
Allah'a şükür çok çalıştık. Umarım bir kaza yaşanmazsa olacak.
Did you choose your first one? Did you choose one over there?
Yeah.
Okay, so now in the Carya corner, pick one.
Here, okay.
Which one?
I pick
Actually, for Carya, can I recommend one for you?
Okay.
Can I choose for you? Where is he? Yes. Biggest Carya fan I've seen. Him. Okay? Okay.
No problem. But I pick here.
You pick them.
Okay. It's 3, okay.
Biraz hızlandıralım. Oraya yakın gidip seçebilirsin.
Tamam.
Yakın gidip seçebilirsin.
Şurada, şu. Evet sen. Işıktan çok göremiyorum. Gerçekten çok az görebiliyorum. Şundan. Silüet gibi görüyorum.
Okay, I believe we have chosen 3. 2 more. Okay, wait. Okay, do you mind if I choose one more? One. Yes. S2G.
No, 2 more.
2 more?
Yeah,
Okay.
2 more. One here.
Okay. I want to give him one, and then you choose over there.
Şu kardeşimiz, evet şu.
Okay, which one do you want?
Şiş.
Okay, he chose you, so you get the reward. I mean, look, he picked you, so it's not my choice.
Evet.
Okay, one more on that side.
Last one. True.
Yes.
2 elini kaldıran S2G formalı bir kardeşimiz var. 2 elini kaldırıyor.
S2G fan? I see him right there. Okay. Yes, you with both your hands up. I believe that choice has been made. All right, well, that's 5 mouse pads. And just to show you guys what the mouse pad looks like.
Arkadaşlar mousepad var. X-Vega'dan mükemmel bir mousepad. Sadece mousepad adıyla da değerlendirmemek lazım. Klavye ve mouse için mükemmel. Ucu yok mu? Evet. 5 arkadaşımıza daha seçiyoruz.
5 tane daha mı?
Evet.
Tamam. O zaman yine oradan, bir tane yapalım. Tamam. Şurada beyazlı bir kardeşimiz, hemen o. Evet. İkinciye geçtim. Yine orada bir beyazlı kardeşimiz daha var o.
Mutlaka bir tane karadan seçiyorum.
görmüyorum. Samanyolu gibi burası. Şu. Evet sen. Sen orada.
One more? All right, one more it is.
Şu elinde ışık sallıyor şu an. Elinde ışık. Evet.
Come on.
Last one.
Last, sure. I mean, I don't know where from. That was the last one.
Listen.
We have more.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
No, that was mouse pads. Now we're talking about hats and socks. So there's a difference.
Okay. Evet. Yönetmenim uyarıyor. Tamamlanmış. Teşekkürler arkadaşlar. Hediye yağmuru yine devam edecektir mutlaka. Sizleri seviyoruz. PUBG Mobile'de Avrupa Şampiyonası tam gaz devam ediyor. Teşekkürler. To the games.
There we go. Dishing out the prizes to the audience. Of course, the main prizes that we're giving out will happen later today when, well, we can't say, but it might be after this next match. ULF could close it down here without ever seeing the desert as they have the opportunity to go for a smash rule victory from match 4 onwards. We are now into the danger zone for everybody, which also means that everybody else needs to put as many points on the board as possible.
Absolutely, because if you want to get towards that top 3 to go towards the gauntlet, there is still an absolute chance that this doesn't end until Miramar, the final one, in which case you have a big goal ahead of you to get towards that top 3. Falcons falling behind, but they probably made it through via their Western European points anyway in terms of the PMGC rankings. But money's on the line here for a lot of these teams. They absolutely do want to pump out. Highlights from Carya that game, who were able to do very well towards the end there. But yeah, not an easy part of the map to play at all, Joe.
No, it was that open area around the farm positions. I mean, even Regnum Carya towards the end, I mean, they had the tower, sure, but they had to lay real low. And in the end, weren't quite able to get the 6 points they needed. Instead, they only got 7 points, I think they needed. They only got the 5. ULF did, though, manage to get the 6 points that they needed and cross that smash boundary. So still in first place, but only by a hair. However, does give them an opportunity no one else has, that smash victory. Carya with 22, though, and that should see them up to 121 points and within striking distance of breaking that smash boundary as well. So them and Regnum Carya both have that opportunity afforded to them. The teams just beneath them weren't quite so lucky. I'm looking at Falcons here, not really able to keep pace, as well as Jetgo. 0 points on that game blank. This is a really nice breath of fresh air for Carya in terms of that space now in third place.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's the main thing, is just the space gained by picking up those 22 points is a really big deal for them, and require teams to really push hard now. Because again, you have a situation where, like you say, if ULF is able to end it in the next couple of games, Carya's got a big distance between them and 4th place now. It requires Beşiktaş and Team Falcons to have chicken dinners in the next couple of games, and then a little bit more after that, because these are not small games that Team Falcons, as well as Beşiktaş, as I suppose Asgard as well, need to get. I mean, all the way down to Jetgo. I mean, all 6 of these teams have a chance, but only one of them can grab it.
Yeah, I mean, 93 points there. And remember, 4th and potentially even 5th place are pretty crucial placings as well. If you want to get to PMGC, the opportunity is there to potentially, in 5th place, depending on how the Falcons do, get yourself a league stage spot into that tournament. So 93 was where we cut off that first page. We're now on 89 with Papara SuperMassive. So they're also, I mean, still in the running for those 4th, 5th place spots to try and jump on up there. And in fact, probably at this stage with 3 matches left, all the way down to Bra. I think from Anorthosis down, that's where it's starting to get close to impossible.
Yeah, because I mean, 75 points may seem good, but you just lack the games to do it in. Like, for instance, if we had 12 matches, that's 12 matches of chances for Anorthosis to hit 3 big games. You only have 3 games left. So it's just there's not a potential there for them. It's super tough. Very tough to make happen now.
Yeah, it's going to be real difficult. And again, the TheNoisyBoys. Oh, well. S2G, the big story. The double chicken dinner that they've had so far, not even reaching the placement points of Anorthosis Famagusta. That's not good. That's really not good, you know?
No.
They've been fumbling time and time again. And sure, you know, they've got the history, they've got the emotion, but they just don't have the gunplay. They don't have the strats to back it up. But they've certainly got the fans. But disappointment probably in their very near future.
Yeah, I think at least for those guys, there will be the saving grace, like you say, that there are people cheering for them. But it's just getting so far out of reach now for some of these squads, some of these quite prominent squads as well. We are having the lobby filled up as we speak, up to 45 right now, but they're coming through pretty quickly as we're going to head in towards our final Erangel of PMSL EU Fall.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty nerve-wracking, I'm sure, and it will be very interesting to see if that dynamic shift, that gear shift that you were talking about for ULF, can come through, right? If they can now feel a little bit more confident that, oh, if we go for a risky play and go down, it's really not the end of the world here, because we are almost certainly going to be in the top 3 spots. I think if after these 3 games, ULF isn't in the top 3 spots, I don't know what has to have happened there, but it's super, super unlikely. The same is going to be true for Regnum Carya, in fact, on their scoreline. It would need so many teams to do so well that I'm just not seeing it coming on in.
Let's take a look at our top 4 Grenadiers. Not Fallow with 7, actually, which is a pretty significant portion of all of them. He was on 5 before that last game, but there was a really, really good Nady tossed through the window over towards BRA, which set himself up lovely to hit that 7 marker. Here's a head-to-head between Real as well as CEO. So that's Carya and Asgard from that last game. Real's been doing some good work over the last few matches, especially for Asgard. I think he's one of the players that is definitely keeping them in the mix in a big way. But yeah, CEO also doing very well. But I think it's Marceau and Lewis who I'm mostly looking at as the big performers from Carya.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. What's interesting here is the survival time for Real on Asgard, right? Being in the games longer than Carya, but Carya have 3 chicken dinners, which is, you know, pretty notable, I think, for Real. Maybe surviving a little bit longer than the rest of his team in general, but yeah, to outperform a Carya player on survival time, that's pretty impressive stuff.
It really is. It really, really is. I think that, like I said, I think for Real, he has been doing the majority of the work over on Asgard. And you are always going to find this with a lot of teams that you have 1-star player on it. It's very few. I mean, there is a lot more here in PMSL EU that we have like Titan squads, let's call them that, where they have 4 players who are all insane at what they do. But yeah, I think for Asgard, they're certainly still in that boat where you have 1 top performer, and that top performer is definitely Real.
Yeah, it's been really good to see that from him, but unfortunately, it's just not being backed up right now with the match results. Right, that is what we're looking for. That's what we are missing for the time being, which is unfortunate. But you know, that's just the way it goes. Not everyone could be a winner when it comes to these championships. The PMSL does not hold any bars. We will be seeing who's going to take the top spot. Carya securing that 3rd place nicely. I feel like, Jetgo, you were talking about them being a bit of a surprise entry towards the top. I feel like now other teams are starting to come alive and sort of take advantage of that passivity, of that sort of just let the points come to us kind of approach. And they have been giving a real run, and I don't think that they've got the stamina, their cardio not quite up to scratch.
Yeah, I think that would be fair to say. It would be fair to say. I think for quite a few of our teams, they're looking to, at least in this next match, get over the smash point. There's 2 of them that can still do it, which is Regnum Carya as well as Carya. I knew it would come back to buyers at some point, the double Karyas. But again, that does require them to not have that same issue that ULF had, which is a little bit of passivity, a little bit scared in some of these matches, not make it. Again, I think this could be a big blast out from ULF, considering now they don't have that massive pressure on them to get over the smash point ruling.
Yeah, they have a little bit more room to breathe. What happens if Regnum Carya take down Carya with a Car 98? What happens then?
To Carya getting dominated by the... God, yeah, never mind.
Ooh. Use or what about this? Regnum Carya take down Carya with the Car 98 out the window of a car.
And then you've really got me having an issue there. And I'm not prepared for tongue twisters today.
That's a real tough one there. Might happen, you never know. But I feel like leaning out the window of a car with a Car 98 and hitting the shot to take down an entire squad, that's very unlikely, I would say. So we'll wait and see if such unlikely futures are going to come to pass. I wish I knew what that said. I'm sure it's lovely.
Yeah.
He looks very friendly.
I mean, cheering for Carya. I think that they're certainly a team that has... I think this match is probably going to be the make or break match for Carya, though. Considering it's Erangel, I think that their Miramar is a little bit weaker. It's the case with a lot of teams that haven't consistently played an international format, that they have one big map that they're good at, and that map usually is Erangel. I think Alpha 7 is definitely that kind of the outlier that was always insane at Miramar, and that was their map.
Everybody gearing up for the last Erangel. The last time we see the grassy pastures here for the fall season and for 2025 in Europe. Next time we'll see it will be on the global stages, but not all of our teams will see themselves taking to the skies over it. Everyone getting there.
We have all our players now in the lobby. Yeah, and we're ready to go. I think we should be starting very shortly now.
Ooh,
getting into our fourth match of the day.
Absolutely. Can't wait. We're looking forward to this one, of course, as we've highlighted time and time again. ULF in that smash point boundary. It's Carya and Regnum Carya both chasing for that boundary as well to give themselves the opportunity at the start of our Miramars. Outside of that, very unlikely that we're going to see anyone else joining them in that smash boundary. At this stage, the opportunities to jump up there, they're dwindling fast. And I do not expect to be seeing anyone else there.
No, I think it's a little bit too late type of deal for a lot of our squads. Getting 3 into the smash point ruling is pretty cool, though. Sometimes you only see 1 or 2 make it happen. This time around, likely to see 3 of them make it through unless ULF shuts it all down right now. There is the unfortunate added pressure of being the only team over the smash point ruling. So it's sort of one of those things like right now, right here, this is where we can do it. But maybe you put a little bit too much pressure on yourself by saying that.
As we head into our last Erangel, the plane path from Georgopol down to the south edge of Sosnovka military base. A little bit west-leaning, but our team seem to be used to it by now. We'll see just how this one unfolds. And all eyes on ULF. With that smash boundary passed, their options are very clear as to what do they need to achieve. But they could do it the old-fashioned way, just get those points on board. We'll see if their confidence will stand the test here. These teams will hunt them down, I'm sure.
They may do. And I think for ULF, it is somewhat frightening that they dropped so close to Regnum Carya in the first place. Heading over towards school area. If I was Regnum Carya, I may have a say in towards that position. I think Regnum Carya realizes, you know, we could do some serious damage over towards ULF in this game. It's likely we'll remain in top 3 regardless of what happens going forward now. There is that chance. There is that chance. But we also know Regnum Carya to be a very much by the books type of team. And going out their way to eliminate others isn't really to their fancy.
I think the only time we've seen that from them was at PMGC 2024, right? In that final game, where they took the crazy option to stay. If you haven't seen that game, by the way, guys at home, incredible. Went to the East Islands on Miramar. Regnum Carya was the only team, I think, that took the option to stay on the mainland and take shots at people going for the cross. And they got a huge number of eliminations. I think that's the only time I've seen Regnum Carya really go for that sort of strategy. And it nearly worked. It was so close.
It's so unfortunate because that game right there is the one where Regnum Carya actually make a really smart decision. I hope it doesn't affect them in the future, because the only reason they lost is because E plus Kia went for the complete opposite, which was to play again by the books and just head across early, and them getting such a high placement off that game secured their victory. I think it was by like 2 or 1 points.
think it was 1. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was 1 point on that tournament. But yeah, they can't. And it's great to see that Silas has kind of taken that in stride, and the rest of the team as well. Regnum, Carya have been just consistently strong ever since then. Taking down PMGO, doing all right at PMWC, and now here again, up into second place, looking to challenge for that first.
TMB! I mean, they've given it their all, but I think their all is not enough. Won't be going too much further than this, but let's take a look in where teams are rotating, because typically both Regnum, Carya as well as ULF will need to start moving fairly shortly to get towards the circle. It is funny that ULF is literally on exactly 134 on the Smash ruling.
Yeah, that's pretty nice to see that 4th place really doing wonders for them. And Carya delivered it to them, actually. They rolled out on towards Papara SuperMassive to take down the 5th team. And allowed them to go in before turning their attention to ULF. Had they not done that, we would be on a level footing for, well, mostly Regnum, Carya and ULF, but potentially to give Carya that outside chance. Nobody else over 100 points, though. Those 4th and 5th place spots. Very, very important. 4th more than 5th, because it's the Falcons, really, who are going to be affecting whether or not that 5th place is in or not.
Yeah, and it's funny that they took those fights in the order they did, because if they hadn't, you have this situation where they actually buy themselves an extra game. XSLAY, it feels like they realize their tournament's coming to a close as well, as they're the first team to get wiped over on Erangel. Asgard picking that up, and they will ladder off that into 4th place. I think Ida was actually able to steal away one. Oh no, they were just taking shots over to Asgard now.
Yeah, and
And
looks like
Tier B.
No, that's the south side. We don't talk about that. That's happening. We don't even need to acknowledge it. But Asgard are taking more damage though. Emre doing bits.
Yeah, I mean, they got 4 elims. They ladder up. That's it. Your game's now finished. Ida similarly also on the hunt as well. Down in 10th place, but massive capability to ladder up. This, like, middling portion of the leaderboard is so disgustingly volatile. 98 in 4th down to 87th in 10th.
It's very, very closely fought, especially after 15 games, as the NoisyBoys go down as well. It's really, really volatile because we've seen such an inflation in the middle of the tables. Normally, at this stage, you're expecting to see the leaders somewhere up towards like 150, right? Somewhere around that sort of mark. And so you've taken those points away, you've chopped them off the first 2-3 teams and distributed them amongst the rest of the lobby, as well as the notable lack of points at the bottom of the table for the NoisyBoys, and to an extent XSLAY as well. Those have sort of also been donated to the chaos that we're seeing now further up.
But does bode well for ULF though, because removing 2 teams from the lobby this early in the game opens up more space on the map, and because ULF and Regnum Carya both need to rotate in over towards this western side fairly quickly, the NoisyBoys haven't crossed West Bridge, XSLAY aren't coming in from that north side, so box compound is open. This is a fairly reasonable rotate for both squads.
They're making their way in. A lot of teams already around that Everest area, though. It'll be difficult. Regnum Carya have got there a little bit further to the north, a little bit quicker over towards some of the ruins positions. And that's going to divert ULF back up to the hilltop there. But they're playing smart. They're playing for the win. They're playing for the win here, not just of the match, but the whole tournament with that smash rule.
Still figuring out where they want to go. A lot of diversion going on right now. But they're going to take up the building that looks out towards Pachinki. Interesting spot to go for. I think Regnum Carya decided actually they're just going to send further in over towards Southside Ruins, towards the compounds underneath Everest. I actually like that spot a little better. And it might be that they spotted Regnum Carya going for that position and just opted to rotate south instead.
Looking to try and take on Time Tissue. Goes well. They don't take a casualty. Point picked up. Bra losing one. They're now down to 2 players alive. And that's going to be happy days for S2G. They got 2 points, but they're still on 75.
Yeah, S2G falling massively out of favor now. With so many other teams having like their step-up performances, I mean, I think Fenerbahçe's definitely redeemed themselves. Papara SuperMassive, maybe not, but still 89 is really not bad. Not the performance we expected after what we witnessed in the group stages and knockouts, considering they did really well there. Far and ahead, away from anyone else in the lobby over in knockouts. Waiting for this second zone shift in about 5 seconds from now.
It's going to be very important for our teams up towards the north. ULF diverted down towards Gatka, Regnum Carya over to the east, but we're going all the way on the west coast here, Blank. This is nasty. There's not too much to be playing around. We're looking at the swamp, taking a lot of ground here over on the west edge of Gatka Fields. S2G, IWNRX currently in those spots, but plenty of teams descending upon it. Look at the crunch.
Yeah, this is a terrifying second zone shift. Usually you see a lot of the water in the first zone, but this one cuts around about 35% in on this side. A lot of teams immediately sending for this ridge side that sits down on the west, but look how many teams are getting involved here. Immediately, Edis taking shots over towards Asgard. They lose down to 1 player, BRA down to 1 themselves, but plenty of teams taking a little bit of flak damage here and there.
It is getting nasty. Getting close range, and that zone too. It's a big shrink, and then as you say, cutting out so much of this zone with unplayable water is going to make things even harder. Ida, they've managed to get into some buildings on the west coast, and I feel like this is probably one of the more secure spots. Falcons to the south, S2G further south than that. There's this lineup of ocean view apartments here that are going down in value by the second.
Cool. Quick bandage. Who's back at me for Falcons? Pretty important game for them as well. Set themselves apart. I mean, although the run could end here, they definitely want to place themselves in a position where they could still catch up to the rest. I think Falcon's spot isn't terrible, honestly. ULF, though, beginning with a little bit of a barrage over towards Anorthosis. No Elim picked up from the back of it just yet, though.
A lot of teams lined up actually down the coastline. Not too many teams staying away. One of them, though, is Regnum Carya, Blank. They're playing up towards the radio tower with IWNRX just beneath them towards the swamp. It's a very lined up lobby right now. There is just a single line of teams that exists in the middle of this of this all. Nobody playing out towards Quarry. Nobody playing out towards Everest.
Really bold pickup, though, from ULF. I mean, they squeezed out a lot of teams to get a really nice central position for themselves, which almost guarantees them at least a decent spot in the next circle, depending on a hard shift or not. I mean, if this hard shifts over towards the north side, most teams are pretty ruined anyway. It'll be a devastating rotate up towards that north side, past fields, into hospital. So yeah, I think most teams are hoping for a southern shift on this one.
I mean, even then, it's still nasty open ground. I mean, moving up towards Quarry, there's a couple of compounds you can play around, but still, same option being taken. Carya, nade over towards Jetgo.
Nice.
Suppressing them. There's that south shift. This is probably, as you say, one of the kinder positions. But I'm looking at Regnum Carya and thinking about where are Beşiktaş going to go? Where are Fenerbahçe? Where are Papara SuperMassive going to go? And they're going to have their first challenge. Beşiktaş looking to crash.
I mean, this is the game for ULF, right? I think this is about as much as it could have been served up on a platter to them. It's time to give it their best shot, realistically. They have a central position. They're controlling a lot of ground. They just need to hold down now. I think if it doesn't happen here, I don't know if it's happening on Miramar.
Selian gets around the edge there. CEO has been on. He's crawling down to safety. A nade might be what is needed to dispatch Lewis, but he's repositioned already. Not going to be on the angle. Celian trying to step up, but can't go for the peak to get that flush. The rest of Jetgo off in the distance, seemingly wanting to come through, and they have to indeed as well. Anorthosis Famagusta in the meantime have pushed down. They've pushed out. They want to chime in on this fight. They've already got 5 elims this match, Blank, and we'll see if they are going to be able to find out more. But they've gained some ground and some exposure on that western side. Hang on a minute. Have ULF just sent straight to the middle of this one?
That's what I was talking about. I've been talking about it the past 3 minutes, John.
But, like, I thought they were on the north.
No, I said that they were here since Zone 2.
Oh, okay, hang on a minute. That's Ida, and they're also grey. Okay, that's what got me confused.
Yeah, they've been here since Zone 2. I was just saying that this is a game served up to almost golden platter. Like, if this is the game to do it in. This absolutely is the game to do it in.
Got this singular opportunity. So the question for a lot of other teams is how many points can they get? Is Asgard's 4 getting up into 4th place? Is that going to be enough? Are they going to get a qualification spot because of that? In towards the league stage? I mean, it could be. It could be that important that they've got those 4 early.
Yeah. I mean, the qualification just trickling down right now. I mean, I think that the storyline I'd like to see is Fenerbahçe getting 4th place. Because it will have been a big comeback story for them. It would have been cool to see Jetgo get it, but considering they're down to 1 player, very, very unlikely. It also will require, obviously, ULF to win this game. But they have such an insane spot right now.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. They've got control of some really nice terrain. The ridge to their south could pose a threat, but there's not really too many teams on that south edge that could do it. I mean, Regnum Carya, to be fair, also have a pretty solid spot here, Blank. Taking a look at the map, it's just got better. It's just got better as well. So Regnum Carya might be able to take this one away from them. And Fenerbahçe are trying to think about poking their noses in. But Regnum Carya's compound is just so strong here too.
Yeah, it's on high ground as well. I think the funny thing is about this is that, honestly, if this circle went a little bit over towards the east, I reckon that's probably where ULF would have ended up. But that is a very hard shift over towards the eastern side. That might have just confirmed it. For Regnum Carya, there's realistically not a lot of other places to play around here. And ULF has yet to move because everyone knows they're in this compound. They've been taking shots. He's just getting ripped to pieces.
Oh no, on the approach. Koa has gone down, but he's on the inside here. Can crawl back, and there's healing necessary on the outside. Ralph wants to bounce a nade around the corner, try and find the player healing. Looks for it, doesn't quite connect. Emre Molotov onto the inside with 1 player down and 1 player already flushed. The Falcons have had a little bit of ordnance sent back their way, but a second bounce from Ralph finds the backboard he was looking for. The spray down from S2G, the off angle, looks like it might be good here. Redox steps out for the flush.
Should be a full reset here for the Falcons. Darkin last left alive. There's sightlines over his way. It goes in though. That could be decent. Ooh. Doesn't quite push the players though. Emre will be taken out to limit that information.
They've got to leave. The blue zone's upon them, Blank. They don't have time to be mucking about like this, and that's exactly what you need. Koa shuts it down, and immediately the Falcons need to be on the charge. They are up into 4th place, but remember, they push that boundary down, so it's still 4th or 5th place, depending on where the Falcons end up. That is really important here. And Regnum Carya are now 1 point shy of the smash boundary.
I mean, if they win this game, they're kicking themselves for not being able to get the smash point earlier today. Yeah, it's such an incredible spot for them. It's not definite on that side. It's already shifted to the east hard once. Does it do it again?
Well, that would help. I would be slightly worried about teams on the south. But even then, I think they have the height advantage over that area as well. And with Carya also taking a hit from Anorthosis Famagusta, it's going to slow the approach from that south edge. Looks like they're going to make their way up. See what they can get done. Carya still in their way. Like Mazada wants a piece. Doesn't connect.
The lucky break here is that because there's only 10 teams left in the lobby, rotating around this circle is a lot easier. Considering it's stage 4 and we've lost almost half the lobby already, this does make rotates slightly more simple. S2G's rotating down towards ULF right now, though.
I mean, they are still back to the blue. They aren't going immediately into this building set. You can see ULF established 2 and 2, rolling up to it. They didn't want to go. They want to try and soften it before they make their entrance. But their presence is now fully known. Nobody likely to break out this far. So unless there's a long-range engagement, maybe from Regnum Carya, maybe from IWNRX onto this spot, it could go their way. A hard north shift. We're going up towards the top here. And IWNRX, actually, making the most of it. But it's such a difficult ridge to play around. And as soon as Regnum Carya move out, I mean, there's oversight onto it. A nade in.
Dear.
Aaron's down.
That's a very nice nade from S2G. I feel like ULF should have seen this coming, but that's a very, very good starter. They are playing 2 and 2, so there's potential to get their player back up again, but they are layering smokes, looking for the big push. That nade at least will buy ULF time. Res underneath. Hedge needs to be clean.
One. Steps up very, very clean on that first. The rest of the team needs to be making moves now. He's going to abandon Aaron. I think this is the right decision here. Can't really withstand too much more. They're not going to push in as well. They're getting slow. And he's going to get burned on the inside. The Scarface makes the straight across. Does get cut down, but can catch do more. Around the box. Looks for another. He steps up there low. S2G starting to flounder, but it's all up to Solus.
No way!
It's a 1v1 and Hamzy just pulls the trigger in time. All full down. No smash today, but Regnum Carya are past the boundary. They cannot win it this time, but next game, going to get a 2-horse race. Carya, they want to join them.
Dear me. I mean, Ketch had done so much. I don't know how the rest of ULF didn't just pull the socks up and make that happen. The guy had basically decimated the entire team. What happened to the other 2 players?
Too little, too late. Lackluster response, unfortunately. Maybe the ULF of today is the ULF that is going to continue to perpetuate itself throughout the games. That's great news for Regnum Carya, for Carya as well.
It's good news for all of our teams underneath as well. More chances at getting that 4th place. Beşiktaş will currently take it for the time being. But we're down to 8 teams at 20 minutes. Only 24 players still remaining in the match. Regnum Carya is happy to sit back and relax on the southeast side, understanding how treacherous this circle really is, with all fielded off towards the west.
Carya need 5 more points right now. They have guaranteed one placement point here. If they get rid of the last player from Jetgo, not only is that an elim, it's also an extra placement. That's exactly what they needed, right? That's a... Oh, no, it's not an extra placement. 7th and 8th are the same. So just the 1 point still, but they are a step closer. On 128 now, with 5 points necessary. But S2G just over the hill, playing as 3. They're going to regroup further away.
Lewis leaving, but does get taken down by S2G. 90 FPS in the roster here. Facing Kelsey. Interesting. I saw Kelsey yesterday having a bit of a breakdown, honestly. Giving him a little bit of a break might be the right idea. But it comes at a strange time.
With a chance, but he's on the dirt, and there's no way he's getting away with that. Solke immediately tearing up the turf, mowing the lawn there. And that's a point easily picked up for S2G. And Carya slowly dwindling now. Lewis, maybe a survival game is what they need, but Regnum Carya go for a wide sweep. They move south of this roadside. Look for more.
They know teams are going to be trying to get in through this area of the map, right? Clean teams out there would be perfect. Solke immediately down to the play zone. A little bit of damage from Zed Wolf. Here, the vehicle underneath them. Nade's pulled from Wild, but they're long gone, dude.
Lewis taking shots, though. He's given his position away to Regnum Carya. They should have probably known about it already. They've left Loxy back over on the compound for Regnum Carya. It's a 3-man flex out. Over to the middle. Carya down to 1 player, though. It might be on the menu for Regnum Carya. to stop them joining them in the smash boundary.
Papara SuperMassive to hold on. 90 points total, not bad. Pumpkins, their direct competitors, and Beşiktaş Getso currently in 4th place. Kine will take down 90 FPS, but not before Hamzy can get a little bit of payback.
Comes the crash. Papara SuperMassive are right on top of them now. Not all of them are there yet, but the nade is on target. Lost opens, and he opens well. Falconist is low, and Kamikaze found his teammate on the outside. Boran immediately flushed, and the rest of them careening straight in, bouncing off the rooftops with the buggies. They will find themselves careening in. Unfortunately, there's a step out. Zeptimus keeps himself together, but not for long. There's a gut shot in his future, and it will be put down. That is Beşiktaş eliminated. They're down to 5th place, and Asgard now up in 4th.
It's all over the place, realistically. Macron able to live this game out. Carya down to just the singular player, though. I think that he's going to have a very tough time of getting his team up towards Smash ruling.
They need 4 more points than now. 2 placements.
It would need to come second, right? To make it work. I mean...
3 more points than now.
Well... It's hard.
Oh my
I think where he's placed as well. Regnum Carya, absolutely no. And he has to leave. There is vehicles in front of him that haven't been completely burnt out.
I mean, Zedwolf has to leave as well.
Smoke's going to give the game away.
I'm looking at Hamzy G, thinking, how long can he survive, right? That's an extra placement point for Carya. But I mean, Regnum Carya at this point, they're dead set on this. I don't think they want to invest too many nades, and I think probably rightly so. They can be a bit chill, because you know a lot of the teams up to the north are dealing with each other.
This is the 3rd Regnum Carya win, no?
Oh, there he goes. He's out. No smash boundary broken.
Would this be the 3rd Regnum Carya win or the 2nd?
Of today?
Today?
They won the first game. They didn't win the second game.
They did not win the 3rd game either. But they have had super high placements throughout.
Yeah, they've done pretty well. I think, well, I mean, in that last game, right, they had a really strong central spot, and we thought they might win. But then it shifted away from them, and the tower didn't really go so well for them. So now it's a question of how far can Regnum Carya go? How far up these tables away from ULF? Because they are in 1st place now, and they will be at the end of this match.
Ooh, great shot from Kamikaze over towards Kikala as he attempts to leave. 2 4-man squads in Regnum Carya and Papara SuperMassive.
I mean, it feels like this is gearing up for a Regnum Carya win, but Papara SuperMassive as well with these high grounds could be really, really dangerous for them.
Very much slows down. This kind of circle requires like zone 8, zone 9 to start cleaning things out. No one really wants to leave their buildings. Swain will have to. Yeah, more placements for S2G as Hamzy will just stay hidden.
Ooh, Swain just trading off, but yeah, he has to step out. Surely he goes down here. Hits the deck, denies the point. Nobody going to be able to snaffle that one away. And S2G survive up into the top 3 with Hamzy G staying on the belt buckle. Regnum Carya controlling these hill ridges. Over towards the water. Next zone. It pops. It gives Regnum Carya the better spot here as Papara SuperMassive going to have to move down.
Kamikaze looking to leave now, has a vehicle to work with, but blue is ticking hard in zone 8. Wild providing information back first, but they have this really nice position. That's a smart move. Take the time to do it now.
Silas on the wide flank out to the right-hand side there. Most that Papara SuperMassive are going to have to make their move, and when they do, Silas will be launching an assault from that sideline. I don't know if they spotted it either. I think he went out there on foot, potentially. And this is what they're worried about. This is what they're getting done. He is worried about solos as well, you can tell.
Z-Wolf is so far off to the side. I mean, fair enough, because who they're looking for right now is Hamzy.
Yeah.
Wild is so lucky to have that vehicle there. Blocks away all the damage from the nades. There's no information passed back. Didn't get to see whether that nade did any damage.
Gearing up. Stage 9 will go central, and again, that's in Regnum's favor. The rest of the team lining up and crush forwards now. Papara SuperMassive has gone past him around and given him the slip, but no, the rest of the team are there to pick up the pieces, and that's Papara SuperMassive getting evaporated. And now it is just Hamzy up into a second place. He's given his game away. He knows where he is. He knows what's about to happen to him, and he's going to call them in, see what he can do. But the answer is nothing. Regnum Carya with 2 chicken dinners today. Take that top spot, but they're going to need to do it again to find a smash victory here.
Damn, so unfortunate. Imagine if they'd gone a little bit further in that previous game. I mean, you can even see that with Loxy throwing up the 2 fingers. Wild, sorry, throwing up the 2 fingers, and rightly so, because if they were able to get 2 points on their previous match, that right there would have ended the whole tournament.
Or any of their previous matches, indeed. Not just that last one. It could have gone either way, but with that chicken dinner, they are going to put a huge gap into the lobby. No matter what now, they are guaranteed to be making a gauntlet spot and representing Europe and representing Turkey as well, their home region, in the world stage that we will see later this year in Thailand.
I mean, very much deserved as well, because it's an incredible performance from them. I was kind of waiting for when this would happen, because truly I do believe that this is some kind of God squad. That's 3 chicken dinners. Equalizing now with Carya. Very, very well done.
I was hoping that Carya could maybe do a little bit more here as well and really start to lock down that 3rd place spot. I mean, they were so close to that boundary, and give themselves the opportunity to win the whole thing in the next. That would have been really cool. I think having all 3 of the teams have the chance to close it down, I think that would have been really good fun going into this one. But I think they were 2 points shy, 2 or 3 points shy of that boundary. But that does mean that going into match 6, if we get there, that is very likely that that's going to happen.
Yeah, I think that when we get through to match 5, at least, like you're saying, it's likely we'll go through to match 6, but I'm excited to see what kind of distance we can see put up between Regnum Carya and the rest of the lobby. I'm excited to see which teams are able to battle it out for that 4th place position. It's still just a 2-horse race now, though, with both Regnum Carya as well as ULF trying to find that chicken dinner. So even if Regnum Carya does pull far ahead, ULF can still win and finish it all out.
Yeah, that's true.
Unlikely. Kind of sad for ULF as well, because the way they angled down towards that south side, that was a compound that they could have taken. But they went fully central. And because Regnum Carya was late to the party, they select the next best thing. So crazy.
Yeah, it's a very difficult set of rotations, but here's those final moments. I love that Hamzy G was like, well, I know what's happened here. I'm just going to pop a smoke out. Let's have a go. Come on, have a go. And yeah, he went for the peak. Didn't deny the point, which he could have done. And there you go. MVP was Hamzy G, in fact, in the end. Okay, there you go. 939 on the damage for Elims.
Yeah, I mean, 16 points on the game for S2G is honestly nothing to scoff at. Honestly, nothing to scoff at here. I think it will send them further in the lobby. For S2G, the goal right now is 4th place, right? So it's a good thing ULF didn't win that game, because it gives them more time to set themselves up. Very, very interesting to bring 90 FPS in to the lobby as well, instead of Calci.
Yeah, that is something that they have changed today. And I wonder, if we go to match 6, are we going to see the S2G magic coming back? Are we going to see 3 for 3 on the final game of the day? That's what you got to worry about if you're fighting for that 4th place spot. Our top elims came from Zedwolf, that was 5, and it was Asgard to take most damage there. So Hamzy G splitting the difference and making his mark on the lobby for the roster, with only 4 elims as well, which is nice to see. Asgard, they got a lot of points this game, Blank, and they jumped up and put that challenge in a place that I don't think we expected Asgard to at the start of the day.
No, I don't think so either. But again, it's still very obvious to me that Asgard is an unproven team. But they are really, really putting the effort in. And I think if you're a fan of Asgard, you should be very proud of them, because this is versus some of the most insane squads in the world right now. Here's the final statistics for Regnum Carya. It's not a ginormous game. 10 elims, a 20-pointer, which is still very good, but you can see the damage numbers here aren't very high. Typically on that kind of a map, you want to stay pretty covered and then just control the end game, because it's a lot of uncomfortable space. At least they locked down that southeast side for them, which was the most important part of the equation.
Yeah, they didn't really have too much to worry about as well, given how linear the entire lobby was, right? When we went to that west coast, everybody stacked up next to the coastline. They were one of, I think, 3 teams who were inland at that stage, with ULF having gone a little bit further on when they were sort of both rotating at a similar time. And I think that, it's very interesting that it's that lineup kind of happened. And I don't think anyone really enjoyed it, right? I mean, it was S2G who were able to survive the longest because of it, and profit probably the most because of that position. But yeah, Regnum Carya just shut them all out. We're going to head down to the stage to see what they got for us.
Değil mi? Şimdi penguenimiz yine dans gösterisi yapacak. Arkada ekranlarda da yansıyacak nasıl bir dans yapmanız gerektiği. Eğer o dansı yaparsanız sevgili arkadaşlar, en iyi yapan 3 arkadaşımıza Point T-shirt hediye edeceğiz. Hemen şimdiden ekranlardan görün. Sonra da penguenimizi taklit edin diyebilirim. Davut.
No, you're not going to ask me to get crazy again, are you? Listen, we're almost at the end of this crazy day. Maybe. But you know what? I want to remind the viewers, so if our lovely penguin can show us the crazy chicken dance, and then we'll see our crazy dance skills from the audience. So our lovely penguin will demonstrate, and then we'll see who has the skills.
Evet, görelim bakalım dansı. Ben de tribünlere bakayım, yeni kim dans ediyor?
Let's see, where do we see? I mean, we got a lot of people right now. I mean, look, Belgian, here at the store, we have a few in this front row. So maybe we can have a look over here, and then we'll give you another chance to showcase your skills once we have the cameraman right on you.
Evet, şimdi en güzel dans eden arkadaşımızı görmeye çalışıyorum. Evet, başlasın. Bir kez daha deniyoruz. Şöyle bir göreyim. En güzel kim dans ediyor? Ama bakın ona benzer. Evet, buldum. Şurada Fenerbahçe formalı bir arkadaşımız var. Fenerbahçe değil mi? Doğru görüyorum. Evet. 10 numaralı arkadaşımız Alex forması mı? Evet. O arkadaşımıza bir tane hediye ediyoruz. Davut.
I think, okay, who do you choose though? Gray, green, or blue? From these three.
Okay. Tişörtlü arkadaşımız. Evet. Bir de minik taraftar var. Evet. Mavi tişörtlü arkadaşımızı çektik mi arkadaşlar?
So, you've chosen the first one. Okay, let's see if we can find more.
Evet, bir de minik taraftarımız var bir de. Evet, görelim dansını. Görelim dansını. Minik taraftarın görelim dansını.
Once again, we have a very young PUBG Mobile fan.
Evet, yapsın bakalım bir dansı. Evet, bence en güzelini yaptı. Evet, aldık. Bir hediyemiz de kardeşimize gitti. Tamam. Mavi tişörtlü arkadaşımıza da zaten verdik, doğru mu?
Which one? Blue?
Erkeği görebildik mi? Evet,
Okay.
mavi tişörtlü
Blue t-shirt, you have our first one for the dancers.
3 arkadaşımız dans gösterisindeki üstün performansıyla bizden 3 adet tişört kazandı.
We have a couple of crazy ones on that side if we can get our lovely cameraman over on that angle, and then yes, showcase your skills. I mean, look, he's going crazy.
Evet, fazlasıyla hak etti, fazlasıyla hak etti.
I think that energy deserves a shirt.
Evet, hak etti, o da hak etti.
All right. One more, or I think we're done.
Enough.
Okay. I think we've driven the fans crazy enough so far.
Evet, arkadaşımız daha devam edelim mi diye rica etse de süremizin darlığından dolayı devam edeceğiz. Sanıyorum Tankut ve Gökhan, Yargıç Tony bizi bekliyorlar. Belki de Smash kuralı devreye girecek. Çünkü iki takım bunu hak eder duruma geldi. Onlara gidelim bakalım neler olacak.
That's right. Two teams in the Smash rule have applied to them. Actually, it is going to be ULF, it is Regnum, Carya. Now there's a chance the tournament can end. But let's turn it over back to the analyst desk. Thank you very much, everyone. Teşekkürler to our penguin. Teşekkürler to our lovely fans in the arena. And let's get back to the games.
Well, Erangel is done. We've had our Dancing Penguin session. We are now heading in to Miramar for our final 2 matches, although it's not guaranteed that we'll see both of them, because, of course, 2 teams can take it all here and now. The rest of them champing at the bit to earn as many points as they can while they still can.
Yep, we're getting into towards our final 2 matches of the day. We thought it might end a little bit earlier, especially with Rondo being in the mix, giving a chance for ULF to earn 10 points in their first game. Not the case, as it usually is. And we should have really believed from the very start that going to be another classic Smash ruling. Wait until match 6. Let's take a look at some highlights from that last game. It was a very treacherous match indeed. Carya getting some points, Regnum Carya with some good shots, but it was ULF getting taken down early, which was the major point of contention here.
Yeah, in that fight against S2G, and S2G ended up playing second in that game, right? If Ketch, if only Ketch had done a little bit more than almost everything, he might have been able to keep them up and alive, and maybe as more players as well in that same place that we saw from S2G towards the end, and that was the final moments as Hamza G did get taken down. Let's take a look at the points that were earned. Of course, Regnum Carya with 20. They are going to be up over that 150 mark now. I think that puts them on 152. S2G with 16 points. Carya with 10. Papara SuperMassive 11. A lot of teams chasing. A lot of teams earning good points here.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, S2G getting the 16 is the main story off the back of this one. Papara SuperMassive also starting to catch up quite a bit. Carya solidifying their 3rd place still with 10 points on this game. I mean, there's quite a few points to sit down towards 5th, runabouts 9th place with 4 points for the Falcons after their pretty decent fight actually early on. But yeah, very, very rough circle, difficult to play in that one. But we're waiting to get over towards Miramar. We'll see see how that one does go. But it is 2 Miramars next. Now S2G get the chance at Miramar once again. They need a 4th place here, John.
They definitely will be looking for it. That, of course, that 4th place would be the transferred regional point spot. We're sort of accepting at this point that ULF is going to get a gauntlet spot, which is why it will transfer. And the way that works is if you get a gauntlet spot and a regional point spot, the regional point spot goes down the PMSL finals tables to whoever is next highest up on that ranking. So as it stands, if you take a look, that would go to Asgard because it would be ULF winning out on the point spot, and that would trickle down to Asgard for a qualification. But that spot in 4th is so closely contested, Blank. They're only in it by 1 point, and there's 3 teams who broke the century in that last match as well.
Yeah, there is a ridiculous amount of teams fighting for that 4th position, and it is split between 1 point between 5th, 6th, and 7th. Only that one singular point is pushing Asgard towards the top with their 28 placement points and 71 eliminations, which is pretty ridiculous indeed. Team Falcons looking to try and get that one, as our Jetgo. As we head over towards our second page, though, I'm very curious to see where S2G matches up to all of this.
Yeah, remember we're on 101 in 4th place. At this point, it's looking pretty clear that we've got our top 3. It's just a question of who's going to be able to be in that top spot. And we go down to 89. That is so close, right? That's 12 points behind 4th place. This is definitely doable for them. And in fact, definitely doable for a lot of our teams that maybe we previously counted out. I think Ida maybe where I draw the line underneath. Anorthosis Famagusta with 81. Making up 20 or so points in 2 games. Yeah, maybe. But they'd also require everybody else above them also not to be doing very well. It's going to be very difficult for them. So I think, yeah, S2G is still an outside chance here because all of the teams above them also need to do not great. But if you get a chicken dinner, you're doing better than everyone else.
Yeah, I mean, looking at S2G, 89 points. There's still a perfect chance for them, especially when they do perform a lot better over on Miramar anyway. I wonder if they'll bring Kelsey back in for this one. Ketch, though, this is our MVP ranking, currently in 1st place, and rightly so. This guy's been doing a huge amount for the team and almost single-handedly saved them from S2G in that last match. But it was not meant to be because the rest of the team was a little bit lackluster. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, I mean, I think Aaron's got lost on his way to the MVP rankings as well, because he was all the way up there. We were talking about this guy in terms of being tournament MVP material, right? But today has just not been his day, along with the rest of ULF, and maybe that's an important part of why they haven't been performing. Aaron has not really been as impactful. He's still had a couple of moments, but not nearly to the degree that we've seen from him before. 2 entrants from Regnum Carya and Marso up there for Carya.
Yeah, I mean, Marso definitely performed incredibly well for Carya. Zedwolf, I'm glad to see him get a turn in over towards 5th place here. Loxy surprisingly doing incredibly well right now for Regnum Carya.
Yeah, he is. He is their most valuable player right now in terms of actual impact on the score lines, on the stats. Obviously, different players have different impacts, and I think, you know, obviously we talk a lot about Silas and his impact on the team, his level head, his strategy, his calls, seemingly outclassing, I would say, everybody else in this lobby right now. It's not even close, I think, at this point. Yeah, Silas is definitely flexing those muscles, getting ready for the Worlds.
Yeah, absolutely. The guy is insane. Overall, I think as a leader, it's hard to have anyone better who's able to also make those calls and also make those judgments, where he's happy to be the first to face. I think you find a lot of IGLs who are just afraid to be that guy, to be the first to push, to be the first to find that initial knock, to play face-to-face with the enemy. It's really difficult, but he's been playing exceptionally well. But we'll be getting in towards our penultimate match soon. Toasty lobby. So I don't know how long that's going to be, but it may be a short while.
It could be. It could be. We've gone through all our stats, but I'm looking at, we've got 16 players in the lobby right now. So it's looking pretty empty. So, I mean, if you want to win a game, get into a low count player lobby. See what you can do. Maybe it's a better time. But we're up to 17 now.
Well, it's just like Carya, Regnum, and ULF all going against one another.
That's kind of all that matters now. You know, just shut the rest of it down. Let's just put them in the warehouse. Give them a TDM. See what they could do. Why not?
Could be the case. Could be the case. But yeah, 5th match of the day. Crazy. We're already here. Felt like just moments ago we started match number 1. But you've been here with us through it all. If you're one of the people who've been watching every single day, I salute you. Well done. Well done.
Oh yeah. I mean, yeah, all the way through the league stages, all the way through the knockouts. These teams will be telling their story. You guys have been listening, watching, thinking about that story yourself, sometimes contributing as well in the chat. We do see you. We're on a delay, so we can't talk back to you, unfortunately. But yeah, it's been great to watch how these teams have developed. And I was slightly worried for Regnum Carya, actually, watching them back in the casting them back in the league stages, seeing them in the knockout stages. They did well, but it wasn't spectacular. But it's finals time for Regnum Carya, and they got serious. They definitely have found it. And I think that another team that I was worried about is the Falcons. And they kind of have lived up to that worry a little bit. They're still doing well, and they're still going to be going to PMGC, to the league stages. But yeah, that's not ideal.
I think for the Falcons, it's not the worst thing in the world, though. I genuinely think it's, whenever I look at the Falcons, I'm always like, oh, they're not doing great. And you look at their performance, you're like, oh, it's not crazy. It's not really a Z Wolf, is it? But they consistently are in like the top 6, and you can't take that away from them. And I think that's the thing that always gets me as well. As I'm like, this team is still just performing at a really high level consistently from tournament to tournament. And there has been teams in the past where, sorry, big stretch. There's been teams in the past where, although they've had that one really great tournament, I think Falcons is one of the few teams where through thick and thin, they've stood together and they've still done fairly decently. And I think that is hard to do. I think if the Falcons players ever watch this, which I highly doubt they will, I think they should be very proud of themselves for that fact.
Hey man, I've seen Pekka in the chat once or twice. I get their coach to get the lowdown, see if we're talking smack about them or not. If they need to up their game. Of course, all the best analysis comes from us. That's why Pekka watches.
Well, I think that's the thing though, is that like they get such a bad rap, but I think that's because people do expect a lot from them as a team.
Yeah, for sure.
I don't personally think that they're a team that qualifies as being first every single tournament, but I think that they are a regular team that does very well, and that is hard to do. That is not easy. I don't think people realize how hard it is to be consistent over multiple tournaments in a game like PUBG, which is predicated by its randomness.
Yeah, as you say, there is that random element to it. Where does the circle go? Which is why we play, 18 match sets, is to make sure everyone has a fair crack, and it's not just, oh, you didn't win that game. That's kind of it. As we take a look at some more of our stats, we've got the Rezzes, the unsung heroes of their teams, and it looks like Asgard have been picking themselves up the most. Arguably, it's better to have a lower stat across your team on this, as long as you're doing well. If you're doing well and have a low res rate, that means you're generally not going down. But either way, Asgard at the top of that one with 11. CEO with 9, matching Magnazada and Mars. Wait, hang on a minute. There's 2 Marses. What's going on?
It's gone now.
It's fine. I was just saying.
Don't even think about it. Yeah. You got a headache.
Something like that. We'll get it done. Carya very happy about their performance, and their fans are as well in that last game. Not quite enough to get all the way up there, and in this game it's likely that they will smash that boundary, but they'll then need to go into game 6 to be able to do that. They might not be afforded that opportunity.
They may not be. S2G, the fans are still here in force, which is great to see. I mean, if you are an S2G player, you'd be very pleased to see that. I am curious to see where Kelsey is. I mean, you can see the sign is for Kelsey. I cannot translate live though, sadly. We're missing around about 7 players from our lobby at the moment. Just waiting for them to jump on in. And then we'll get started.
They are indeed. We're on 59 players. Admiration from the fans. It is pretty jubilant, I would say, on this side of the stands. Very likely that it's going over to them. They're now over 30 points ahead. Well, I think they're, exactly 30 points ahead of 4th place. And in 2 matches to find that gap. I don't know if there's a team that could do it, especially against Carya. All they need to do is put 5 points a map in, and it's basically impossible for anyone to leapfrog them here. And I say all they need to do. 5 points a game is still, you know, not the simplest of tasks, but you can do it 10 in 1. Sure, I'll give you that.
Yeah, it's still tough. It's still very, very tough. Carya, though, getting very loud. They know that they are close to making it through to the PMGC. Be cool to see Turkish fans out there in Thailand.
Showing off his stat line. What was that? Was that a 1v1? I'm not sure. Couldn't quite see the screen there. Yeah, fair enough. If he's showing off. I hope he won it and he wasn't just showing off that he played someone.
I played a game, guys. Check this out. I think with BRA, a little bit of a smaller crowd. So we're giving it large, though. S2G fans still very happy, and I think they should be. It has been a little bit lackluster about this tournament, yet they're still here and still pushing. There's Kelsey in the crowd. Oh no!
Right, that's a little bit of information there. Playing with injury.
Right.
Maybe it was pain the other day that he was coping with. That's the substitution. Goodness me. And that's got to feel really kind of rubbish, right? It's got to feel really bad when you are in that scenario and you know that your team wants and needs you. But no, you are incapacitated. And if you want a chance at globals... child. Whoa, hey, what's happened there? Give that child back.
He's going to do his crazy Carya dance.
Oh.
He's just lobbing that child around.
Yeah, apparently.
Fantastic. Really a behemoth of a man.
Yeah.
Now what you need to do is you just need to lob that child back into the crowd.
Yeah, from where he is. Just like,
yeah.
You know? Like with a t-shirt cannon.
Maybe not with a t-shirt cannon. That seems insane.
That's too far.
You'd have to crush him into it first. And
yeah,
I don't really want to envision that.
No, that's a bad time. Let him enjoy the games.
It would have been nice to know
game singular.
That Kelsey's broken his arm.
Yeah. I mean, it could be strain, it could be, you know, it isn't necessarily a break, but yeah, injury certainly to the wrist region.
Yeah, I mean, it's in a cast.
Yeah, that's true.
That's fracture / break.
You reckon?
Yeah, because you don't keep something still for a sprain.
Is that true? Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe. I don't know. I believe you.
So look, you use a cast or a sprain. I don't think you do.
I mean, you think as casters we would know what you use a cast for. But no.
Yeah. Very severe sprains.
Okay. Well, that's, you know.
But this is what I thought, is typically use a splint or a brace.
Ah, okay. I mean, maybe it is a cast wrapped around a splint or something. We're getting too deep into the woods here.
I think he's broken his arm.
He's got one arm left. He has only got one.
Which is also not a... The thing is, that's also not a quick fix. No. It's like a 6-week process.
Yeah, I'm thinking about globals.
Yeah, he doesn't have 6 weeks.
Maybe he'll get a bit more mobility, though. Depending on the severity of it. We're not going to pry into his private medical information, but it'll be interesting to see if S2G, first of all, turn up at PMGC with their substitute and their qualification chances here, or if he's going to be recovered by then. And that would be, I'm sure, a difficult situation to navigate. And it makes much more sense now as to the extent of his emotion at the end of yesterday. When you add into that the pain he must have been feeling, trying to play through it. The guy's a trooper.
Alright guys, I'm pressing start game. Just pressing it. It's happening.
Press it harder.
Start game. It's happened. There it is. I need to get like a start game button.
definitely. That's something that we should commission for sure. The issue that I'm seeing is... Oh, no, okay. Don't worry about it. I was just saying there was only 63 players in this, but no, the 64th has connected. There's our fans.
I don't see that. I see it now.
Yeah. I'm slightly ahead. I get the primo feed. You get the 3 seconds delayed one.
Yeah.
It's in my contract. I was like, if Blank gets the same map feed as I do, I'm saying that S2G really bad on broadcast.
Thanks, John. It's pretty mean of you.
Yeah, well.
Let's go to Miramar. 5th match of the day.
All right. Fantastic. A chance for our teams to find a Smash victory. 2 of them, in fact, to be able to find that chance. It will be Regnum, Carya, and ULF, both with the opportunity to make their mark here. In game number 5, we saw a match 5 chicken dinner Smash victory in the spring season with the Falcons taking that one home. Will we see it again here as we venture over the desert once more?
From La Driera up towards Tierra Bronca. Over San Martin. We are heading over towards Miramar now. Picardo will be taken up by Regnum Kai, which gives them a really big boost in these games just because it's such a central spot anyway. Asgard dropped down to via the Mar. And we're going to get Falcons over towards Elpo. So a lot of our prominent teams already in pretty strong positions. S2G is a team that we're looking out for, but obviously missing out on Kelsey is a pretty big deal. Guy has been pretty big deal in Turkey for a while. Sorry.
Yeah.
Bit of a yawn there. Apologies.
He definitely has been a big deal. I think it's safe to say. And
I had to finish it as well. I'm glad you let me finish it.
You know what the crazy thing is that they're kind of doing pretty well today without him. You know, like
yeah, don't say that. That's me.
Pretty good. South Circle.
Even I've not said that. I'm the harsh one. Okay.
Well, yeah, but like you know, they have kind of been doing pretty good actually. So you know, maybe they can go the full distance. They are 89 points now, of course. A big south shift on the circle though leaves us wondering where will we go. Not going to be all the way into the Pmsl Hills on the southwest side, but still possible. And Lost the Owners, of course, a big feature here.
Going far down towards the south again. Teams have played this one out multiple times now. Los Leones. Was Partona in play? Again, I really want to see a Partona finish. Yet to see it. I think you had the pleasure of watching one during EWC. I think
it was close by. I'm not sure if it ended up on part. Ooh, I can't remember. I think it was definitely.
I
close by,
remember.
Do you? Are you certain?
No.
Neither.
Vague knowledge.
We have seen Partona circles before, right? It's a really tricky bit of land to play. That ridge line that sits on that east point of the island. The settlement behind it as well, posing a threat for teams rotating around in the water. Uncommon on Miramar, but possible in Partona. Does make it pretty nasty. And the compounds are very disconnected from one another. A lot of open ground.
A lot of teams dropped over towards the north side of the map as well because of that playing path. There is a few teams already making their way down towards a more central position, but it's hard to make that decision early, especially because Los Leones is such a big feature here. You don't want to get stuck into the thick of it too early. I mean, BR8's happy to do it. It's their drop spot, but they're not likely to stay in Los Leones as the game progresses.
I mean, if you're going to commit to Los Leones at any, on any circle one, I feel like this is probably one of them, right? Because it does take up so much of the landmass inside the circle, and a lot of the circle is water. So you're looking at, maybe 30% of this circle is Los Leones in terms of the available end game space. And taking a 30% gamble when maybe you're fleeing other more dire odds is worth it, right? And ULF are going to be approaching from the north, Regnum Carya, a little bit further to the west of it.
Yeah, already central is Regnum Carya, which is, like I said, what Picardo really affords them as a drop spot. Really damn good. Frozen with the explosive bow. Yeah, we're gonna start seeing some more shenanigans, I would say, again. It was very strange to see us go down to, I think, like 40 players, stage 4 into 5 last game. There's an incredibly quick cleanup of teams and players who've realized that the mark has been missed.
Yeah, it's maybe a little bit freeing, perhaps. I mean, especially for teams towards the bottom. The TheNoisyBoys and IWNRX in El Azhar. Little scrap at the bottom of the tables on the top of the map. Lines up for one. A good little opener there. And finds the flush. A nice point earned. In the meantime, Regnum Carya actually got first blood. He snuck it away. Just in time. Ah, Z-Wolf. Earning a point. Staying on top. But it's all about that chicken dinner. Right towards the top of the tables. Unless neither of them get it. With the opportunity.
Kenzo really stared at him for a while there before taking that shot. Molotov disappears. Kenzo will happily disappear another player from IWNRX with the pump.
Gets the full reload as well. Can't get sprayed down. IWNRX loses the TheNoisyBoys here. And Frozen cannot hit a spray to save his life. Literally.
Yeah, so we just gave the guy with the pump shotgun, which, bear in mind, has a cock time on it, 4 1v1s. Like, if you just pushed as a 3-man, there is literally a space of 3 seconds, well, 2 seconds, let's say, where he quite literally cannot shoot the gun.
All of which is to say, IWNRX living up to their reputation here in the finals.
Absolutely one of the stinkiest players I've seen in a while.
I mean, it's a we've given up kind of play at this stage. Great for the TheNoisyBoys, though. They get 4 whole points. Blank, that's like 10% of their whole scoreline.
They pincered them as well, which is the weirdest thing to me. It's like, you pincered them? What is the whole point of a pincer? So you have 2 angles at the same time. It's not to have 1 angle and then another angle. To have 2 angles. Just make that clear. 2 angles. Very frustrating. It's just should not be seeing those kind of plays in PMSL EU. And for IWNRX, losing Z-Wolf has had to be one of the most clarifying things about the rest of the team we've ever seen.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see how it's changed up, right? Of course, they got the loaner from, as in on loan, not on his own, Swain from S2G. To bring into the mix, but that's just not enough to fill the void that Z-Wolf has obviously left in the roster. Quite a few teams actually on the west side of Los Leones as we take a look at the rotations on the map. And 2 of them, actually the 2 teams on the southwest point of Los Leones blank, are Regnum Carya and ULF. Both of whom in that smash zone right now, above that 134 point barrier.
Oh. Waiting for Zone 2, which is going to be the big shift here. Regnum Carya on the south side of Los Leones alongside with ULF. Dangerously close to one another. Regnum Carya have already picked up 1 point. That's from BRA as they got towards Los Leones early.
The TheNoisyBoys, after having won their fight, are still in El Azhar, by the way. And the circle is fully on the south side. So that's... They love just sticking around where they're like, okay, we did our first bit. We don't have to do anything more, right, in this game. They did it on Erangel. They're doing it here. Beşiktaş also late into this, but they are actually moving now.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. What a shift. Down to the south coast, blank. Okay. This is a mad dash. Regnum Carya and ULF. What are they going to do? And Carya in a great spot.
I mean, both ULF and Regnum Carya are pretty close to the zone. So I'm just going to send it in. I think Carya has already taken a knock there. And yes, they have, to Nico from Papara SuperMassive. Not good for them to start off with. ULF takes a little bit of liquor damage, as does Regnum Carya. To be expected as you send down towards this portion of the map. We don't play here very often. I don't like to.
No, I mean, Regnum Carya now around that mines entrance position. on the south coast. A lot of open fields on the southwest, on the low ground there, but hills to keep you safe, potentially some buildings as well, littered through it all. This is really, really dangerous stuff, and half of the circle is unplayable. It's out in the water. This is going to be deadly, I think, for several of our teams. Maybe not this phase, but definitely on the next one. And not all of our teams have even made it here. Still got quite a few out on the west coast, on the west side.
Yeah, I actually think that playing on the north side of the circle here is probably one of the best decisions you can make, because it's likely going to shift away from the water and shift up towards that north side. So I think Regnum is in a good position to make this happen. Carya takes another knock, but that's from Ulf. Solke goes down to Regnum Carya as they clean more and more space out of this lobby.
Oh dear, that's bad news for S2G.
Spot.
That's really bad news for S2G. They've lost a player in the midst of it all as well. A very, very tough circle for them. And look at how many swaps are happening as well around the third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, to whatever, 11th position are happening. Asgard, Papara SuperMassive going blow for blow right now. And Carya have lost 2 in the midst of it all. They only need 3 points this game, Blank.
I know. But it looks like it might not happen here either. Regnum Carya already with 2, though. I mean, they're not playing in a extremely safe spot of the map, but it will give them some kind of cover. It's like a small defilade that a lot of teams play towards later circles. But I mean, when you get this kind of circle right now, you have to make the best out of a bad situation, which this absolutely is for a lot of teams, by the way.
Oh, for sure. Actually, late to it. Ida, nah, you're not going to get past that. That is Ida, I believe, eliminated there. Our first team to go down. Regnum Carya racking up the points. I mean, it'd be great if anyone else was getting them, but Regnum Carya are just like, okay, the points are great, but we want the chicken dinner. That's what we need right now. As they've moved away from the mines opening. They're actually doing pretty well on this hold for now.
Yeah, ideally, Regnum Carya would love to have, well, not anymore, wouldn't love to have XSLAY spot, where BRA is playing, as well as Carya. Carya have a really good compound, but only 2 players. If anyone knows that, they can push it, but it's very hard to tell that at distance. Ulf take 1 knock there. Yeah, this is kind of one of the situations where you go for a big crash, but you do not know whether Carya has 2. You assume that it's a 4-man squad inside that compound. Technically, any team could really roll them over.
Yeah, I like what Ulf is doing right now. They're moving down south to one of the compounds further across the way. It will be more central on this circle. They might leave 2 and 2. I feel like a 2-2 split wouldn't be a terrible idea. But the fact that Beşiktaş and TheNoisyBoys have kind of yet to make an appearance might catch them off guard on this east side.
Yeah, it's a question of where to go. I mean, TMB took a really, really long rotate down from eastern coast past Papara. And you're right, so did Beşiktaş. 2 teams that stay out of the circle for a very, very long time. S2G also losing one of their players does not bode well for their point scoring into the future. Asgard and the Falcons. And that's probably the fight that I'm looking at the moment.
It's the one that does need to conclude. XSLAY kind of have oversight on it as well. You can see that they're overlooking, and just beyond them, that Regnum Carya stronghold. XSLAY trying to bolster their hills, but Regnum Carya are safe for now, but I don't feel like this is a super winning position, right? I mean, you've got Loxy up top, but the mobility you have, not great.
No. Again, like I said, this is typically a spot that you head over towards in these kind of circles where you don't really have too many options. And to be honest, you really don't have too many options right now either. I think Regnum Carya just had to pick a spot and work with it. And this is a spot that Silas knows of. The rest of the team knows of. They can play it. It has been fairly profitable so far. But they are going to run into a situation that they've had situations happen before, which is not having enough utility, not having enough supplies to work with.
Needing that outward pressure to keep them safe, but if no one's pushing onto you, those boxes don't come, you can't resupply. Jetgo actually moving up and away from the Falcons. Instead, they've decided to move in to the northwest side and I mean, it's probably the safer approach. Maybe we should have expected that from Jetgo. Falcons yet to make their move, though, and they are the team that really does have to make the move. With the blue zone putting pressure on them. Which way are they going to go? I think north, following Jetgo's footsteps. And the circle goes out east.
Which favours ULF. Will force a lot of teams to push across. There's only one other team really on the east that poses a threat to them, that is TMB. And, well, do TMB really pose a threat at all? That's the other question that needs to be asked here. But for ULF, very, very good spot for them. Same Papara SuperMassive over on that north side. Another strong position to be playing in.
It's losing players, though. They're taking 1 and a flush on their side there. As they try and move in behind Jetgo. They're now playing as 3. Ralph has gone down. I did see a Winchester in the elimination feed. I'm very happy about that. But now Regnum Carya have spotted the Falcons as well. And Narvalo takes a heavy toll. Will be dragging down. I think he tried to, yeah, he tried to get in separate from the rest of these team. He split off from them. And that's going to be an easy pickup there for the lot. Jetgo moving in, maybe. Maybe to try and third party this. And maybe Brahra as well. Look at them moving out, stretching their legs.
Yeah, getting a move on. It'll be done. Carya, I think they took a knock. We're able to get it back up again, though. A little bit rough. Fenerbahçe play all the way down towards the beachhead. I mean, fair enough. There's really not many strong places to be had here. Ooh. I'm not calling anything with ULF too early.
Factors are
the amount of times. Yeah, he's just whinnying them right now. And he's still going. He is still going, actually.
What? That is crazy.
I'm sad we did not have that on camera.
That is absolutely insane.
Really sad we did not have that on camera.
Wow, wow, wow. Not only does he get an incredible clip, but he also takes down Asgard, who were in that 4th place race, Blank. And we could get a smash victory here. Asgard may have just been ruined by a Winchester for their chances to get to PMGC.
Yeah. Scope, 1 bullet and a dream. In this case, 3 bullets and a full squad wipe. Papara SuperMassive sending nades down towards the Falcons. Need to go a little bit further for themselves. Asgard were only able to get 1 point on this game. So yeah, the marker is not too far away. S2G getting taken down here. 90 FPS takes the tumble. S2G were down to 3 from earlier. So now need to get their boy back up.
And all the while, Blank, Carya are surviving on 2. No one's really contesting them on the south side. ULF have great oversight onto their compound, which means that moving up to it is very dangerous. Regnum Carya unlikely to leave fully just yet. They're going to have a fight with XSLAY, though, on the west side. And Fenerbahçe not wanting to leave the beachhead either. So at the moment, Carya, okay, doing okay. And they may be able to get the 3 points that they need to cross into that smash point territory, assuming we're going to a match 6.
GG. Hamzy and Icy. Last left alive. Waiting on stage 5 now to really cause some commotion on the map. See if it heads further off towards that east side. Does cut back towards the west, actually. Which cuts only 1 team out. It's TMB. It's indecisive, John. Indecisive.
Yes.
This is aggressive from Regnum, by the way.
It's a difficult position, but yeah, Regnum looking to flex out. I mean, it's a third party, right? You've got Anorthosis Famagusta beneath them, and they're taking these points away that Carya might have been able to spot. They're adding them to their tally. They'll be happy for it. The flex out south. Actually, they keep going. They're going all the way around on the ramp here. The blue zone not closing just yet. They've taken control of completely of the high ground now. You've got to wonder what's going to happen with the XSLAY player up the top. He's been spotted. Nior has to hit the deck, and XSLAY can't really do anything here. And Bagdazada, I mean, he's got rid of the Winchester, but he's still on the hunt back south.
Wild takes a little bit of damage, but the thing is, for Regnum Carya, this makes a lot of sense to me. You can clear out the majority of the southwest side. This is what they're all about, right? It's just clearing space. Already up to 8 eliminations this game. This has been one hell of a day from Regnum Carya, who always seem to step up in those final moments. Couldn't quite get the nade through the window there, but this is not an easy throw at all.
We were talking... Oh, okay. There we go. The 1-2 punch. That came from the assist from Melaz on Anorthosis Famagusta. We were talking about, at the end of the day, you know, maybe, we'll see ULF be able to get up to 180. Sure, everyone else, you know, they're down pretty low. Regnum Kai started the day on 91 points, Blank.
Yeah, there's been a fantastic performance from them. Like, insane, in fact. I think they've been in the top 5 pretty much every single game without fail. Which is really, really tough to do. But yeah, the more they can clear out this southwest side, the more space they have to work with. And that is typically Regnum Carya to a T, right? Is that they just clear space on the map. And once they do that, then they can start to win from that position. And I think they already have a huge amount of this southwest side to work with.
I mean, at this point, Regnum Carya, I mean, they're guaranteed to be taking this one home, right? Like, they're definitely going to PMGC in a gauntlet spot. It's just a question of first, second. We'll have to wait and see. The TheNoisyBoys moving up to challenge ULF. The only team that you said could be a threat. You ask, could they be a threat? Well, we'll find out now. Eren around the corner, can't quite find it, but teammates can. The spray down actually coming through from Beşiktaş. The assist across the way. The third-party approach is curtailed, and it's all up to the one, and Eren goes down to it too.
Yeah, I think he took a tag, actually, from a player on the left-hand side. So ULF does stay alive with all 4 players. Yeah, Eren back up again, but in comes Beşiktaş. Not giving time for the rest to come through. That one little tag over towards Eren is actually fairly impactful now.
But they're not going. They're not fully committing here. They're moving Boran out. They're waiting to get a better angle, and maybe they don't even want to go in at all. They realize that there hasn't been really too much done to them, and this is going to allow them to get Eren back up, and ULF have been allowed to open up here with Beşiktaş in 4th place. I mean, they'd like it if ULF won right now, because that would just close them out and get them a qualification spot.
Yeah, so kind of interesting that Beşiktaş leaves there, right? I mean, obviously, the only way they could know that it's ULF is by the scorecards, right? On the top left.
Yeah,
when
I mean, they'll be
elims.
tracking the elim feed. They'll know.
Yeah. Well, they were the ones to take down Eren. They were the ones to take down Eren. So they know exactly who they just took shots at. So maybe that is the case. They're like, oh, well. But does that count as collusion? I don't know. It's unprovable.
I think it might just be a more of like, oh, there's 3 players in there. We're rocking up to a building. We don't have any info on the other guys. Maybe not kind of situation. I think it may be more on the cards there. Placement points haven't kicked in, and Carya have still not got any points to join that Smash Point bundle up at the top. Regnum Carya will have to move now with this next zone as it starts to push in. Where can they go? Maybe they're going to have to crash onto where Brass sit right now, but
Again, it's so tough where for Regnum Carya, they want to shoot over towards Carya, and they could do that. But I think most teams are avoiding that position like a plague because they're assuming there is multiple players in there. It's not just 2.
Moving back down. Maybe regretting not going for that push now because they have a full force ULF to deal with. Up on the top side, and Boran gets spotted. Where was that from? Okay, Falconist through the window, and again finds Eren, who hasn't had the greatest of days, but Falconist immediately is responded on towards Ketch, dropping on in to get the save on his teammate, and the rest of them handling business, rallying around Eren's knock. They're forcing this fight. Zentimus goes in unassisted here into a building with 2 players from ULF. That is a terrible plan.
Yeah, a pretty crazy play coming through from Beşiktaş. I don't think that was very wise, and Rookie continues to even step up. Scarface steps to the plate. They're 100% going down here. This is some wild plays coming through from Beşiktaş. Deserved loss as well, by the way.
They're fighting for 4th place and they're doing stuff like this. They've just been eliminated, Blank. That puts Papara SuperMassive now in the driving seat of claiming 4th place.
Actually, I would not mind that. I would actually not mind that at all. I think Papara SuperMassive has a lot more to give, and they came into this finals being a little bit worried. And personally, I think it was stage jitters, if I'm honest.
They still have to go a little bit further.
Snade in. Good. Insane damage. I don't know how Symphony's not dead.
Goodness me, look at that blinking health bar. It's just ticking up the stims now, but they back off very, very quickly. Zedwolf on the long-range assist on the ridgeline position. But Bruss it over the way. They've got to worry about all these teams out to their east side as well, not least of which is Ulf, who have that high ground overlook. You can see what a drop they have to go for if they want to go in, and they have to on the next circle.
This could be a really incredible ending between Regnum, Carya, and Ulf for the chicken dinner. Papara SuperMassive, the other team that still has. So, there we go. Back up to 4th place. Papara SuperMassive, the only other team that has 4 players on side right now. Other than those two.
Carya making their move.
The split. Also a really central circle on this one, John. Forcing everyone to push up towards BRA.
It really is. I mean, you've got to be worried about Ulf. But they have to descend as well. And Regnum Carya, they're setting up their launch point right now. They're just out of range, I think, of Ulf for the time being on the high ground. And they've got the cover on the low ground as well. It's Fenerbahçe and Carya, actually, who are still looking to survive. Remember, 3 points needed for Carya. If they can get away with it, they absolutely love it.
S2G Hamzy, last left alive again. I mean, he's definitely redeeming himself from all the times when he went down really, really early in quite a few of his games. Regnum Carya takes a bit of a hefty hit on one of their players. Must be chewing through meds right now. Players looking like mummies covered in bandages. Apt for Halloween, at least.
That's true. Just getting ready. Just getting ready. Carya. Desperately, they just so want these 3 points to give themselves a chance. Jetgo try and go in and will be rebuffed. Bra able to hold on the first wave. That opens up the south side though a little bit more to see who can make their way through. Papara SuperMassive now with a chance to cut Ulf on the cross, but they've already made inroads. They had that outpost, and now Papara SuperMassive have lost that inside track or potentially stopping that road crossing. Kamikaze was the only sightline they had.
Yeah, I'm surprised Ulf was able to make that cross. That cross, deadly. Very, very deadly. Good stuff from Carya. Looking to get towards Smash Zone. It just feels so... I don't want to call it too early, but I mean, it's 4 players on Ulf, 4 players on Regnum Carya right now. It's close.
Oh my goodness me.
already finding a knock.
Oh my goodness. Over towards Regnum Carya. Papara SuperMassive, the outside of this one on the north edge. Really the team to worry about for both of these rosters. And there's Carya into the smash zone. Ketch steps out, trying to find Fenerbahçe, who are trying to play from beneath them, but it's just Lux and Savian. He goes too far, and he gets sat back. Ketch and BGG for the flush. Savian behind the vehicle, and they are executing here. Blank. The pneumatic press on the opposing sides of the circle is closing. Our 2 lobby leaders, our 2 smash point boundary teams. They're exerting so much pressure.
This could be it, John. A 4v4 between the 2 teams looking for the smash point. The odds of this happening extremely low. Eren going crazy. Fenerbahçe steps up from behind. Carya will finish him, but now Ulf down to just 2 players. Carya running with 1 as Poser looks to sit over the top edge, and then we'll find it. But Ketch goes down, and he has been a phenomenal factor for them. So Papara, SuperMassive, BRA, Regnum Carya, and Ulf all in the final zones. If 2 of these teams win, the tournament ends now. Can BRA and Papara put an end to this?
And who will take 4th place because of it? Papara SuperMassive right now are in that spot. I don't know how close Bra are. I don't think that they are close enough to make a difference here, Blank. I think they're too far down the tables. It's very likely that no matter what, Papara have done it. Can they jump up over Carya? I don't think that they have got quite the possibility of doing that with their count right now. But it's all up to who wins it in the end as to how we close.
Oh my god, Regnum!
Regnum Carya go for a bold push across the ridgeline, and they've seen Eren down in the ditches here. Wildest trade on towards Zedwolf is low. Eren finally standing on his 2 feet. He steps back up to the blitz and knocks it out the park. What a hold from Eren, but he's still got more to do. Silas from the top will not be needed because Loxy's here to save the day. Regnum Carya on 3, and it's going to be only 1 team now with a chance, and they are floundering. Papara SuperMassive are in. Silas getting challenged, and Bra taking him down.
BRA, able to keep this up. Silas down. 2 players left on Regnum Carya on extremely low HP. Papara SuperMassive heading their way right now. BRA with 3. The likelihood that Regnum Carya wins this game now incredibly low.
But Braun might have the off angle towards Papara SuperMassive. And Loxy, of course, he locks on to target. Able to get a brilliant shot down there. Wild falls, but he turns around and Loxy for 2. He's keeping them in. He wants this tournament over now.
Shot still blasting on them. Lost in the distance. I think Regnum Carya's out after that. Oh my goodness me. Had my heart pumping.
Wow, wow, wow. A chance for another team to take this 4th place spot away, but if Papara SuperMassive close it down here, blank, they have a chance to take 3rd place.
Well, that was very anticlimactic. Unfortunate. 2 chances at finishing this at a smash ruling, and it's just not meant to be. What a hype game, though, so far. BRA, like you say, not much chance to really influence the rankings too much, but it is Papara SuperMassive looking to put a massive dent over towards that 4th place and secure their spot over towards the group stages. BRA stepping up. Now just 2 players remaining. Lost is having to do the heavy lifting on the side. The smoke completely cuts Storm off.
Lost around the side. It's all up to Storm. Kissu is down, going out. But it's a 1 versus 1. No way. Over towards Nico now with a chance to make it happen. The shotgun not quite connecting. Storm's got one of his own, and they're both not quite connecting. And Nico goes lower and lower, and the sliver of HP now. Surely he finds it. No, Nico closes us down. Oh my goodness. What a shutout for that game. Papara SuperMassive on 4th place now guaranteed, and with a chance to push into 3rd after this next match.
My dude just went immaterial. Bullets whizzing straight through him. Able to finish it out on 5% HP. 4 less points is a lot in the long run of things. And again, not only would it be 4 less points, it would have been 6 because they hadn't finished off the knock target on BRA. And they get the final elimination off it. So that's a huge game for Papara SuperMassive. After an incredible performance in the knockout stages, they have worked so hard. Blood, sweat, and tears to get to this point. And that might just be the game that sees them in a strong position to head through to PMGC. Unfortunately, we will not be finishing on a smash ruling early, but we may still finish on a smash ruling in our final game. But as it stands, Regnum Carya is set to take 1st place.
They are so far out in the lead now as well with ULF. I mean, they got a decent elim chunk, but Regnum Carya outlasted them. They got more elims there. I mean, at the start of this game, they were on 152. They've earned a huge chunk towards it. They are on track for close to a 90-point day, blank. This is absolutely incredible stuff from Regnum Carya.
Insanely good. Monolith comes into focus in those final moments. But I think, looking at some of the stats there, it does seem very, very unlikely anyone's going to be able to overtake Regnum Carya going into this last game. In fact, I think
Smash.
It has to be a smash. Yeah, you're right. It has to be smash ruling to get 1st place. That's the only way. That's the only way to do it. Other than that, if Regnum Carya just plays out a fairly decent game, it's fine. I don't think they even really have to play out a fairly decent game. They could secure it by getting the chicken dinner. But yeah, disappointing finish to be sure for everyone watching. Out of 14, we had a 50% chance there that we ended the tournament early. But instead, Papara SuperMassive and BRA are the 2 teams to finish out in 2nd and 1st. Really took the wind out of our sails.
I thought Loxy was on something special just there as well. That crazy turnaround for the 1-2 punch. It's unfortunate that Wild wasn't able to stay up there either. Imagine if they'd have had 2. I think with 2 players in that spot, I mean, there's obviously a bigger opportunity. But yeah, it goes to show you why he is at the top of the tables right now for that team.
There is another thing to consider, though, is that they see that knock being towards ULF. Because they know they can read the elimination. That's the target. That's who they targeted. They know they're ahead of them. They're the only other team at smash ruling on that game. We just ruined their chances. And that's exactly what they did do. Because even if they just take down 2 or 3 of their players, they're not getting the chicken dinner after that. 100%. So maybe there was tactics to it there. Because yes, great, they win the game, they finish the tournament early, but like we just said, they're so far ahead, it doesn't even matter.
I mean, yeah, it would suck to get second place, but you would still get a gauntlet spot, which is a really important part of it. As we take a look at the final blow here, you see it was really dicey on the dunes for Nico and Storm, neither of whom could seem to connect. And then finally, he was able to shut it down. But it was Zedwolf on the MVP run there with 811 damage and standing up again for Regnum Carya.
Yeah, very, very good addition to the team. But like we said before, he is surrounded by insanely good players. I think Silas makes the breakout towards BRA. It is the high value play where if Silas is able to get that shot over towards BRA, he's able to reset with the rest of his team, get 3 players up, and then maybe they can figure out dealing with Papara SuperMassive because they needed that off angle. Not meant to be, doesn't work out. But I think it didn't matter. As soon as they realized that they'd knocked and flushed the entirety of ULF, the outcome of that game really wasn't that bad, no matter what happened.
Yeah, it was. It's still going to be fine, and I think that the fact that it's still only 3 teams in the smash boundary at this game, I mean, makes it really nice and secure. I do worry though for Carya after this game. Right, they are going to have Papara SuperMassive right on their doorstep at this point. I think they only just managed to get over into that smash boundary, but with another good game, with another chicken dinner, Papara SuperMassive knock Carya out, and they've been pretty much locked in for such a long time.
Yeah, I love how both Beşiktaş and Papara SuperMassive sponsored by the exact same jersey.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, different lengths of lines on the.
Oh, but that brand right there is the exact same.
Oh yeah. Sure, for sure.
Yeah, just slap the logo on it. They didn't bother changing the color. It's crazy.
Well.
But yeah, great stuff from this.
Oh dear, what a mental finish to that one. That was absolutely insane. Take a look at our winning stat lines here. You can see Trumpy was down a little bit on his luck, but the rest of the team were able to rally around it. Kamikaze leading the damage by a long way there. Actually, to be fair, Nico with his own big chunk of it. Not huge elims there. Not huge, but they did manage to get 19 points on this game, which will put them up at 119 points total. Still quite far shy of Carya's total, but definitely in with a chance.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Papara SuperMassive, it's an incredible performance from them. I mean, they could do it final game. Honestly, if I'm Papara SuperMassive, though, I'm pretty happy with the 4th place. Still give it your all, but I don't think that they would be devastated not to go straight to gauntlet.
Yeah, it would be very, very galling, and it's only one more match to hold on to that 3rd spot, or maybe accelerate up into 2nd place if ULF go down early. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from that last match.
This was a low light. Yeah.
We hated this fight. It was terrible. ULF able to clean out so much of the lobby. It was the final steps they couldn't quite make.
Yeah, I mean, Regnum Carya getting blasted off there in the distance. Carya did a good job. I think that it was so funny the teams must have thought there were so many players inside that building that Carya was holding. But Aaron there suddenly wakes up when it comes down to taking Regnum Carya out. And this final moment, which was unbelievable to watch realistically.
Yeah,
17 points for Regnum Carya, 21 for Papara SuperMassive. ULF only dropped by 3 points there. Carya was only able to profit 7, but the 21 points is the big deal here for Papara SuperMassive.
Yeah. Oh, they got 11 elims. Did I miscount? I'm not sure. Either way, that's a lot better. That actually puts them a lot closer to them. So 138 will be the scoreline for Carya, which will be to 122 for Papara SuperMassive.
Yeah,
which is
you probably weren't accounting for the players that were knocked and then got immediately flushed as soon as he was able to get the final elim.
Maybe.
So let's take a look at the overall rankings and see where that places them all.
I feel like the big situation that happened on the east side with the Beşiktaş really kind of ruined their day a bit as well. Remember not pushing in towards ULF and then trying to push in later and going down, and then Asgard also getting caught in the mix, Jetgo falling. All of those teams around the 100-point bubble have now been left behind as Regnum Carya excel into the top spot with a 169 scoreline.
Yeah, insanely good. Papara SuperMassive, it's a hard points tally to catch up there. Especially because you're going to have to profit over whatever Papara SuperMassive is able to do this game. I'd even go so far as to say that I think they may be locked in after this. I don't see Asgard getting such a massive game like that. I don't see Beşiktaş getting such a massive game like that. Obviously, Papara just need to get like 4 or 5 points on the game and they're fine. Page 2, not really much to talk about here. S2G, they won't make it. Neither will Fenerbahçe. Too far away now. Papara Esports had a bit of an upstart there in that last game, but again, they're also too far behind. But it is nice to see it's so tight on the leaderboard in terms of points. You don't see that very often. It just shows how strong this lobby is.
Yeah, it's just over 10 points from 11th down to 5th. And that middle pack has really been a difficult situation for every single team here. Somehow, right at the final moments, Papara SuperMassive has been able to distinguish themselves from it. It's not fully secure, right? It's definitely not, but certainly from those teams lower down, it will be. The difficulty, as you go further and further down, the difficulty that you have is that so many other teams also need to do badly. And at that point, you're starting to add in a lot of probabilities that that it's not going to go your way. Because sure, if you're S2G, for instance, you can have an incredible game. You can have a phenomenal result on this last match. But then if Papara SuperMassive get like 6 points, it's all for nothing.
Yeah, exactly. That is the tough thing, right? Is that you are playing against the entire lobby and then playing against 6 measly points. That's all it is. And hoping a team isn't able to achieve that. Though that isn't that difficult considering ULF struggled to get 10 over 3 matches. I don't mind it too much.
Yeah. It's not ideal, right? They would have loved to have closed it down. And the fact that we had 2 of our 4 remaining teams that could have closed it down in that final circle. I mean, it felt, Regnum Carya definitely did commit to the sidelines to make that one work and get rid of ULF. But now we've got 3 teams to worry about for a chicken dinner in this next game. And that's a potential for Carya, to be able to jump up and overtake what is like a 40, a million points of gap, instead of taking it by points.
Yeah, I think the sad thing for Carya is did they get a smash rule in that game? I don't think they did.
They're with 7 points that they got in that match. They were able to get up to 138, so they are now in that zone.
Right. So they have to win. So they have to win, basically.
To win, they need to win to win. Yeah.
Yeah, they have to win this game to win the whole thing. But
that's right.
I'm just going to get clarification on where we're going next, if we're going down to the stage or not, or if you guys are hanging with us for a little while longer.
I'm not sure. I think it might be just gearing up the lobbies because we are waiting for all our players to get back and ready. Of course, we want to get stuck into this last match as soon as possible and see just who is going to be able to take this one down and where everything is going to end up. It feels fairly decided. And we'll take a look at our gunslingers in the meantime. You can see Eren is still on top, but Ketch is so close by. So is Loxy.
Yeah, 6,703 damage. And it really is just the tale of 2 teams here between Regnum Carya as well as ULF. 2 really, really strong squads. Yeah, I think Loxy's the one that surprises me here, but I'm glad to see him getting a little bit of the limelight. And it's good to put Zed Wolf in his place. Put it that way. I think Zed Wolf desperately needed a team where he was not the best player on it. And I think that's going to be helpful for his growth as a player, in my opinion.
He's still got one more game. He could still be their top performing player at the end of all of this. It's not necessarily all done and dusted just yet. Of course, Regnum Carya themselves could get the chicken dinner smash victory. But we're going to go to a short break. When we come back, we will have our final match of the tournament. There are no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Only one more game to play. You better be there. We'll see you soon. and welcome back as we get ready for our final match here at the Pmsl Europe Finals. It was so close to being over in that last match. 2 of our final 4 teams were in the Smash zone with the potential to take it all home there and then. But Regnum Carya decided to descend onto ULF, and within their own infighting were taken down, all to the glory of Papara SuperMassive, who now seem to have locked themselves in for a 4th outside chance of potentially getting a straight-up gauntlet spot.
Yeah, sending off a bit of a message. So, but we're back, and the game is not ready yet, but we will be getting underway shortly as the lobby fills up. But the stakes are all set. We're ready to go. The teams that we're looking at right now are ULF, Regnum Carya, Carya, and Papara SuperMassive. See if they can hold on to that 4th place spot, which will be good. I think I'm happy that Papara SuperMassive got to 4th place. I think they deserve it after all the hard work they put in during the league and knockout stages to get here. I think they may have bent themselves out a little bit, with Regnum Carya kind of taking it a little bit more steady over in the league stages and knockout stages, kind of pacing themselves, getting ready for these finals. And I think that is something that a lot of teams need to learn, that the groups in the knockout stages, they're more of a marathon. When you get to the finals, that's your sprint. That's where you need to sprint.
Yeah, I mean, if you're fairly confident that you're going to be qualifying to stage in the league and knockout stages, as I'm sure a lot of the teams towards the top have been, it is that you're right, because you're just playing 24 matches right at that stage. You're just gearing up. You're learning about the lobby. They had their Rondo masterclass in the knockout stages to sort of get a little bit more used to that. And in general, yeah, getting more familiar with every single team, getting that research on board, which is obviously very, very important. And now they're bringing it to bear to reach the high heights that they have been able to. It was a bit disappointing for Asgard, for Beşiktaş in that last match to not be able to find more than they did. Their situations in general probably could have been improved by better decision making in those spots, specifically Beşiktaş not going into that ULF compound. But what's done is done. And now, if they want that 4th place spot, if they want that chance at playing in the league stages, they're going to have to put in a serious show here.
They really will. They really, really will. It have to be a incredible game coming out from one of our teams to get to the top side. We're kind of, it does, as opposed to causing too many upsets. I mean, the difference maker really is just Carya, ULF, and Regnum Carya. If any 3 of those teams win, that's when we'll get a little bit more hype. But other than that, I don't really think tables are going to change all that much. And the fact that it's going to take 20 minutes before we even get to that point is pretty crazy.
It is pretty insane stuff. And our players are getting ready. Making sure that everything is locked and loaded. Finding their way into the lobby. Carya want another one. They want to take it down. So far, they have had plenty of chicken dinners, sure. I think they're up to 3 now. But they want that 4th. However, so do Regnum Carya. And ULF want to join them on that triple. That would all take them over that Smash boundary victory. And it is, yeah, it's going to be a deadly final set here. I am interested, though, if Papara SuperMassive can push Carya out. Carya would still be going at this stage. There's no way that they don't go in some capacity to PMGC, even if they go down to 4th, right? Because the transferred regional point spot would go to Carya. But yeah, it's been phenomenal to see what they can do. And I hope that they can hold on to the 3rd place spot, I think. At the moment, I'm in favor of Carya taking that spot home rather than Papara SuperMassive.
You think so?
Definitely.
Yeah, to be honest with you, I do think that Carya has had better moments during these finals. Maybe not in the groups and knockout stages, if we're thinking it like that, but yeah. But I think the way they've played, sure. I think they definitely deserve that 3rd place jump.
It would be pretty upsetting if they weren't able to claim it But it's definitely a possibility here. With a 17-point gap, it's not easy to close, but it can be done. See what they can find. As we head on in, we'll be hopefully getting underway fairly soon. There's 64 players in this lobby. At one point, we had 65. We had spares, you know? We're going in hopefully very soon for a final Miramar, because we've only got one more match here. If you've been watching over the last 3 weeks, this is what it's all been leading to. This final match. Any one of 3 teams could win it, and it could be all done and dusted before we know it.
That it could do. Well, it will. It will. Fairly soon, I imagine. So we're going to head back to the stage. I'll see you guys soon.
Final game. The champion will be crowned here and now, with one match standing in our way. So I have one question to all the fans here in this arena. Hazır mısınız İstanbul?
İstanbul hazır. Bütün Avrupa hazır. Hatta dünya hazır. Arkadaşlar 3 takım eğer bugün az sonra başlayacak olan karşılaşmada kazanırsa Regnum Carya, ULF ya da Kara puana bakılmaksızın şampiyon belli oluyor. Hazır mısın İstanbul? Hazır mısın? Başlayalım.
Hazır mısınız? All right, one game to go. On to the casters, and let's wrap this tournament up.
Tekrar sunum masasındayız.
It's back
Thank you
to
very
us.
much. Yeah, there we go. Lovely little intro.
But the
for the last
game isn't ready, just so you know. It's not ready. Gibbs, that's what he's throwing me like, let's get into the game. It's like, the game is not here. Okay?
No. Do another cheer. Do another cheer.
Stop. Yeah.
I wonder if, I'm assuming he was asking if they were ready. But we are going to be heading... Okay, we've had word. We're heading into the last game. We are, in fact, doing it. The game is now ready. We are going to be, once and for all, finishing this tournament here and now as Miramar is around the corner. The last map, the last chance, and only one opportunity. Who will seize it?
Last game of the day. One final Miramar to close things out. 3 teams vying for the podium spot and a chance to go to the gauntlet and battle it out with all the other top teams in the world. And one spot underneath, currently claimed by Papara SuperMassive, to head over towards those group stages and take the regular route.
Let's see if we're going to take a regular route on our circle as well. We did have a pretty dramatic circle at the start of last match. It was nasty, all the way down to the south side. A lot of open ground. And I'm sure everybody hated it. But they have found their way through. And will find themselves here. Looks like we're going to see some more infighting. IWNRX and Asgard this time. Sure, another hot drop. Why not?
Love me another little hot drop. With Asgard and IWNRX. Start things out. Things do always get a little bit silly towards the end of the day. At least on this final match. Papara SuperMassive, they're going to play far away from anyone else. Again, they don't need to get too much done here. It's just a few points. They'll understand it. We understand it. This is the right play to go for. Regnum Carya, once again in Picardo, a strong starting spot for this circle.
And Ulf playing a little bit northeast of that. With the circle on the south side, it's outside of Chumacera, it's west side of Los Leones. And we're very... It's not going to be super dramatic, I think, to kick things off. It's going to be a little bit kinder. But we do still have those southwest Chumacera hills that we are so fond of, certainly from day one of these finals, from heading on that way. We'll see. On the right-hand side of your screen, you could see the table stand with 3 teams above that smash point boundary. If any of those 3 teams are able to find a chicken dinner, they will win the entire tournament. Doesn't matter if they're behind on points. Doesn't matter if Regnum Carya get 30 points in second place. If Carya get a 1 elim chicken dinner, they win over Regnum Carya. They take that top spot and first seed going into PMGC.
Now, 19 points is doable. But 19 points would also indicate that Ulf won. So, it really does. It's very interesting. And again, I think the only real change here in the top side of the lobby is probably Carya overtaking Ulf. Ulf dropping down into 3rd place. I mean, Ulf had a pretty bad day today. I mean, it's not been terrible. But it's not been great either. It's 26 points, I believe, they've been able to accrue over today's 5 games.
Not being as powerful as they would have liked. I mean, the interesting thing about this hot drop that we're on board with right now, Blank, is that Asgard are chasing Papara SuperMassive. So if they get 4 points off the rip, that's a pretty good result for them, right? Like they're sitting, they were at 102, so they were 19 points behind. Eating 4 out of that, that's a great start. They will.
I don't want to watch this. But
I mean, if Asgard win
thank you.
Then sure. XSLAY leaving Pmsl and heading out to the east of it. Bra as well on that similar rotation. Fenerbahçe further up to the north, behind S2G and Carya actually on their rotational path. And we're back.
Back on board. And we're not. Back on board with Fenerbahçe over towards the north side. It's a pretty crazy final game where things are all somewhat set in stone. Very few things can happen. But I think the scary thing for potentially Regnum Carya, well, specifically Regnum Carya, is that because teams start to get a little weird at the end of the day, it's going to give more chance for Ulf and Carya to get towards those end games.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. At the moment, though, Regnum Carya slap bang center off the west side of Los Leones. They are right in the middle of this first circle. 3.5 minutes before they see where the second circle goes, though. So still a lot of room for maneuver. Carya and Ulf both close to each other now, just northeast of Picardo, around La Bendita as well, as XSLAY and Bra continue to joust. That was a pretty good nade from Yusuf. Able to land the shot.
It's a very nice nade.
Very tidy.
I mean, it's kind of 2 important teams that are pulling each other apart right now because they're in quite a prominent area of the map for this circle down towards Chumacera.
Quantum looks for the spray. Will be able to connect it, but Noazel on the back line was able to do what he needed to. And XSLAY are eliminated. Bra take 4 points home. And they're up to 94 now. Still a very outside chance that they can make this one, but we'll see what more they can do on the game. With the Noisy Boys in Al Azhar, wondering where their playmates went. IWNRX, they dropped down on Asgard, mate. Sorry.
Anorthosis down towards the south side. Not had a great finals. In 12th place. Then again, you know, 88 points to 103 in 5th. It's really not that big of a difference. So crazy the amount of teams that have been able to get up towards the top, or at least stay competitive with all the other squads. It really has been a fantastic tournament put on by the players.
Definitely has been impactful. A lot of mid-season roster changes, a lot of uncertainty coming into the full season. Some questions have been answered, some to the negative, but some are resounding positive. And as we flip back over to Zedwolf, this is exactly one of them. And taking down a player from Ulf, this is bad news for Ulf.
Yeah, in Regnum Carya. Nice and central. Now taking shots over towards Ulf. Scarface gets run down. Insult to injury there. And to be fair for Regnum Carya, all they have to do is hunt down 2 other teams. That is their win con.
That's true. If they can take the wind out of the sails of both of these 2 guys, they're done. They've done their job. Fantastic. Brilliant.
Yeah, and for Regnum Carya, it is just taking down 1 or 2 players. Because if they cannot win the game, then there's no way to overtake. And as 2 players, I firmly believe if you are 2 players from like 10 minutes and under, you are not winning.
Maybe one match in 50. Maybe 1 match in 50 you see something like that happen. But it relies heavily on the circle. Seeing what they can do. Either potential to take some points out of Jetgo. Oh no, not right now. They're backing off. The monster truck keeps them safe.
I actually think that Regnum Carya is hunting both these teams, by the way. Because they've locked down towards the south side. And you can see here they also have players locked down over towards Carya's route in.
I mean, they've been in the central position for quite a while, actually. I think this is just
but look at
where
split.
Carya and Ulf have... Yeah, well, maybe. I think this is just where they ended up, and Carya and Ulf have stumbled into them a little bit, and maybe they're capitalizing on that. But the regroup up north as everybody's heading closer to Los Leones now. Carya in a good spot. I think Ulf actually probably in one of the best spots right now on the hills north of Los Leones. They are potentially in with a power play here, and a good chance again.
Cleaning house for S2G. Wow, that's... Yeah, well, I can understand the booing now, at least.
Oh dear, their last game in S2G with only Hamzy remaining. Takes more damage by the second. Carya puking their noses in, and so are the team up to the north, Ida. But Regnum Carya able to just keep it together. They'll roll back, pick themselves back up, and that is another team done. Unfortunately, S2G just short of the mark. But Carya here might be able to change this and cut the cross, stop Wild from getting back up.
Yeah, I mean, that cross is actually going to be pretty difficult, but they do have a smoke train. The rest of Carya is a little bit far away. I'm curious if they can catch him as he's leaving, because he is playing very dangerously. I'm going to say, they immediately went high ground off that. That's a very smart decision from Regnum Carya. Oh, Carya taking a bit of damage here. They don't have Marta with them either. Those are looking to send grenades in. This could be...
What?
Carya.
Oh, no.
Oh dear, that nade's close to him as well.
It's right there. It's still yet to go off. Okay, they've avoided it. And the pickup comes through. In the midst of all that confusion with the self-nade, Ida regroup, but over the hill, there's plenty more teams moving in. The NoisyBoys now have Overlook, potentially onto Ida. You've got Fenerbahçe as well, off of the northwest, still in Picardo. Could be flexing out for this one. They're right on the edge of this circle. We'll find out where the next one is in under 50 seconds, but the NoisyBoys are here to open the door for Carya to regroup potentially, and maybe find a better spot with the attention of Ida drawn away.
I mean, Ida's also dragging the NoisyBoys over towards Carya, which isn't the team you want to be coming towards you. The team with reckless abandon, as displayed here.
He was aiming at the car. Someone else popped up. It's like, I'm in the crosshair now. Let's see how I handle me. He has to step back from it. He's too startled. Simple Domac with the side swipe. Fenerbahçe good on the angles, and Lux has open season here, surely. Looking for another one. Here comes the spray downs, but Simple Domac falls. And actually, Mazzaro finds another as well. Looks for a third. A jumping shot from Mazzaro. 2 for him. 3 now. And looking for the last player on Fenerbahçe. I thought they had it all on locked up, but no. It's all to play for. No way have Fenerbahçe just fallen to that.
It's all pump shotguns versus DVS as well. Just shows that you can make gold out of ash, apparently. Oh, dear me. That is embarrassing for Fenerbahçe. We've all got all the latest gear. We've got the red dot sights. You have these beautiful foregrips. Pump shotgun.
All the gear, no idea. Fenerbahçe have become crashing down around their ears. And will be ending their tournament. That is a nasty way to go. To the NoisyBoys, nonetheless. who are now also falling victim to Ida further along the way. On the northwest side, you've got Regnum Carya as 4 facing off against the Falcons, facing them down, trying to protect their pitch on the northwest. ULF still as 3, but in a really good spot on this circle.
Yeah, on the north side. Just holding it. And steady. Carya sent off over towards the east. They are surrounded a little bit by Beşiktaş as well as Papara SuperMassive. I think Carya might actually have difficulty getting in on this one. Ida facing off versus TheNoisyBoys. This is the noisiest they've ever been. Right, so we're actually all using pump shotguns a little bit.
Go on then, lads. One more. Look for Ida. Find another. Why not? You've got 2 rounds left. You only need the 1. Oh, okay. Enough messing. You're out. The TheNoisyBoys shut down, and they will be guaranteed a 16th place on their performance here. Asgard, they've been being harried and hampered for a long, long time by IWNRX, and they have managed to keep 2 players alive in the midst of it all, and it looks like the chase towards Papara SuperMassive is really starting to falter.
That really would have been my favorite tournament. Favorite things out of this entire tournament is just the pump shotgun supremacy from the TheNoisyBoys. Finally doesn't come to pass though. Emre getting started will be finally taken out by Redox. Last bullet just about hitting. IWNRX are rocking over towards Asgard inside the building. Already losing 1 player. BRA though will be getting in though.
There's the spray down. 3 players running through. Ralph once more out of Ida Rita. The last player alive, and we're only in stage 3, but we have cut down a huge portion of our lobby already.
Yeah, down to 37 players. Like I said, this is what usually happens on the final game of the day. I think 6 matches, players just get tired. They start bowing out. It is a weird one, though, where the points are so close. Like, you could really ladder up in prize pool quite a bit. It feels strange to me that teams are playing so crazily. Maybe they're looking for high elimination games. That also could be the case, but there has been definitely some troll moments from these teams.
Far from ideal. Circle shifts back down towards Los Leones, and I mean, this is still good news for ULF, right? They are in a solid spot. It's great news for Papara SuperMassive as well, over on that east side. And Carya, maybe quaking in that boots, but they've still got a slice of it. Regnum Carya not so lucky.
Yeah. Again, if I'm Regnum Carya, I'm sending myself over like a missile to Carya and hoping to take down 2 with me. I genuinely think this is the play. I don't think Regnum Carya has an amazing potential at this game.
It's going to be difficult. I mean, they've got... Maybe they could find some cover on the approach. I mean, there's like the ridge to the north that could cover them from the Falcons. If they just go straight a little bit closer towards ULF, but then Jetgo on their south flank is going to be so dangerous to them. Yeah, it's a really difficult path forwards. I'll be interested to see which direction they actually choose in the end, but they have
you could
their work cut out for them.
You could definitely wrap south. It's not an easy push, but probably the only option you have right now. I wouldn't want to wrap north. It's like over towards the road. The option is wrap south.
Falcons getting closer now to the north point of Carya. Taking up hold of the edges of the crater that sit across the road from that Carya compound. The rest of Falcons now moving into position. I'm expecting that within maybe 2 minutes they're going to be looking to breach on as Regnum Carya mount up. What could be their final ride. And Jetgo do light them up. They are going into the valley blank. They're going straight forwards. It's very, very risky. The Falcons might be able to peek over to this one. So far, though, they're not doing too badly. They somehow seem to thread the needles on these rotations more often than not. And maybe it's that Jetgo don't have the team shot angles. They don't expect this. And Regnum Carya, they may just be making it. Loxy, though, lost in the open field, might be too slow to get through the volley of fire sent his way.
Zedwolf's just taking shots at BRA right now. They are winning. ULF is in front of them. They need to pick up Loxy, like you say. Good handoff. Detach.
Beautiful stuff there. Brat also taking heavy punishment. You can't take the forward Pinsner when Zedwolf's on the case. You can't take the teammates away when Silas wraps back. Now Bra are back down to 2. Regnum Carya have made it, somehow, into the circle.
Yeah, it's a decent play. It's not exactly where I thought they would go. I thought they'd wrap through the city, but I can understand why they did what they did, where they put the ridge side between them and a lot of players on the north, and then just push through there. But it is a ballsy move to be like, well, we're just going to crash this team and we're better. So that's ours. Like there was, but that's the thing. There was an element of we're better there, and there has to be.
I am bigger than you. Who you think you are? I mean, maybe they had info and scouting that Jetgo only had one player on the angle, and they thought, well, now's as good as any time. That approach was nuts, but it's so characteristic of what's happened so frequently for Regnum Carya at this finals. They just somehow wend their way through. The terrain play, phenomenal, sure. But these openings that they're finding, just really well informed.
I mean, all spots okay. I think that it will keep them alive for a while. Carya, on the other hand, is a little bit worse for wear, but they don't have half as many teams breathing down their neck. That's a good nade, actually. Doesn't quite hit.
2 more sent back towards Azel. He's trying to heal around the backside of the tree, but spots the nades coming his way. Can't get out fast enough. That will be another team down. One step closer to our 3 teams. Maybe finding what they're looking for here. But Papara SuperMassive actually in a really solid spot too, and could overtake Carya.
Hey, you know what? You're not wrong. You're really not wrong. And for Carya, that's very bad news. Because that means they're just out, no?
Yeah, well, they would get the qualification from 4th place, right? There's no way that they don't at least go to PMGC in some form. It's just a question of gauntlet or league for them. With ULF and Regnum Carya a pretty much guaranteed lock to be up in the top. ULF, I think, are still leading on the Turkey points tables. Yeah, they are. Although, that could potentially change. Regnum Carya might take it. Either way, 4th place does get spotted. Hang on a minute. Carya, they've been spotted too.
Yeah. Third Wolf gets knocked. That's by ULF. Jetgo set themselves between the 2 of them. Pretty open area. So easy enough shots for ULF to take. Carya though taking down Beşiktaş as they move through onto their north side. CEO taking down Boran as well. This is a fight for their lives.
And the Falcons are here too. Look at that, they're descending immediately. This is a 3-way fight, and Carya really going to struggle here. Marceau on the ground floor. Pump action shot for Carya to stay alive. CEO crawling up the stairs. There's another player from Beşiktaş falls. The Falcons are here to play as well. Steps up, needs to defend his team now or never.
Dear.
Marceau down now as well as CEO falls. Lewis now, the only thing standing between them are getting knocked out. And this is disaster for Carya with Papara SuperMassive having the option here to potentially convert. They may be busted out of the gauntlet.
I mean, it's going to have to be a big game though, right? A very, very big game indeed. And so far, Papara SuperMassive have 0 points right now. Obviously, for the Falcons, it's highly unlikely. Highly, highly, highly unlikely that they'll be able to pass into 3rd place. I think they would need to have one of the highest elimination games they've ever had. And there really just isn't that many players left in the lobby, and they are not sweeping.
I think at this point it is close to mathematically impossible, which is saying something. It's fairly rare. Definitely possible for them to jump up over Papara SuperMassive, but it's not too bad of an issue, because Falcons already pushed down that boundary. Let's see what more they can do. They've already qualified on points, remember. In this fight, though, they've got 2 players from Beşiktaş to worry about, who they themselves were chasing. As the circle goes a little bit further south. Keeps 2 of our teams still in it.
They need 20 more. They need 20 more limbs, wouldn't they? Really?
Yeah, and so
and the chicken dinner.
Impossible.
No, it's not mathematically. They need a 28 elim game.
Yeah,
which isn't happening. And also, they would lose to Carya. So they would need a 29 elim.
Oh dear. Ooh, Kide with a nice threaded shot over towards Anorthosis Famagusta. but not much more than that. That should be resible.
I think even then they can't shove Papara SuperMassive up, can they? If they go up, that point still trickles down to Papara.
Yeah, because the Falcons already have the West Europe region points qualification spot. It then leapfrogs them from the ULF or Regnum Carya spot, depending on how well Regnum Carya do in this match, and then goes to 5th place. So it would be Papara SuperMassive either way, guaranteed in.
Well, Regnum Carya desperately trying to go for a suave finish here with the smash, but I think it's looking harder and harder to make happen. Jetgo starts to move up and players are hemorrhaging left, right and center. Even a player getting fully flushed there. I think Regnum Carya run may be coming to an end soon.
Don't count him out though. It's still Loxy, still Silas. Loxy coast down. And all for looking to try and put the final nail into this one. Of course they don't want the chance of this happening. Leave them as the only team to make this one work on a smash victory, as they will fall down. It is Silas who could potentially get his team back up here. Let's see who he prefers. It's Wild. So the timing there is available for both of them, and they don't have any more threats on the western side. Unlikely to peek out. They don't want to give ground to the Papara SuperMassive. So a good read on the situation.
Oh, it's an incredible read on the smoke as well. Like, he just assumes... Oh, dear. So Ketch has spotted it. But he just assumes the player's going to try and take high ground. So he's already aiming at the player strafing out from the smoke. In terms of gun skill, though, it's very obvious Silas is kind of sick with it.
Trying to turn around on the buggy, but that's too far out for Anorthosis Famagusta. They're going to be backed off by IWNRX across the way. Default. I mean, he's there. He's keeping Regnum Carya trapped down in the doldrums, but we're going closer and closer to Los Leones blank. Not quite in the urban environment. We're just north of it. That minimap circle slightly offset from reality. It's still a little bit more terrain-based than that. But IWNRX still have the top of these buildings.
Yeah, it's not about position to play in. Circle about to pop here for stage 7 as we are coming to a close of the entirety of Pmsl EU Fall. It doesn't cut off that much of a slice, but it does keep Papara SuperMassive very well and cozy on that northeast side.
All eyes on ULF and Regnum Carya. ULF just still in, Regnum Carya resoundingly not. And they will have to push up and across, or around, or somewhere. With 3 players, they've got maybe more than they expected. Papara SuperMassive take a knock. That's a big opening to the north side, and flushed away as well. Time able to do bits there, as Papara SuperMassive do make it up to the ridgeline.
IWNRX. Just rotating in from the southeast. Papara SuperMassive, like you say, do make it up to the ridgeline, but losing 1 player. Falcons still in this one. They're in it for the pride more than anything. Default. First time we've really seen this guy in quite a while.
Oh yeah, they're going to try and hold the line while down. Silas the only one on full HP, and they are out. Falcons run them down. They finish their tournament there, 178. A massive day for them, but ULF could still snatch it all away. On that northwest side, they have the opportunity to make that reascension to the top spot with a smash victory here.
The Falcons looking to finish the job for Regnum Carya. Default has an incredible angle on them, and they do not know about it. And now they realize why Regnum Carya was cowering in the valley. Instant smoked. He can't afford to lose these vehicles, by the way.
It's the only nade Default had. Launched up high, good arc. Doesn't quite go the distance though, Ralph. Not even taking the damage from it. The smokes are there. IWNRX were really suppressing Default before, but they've had to move in a little bit. Not actually super far, but he is going to have to regroup with the blue zone. Next stage coming on through. Narvalo starting to get cut away here. This northwest side still very, very difficult for ULF. But if there's a team that can do it, it might well be them. A change on their tune for the day would be necessary. Have they got the legs?
Molotov down. Default needing to move shortly. Papara SuperMassive also taking damage. ULF is hanging on by a thread right now. They have to move next circle. We'll push them in. Push them out of the concretes, which is a big deal. And Falcons with a gargantuan 12 elims right now. Really massive game to finish off the day.
And the roll down onto Regnum Carya, their major signature on this match. But the nades starting to find their way through. The damage as well. They are trapped in the same spot. They rolled in and will roll out of this match, I'm sure, fairly shortly. ULF making their move. On the north side, blank, they're trying to get in and over towards Papara SuperMassive. They've got past the first barrier and they take it down. Lost Catch is still up and alive, so is Soulless. And they're going low. The spray down and they keep the ridgeline under control. Can Eren keep them safe? Yes, he can. He backs off Nico, but he hasn't stopped his teammate from getting knocked. Papara SuperMassive, though, they have fallen. There is no chance for Carya to be taken out of this one. They have breathed a sigh of relief. The Falcons, no, they're not going to reach this metric. It's all eyes on ULF. Do IWNRX play spoiler? Stop this Smash victory.
I think ULF is so low, but IWNRX seems to not even care about this one. But I do think that regardless of what happens now, Falcons or Anorthosis likely the ones to come out on top in the future. This is a big nade from Redox. It hits heavy to start off with. Melas down, and the Falcons keep on going.
Now, ULF have a little bit of a footbed to try and launch themselves forwards. A chance to open things up with Anorthosis Famagusta preoccupied to the south. They could potentially push in. IWNRX, their major barrier now, but they could give them the slip, try and play around the other edge and move closer to the Falcons. If Anorthosis Famagusta come up trumps with a big nade, 2, following it up, 1, 2, Koa just about getting away. Goodness me. That's bad news, though, for the north side on ULF.
Well, at least denies his own teammates point by nading him out. I'm sorry, bro. You've got to go. Nade's going in over towards IWNRX. A nasty hit over towards Swain as it chunks his HP down. Kedge slowly crawling. A man who has been on a mission during this tournament. Solus will find Ralph. A fight on 2 fronts. Redox responds over towards Solus, eliminating their side angle. Kedge incredibly low now, John.
Eren still on full HP and is gonna go for broke here. Needs to stay up because Ketch has fallen. It's all up to him. He's got the pump action around the side. You said you wanted to see it flank, but you won't be seeing it here. They fall and it is Regnum Carya to rise up the ranks with a massive day today. The rest of this match will conclude and a brilliant result for Falcons. Actually, really incredible, actually, if they're able to close this one down. Just the one player standing between them and a chicken dinner, getting close to a 20 elim game. Where was this Falcons before? They have just turned up at the wrong moment. A 30-point match is not enough, but you can see Regnum Carya know they've done it. The top spot, the gauntlet top seed, they are through.
Celebrating. I said they needed a 28-point game. We'll take a 20.
Oh, maybe not.
If not, Valo can finish it. And none of those Famagusta will go out. What a game from Falcons. And they do go out with a bang. But it's explosions and fireworks right here for this singular team. An absolute squad and a half. A titan within the lobby. A meteoric rise on day 3, John.
A mid-season reshuffle. Regnum Carya revitalized Z-Wolf. A powerhouse within them, but Loxy came to life with the adaptation to the playstyle. It was brilliant. And Silas read the lobby like a book. Beautiful stuff. Wild. Such a great anchor player for the roster. They have all made their mark here, and it is no wonder that they will be the top Europe representative. Turkish fans will be happy about it eventually, I'm sure. The Regnum Carya, what a day they've had. They started on 91 points blank. They've got almost another 90 today. This is a championship team.
This is honestly the team that just has it all. Most of all, they have endurance, and that's what's going to keep them going through right to the end of any tournament, especially an international. Taking the final plaque over towards the monolith, the stamp of their name. We had all the chicken dinners coming through. We didn't miss a single one here. No smash ruling at all. It was close multiple times, but it will be Regnum Carya in the end.
with the 2-hander on the monolith token, they will find themselves on that top spot, and they will take home the Falcons. Little entry there as well, but they cement their name in the monolith. It is secure. They have locked it down. $35,000 spots PMGC Gauntlet.
I mean, they all fell out over the Regnum Carya.
No way!
That happened?
I have no idea. That's really cool. I like that.
That's
fun.
incredible.
I had no idea that was going to happen.
That's nice. Yeah, I like that a lot. That surprised me. That's sweet. That is sweet. And it means Silas, previously on S2G, will hand back the plaque to ownership, obviously. But Silas will go on to represent the best of Turkey. Zedwolf, Wild, Loxy, all in tandem. But never forget your roots, guys. And that's what it's all about. I think Silas, not only the best player in the world, but one of the most humble players in the world.
He cares about where he's come from, as you can see. Giving that credit. Even with S2G's tournament, he knows who they are and what they're about. Paying homage to his roots. And now alongside his brothers, they are going to have to take to this stage because someone's got to lift that trophy.
Absolutely, John. It's got to be done. And shortly. And it can't be Sandstorm. Keeps trying to steal that trophy. It's not his. His to take. It's for this one winner. This one team that had such an insane day 3 lift. As we get prepared for that final moment. Where are the Regnum Carya fans at though? That's what I want to know.
Çok teşekkür ederiz. Arkadaşlar, bakın dünyadaki bütün spor dalları arasında e-spor zirveye doğru çıkıyor mu? Bunu görebiliyor muyuz? Hem ambiyans açısından hem de rekabet açısından gerçekten onlardan pek bir farkınız kalmaya başladı. Biz bu işi başaracağız arkadaşlar. Alkışlayalım kendimizi.
It has been an incredible journey and a massive shout out to Regnum Carya with the comeback of the year, I want to say. Sensational performance and an incredible average to reach this level. Congratulations, they are going to be your champions. But for now, it is time to congratulate our other winners because not only do we have the champion, but we also have the teams that are going to be representing Turkey, Eastern Europe, Western Europe, and of course the top 3 teams that qualified directly from Pmsl to the PMGC Gauntlet.
Sıralama belli oldu. Gerçekten olağanüstü bir rekabetin sonrasında şampiyonu gördük. İkinciyi, üçüncüyü. Ama Smash kuralının da nasıl damga vurduğunu, nasıl büyük bir heyecan yarattığını da hep birlikte gözlemlemiş olduk arkadaşlar. Ben iki taraftar grubuna gerçekten büyük alkış almak istiyorum. İster birbirinizi sevin, ister sevmeyin ama gerçekten S2G'nin taraftarlarını, Kara'nın taraftarlarını ve diğer taraftarlarına bir alkışlamanızı istiyorum. Şimdi üçüncü takımımızı
I do have to say as well, I agree with you, Bilgehan. The fans in the venue have been crazy. Shout out to the S2G fans, to Carya, ULF. I see a lot of Regnum Carya fans as well. Fenerbahçe fans there on that side. I see you guys have all been so energetic. But now it's time to produce and introduce our top 3 teams, starting with our 3rd place finisher at Pmsl. Make some noise for your representative at PMGC, Carya Esports!
2025 PUBG Mobile Süper Lig Avrupa Şampiyonası'nı 3. olarak tamamlayan Carya Esports.
And now I would like to invite the manager of Infinix Turkey, Aslihan Cham, to join us on the stage to present the third place award. Please join us on the stage.
Üçüncülük ödülünü takdim etmek üzere Infinix Türkiye Marketing Manager yani ülke müdürü Aslan Çam'ı davet ediyoruz arkadaşlar. Şimdi ödüller takdim edilecek. İşte PUBG Mobile'de üçüncülük ödülü geldi.
Bill, yeah, that's a very big ticket. I'm not sure how they're going to get through the airport with that, but of course they will regardless. Congratulations to Carya. They have made it to PMGC Gauntlet Stage.
Davut'un altın bilet dediği, golden ticket dedi, benim altın bilet dediğim işte dünya şampiyonasına gitmeye hak kazanıyorlar. Gerçekten büyük bir iş. Tebrikler çocuklar.
Teşekkürler.
Ve şimdi ikinci takımımızı davet edeceğiz sahneye. Gerçekten büyük bir alkışı hak etmediler mi? O kadar çok hak ettiler ki. Uzun süre liderdiler. Uzun süre şampiyon gibi davrandılar. Ama bugün bambaşka şeyler oldu. İkincilik onlara şampiyonluk kadar yakıştı. ULF Esports.
Your second place finisher at Pmsl EU Finals. So close towards the end in match 5, in match 6. What a sensational performance. Congratulations, boys. And now I'd like to invite Can Gursu to join us on the stage, the country manager of PUBG Mobile Turkey, to present the second place award. Please join us on the stage.
İkincilik ödülünü takdim etmek üzere PUBG Mobile Türkiye Ülke Müdürü Can Gürsu'yu sahneye davet ediyoruz kocaman alkışlarla. Aynı zamanda dünya şampiyonasına gidebilmek adına elde etmiş de oldukları altın bilet de burada.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, and thank you, Can Gursu, for joining us on the stage. And now, the moment we've all been waiting for. I want everyone on their feet to present the trophy and the first place finish to your PMSL EU champion, Regnum Carya Esports!
2025 PUBG Mobile Süper Lig Avrupa şampiyonu Regnum Carya.
Boys, you have earned that trophy with an incredible performance at the end of day 3. And I invite you.
Şampiyonun ödülünü takdim etmek üzere TESBET Başkanı Alper Afşin Özdemir'i sahneye davet ediyoruz. Buyursunlar lütfen.
And of course, we invite Alper Afşin Özdemir to the stage to present the award.
Türkiye Espor Federasyonu Başkanımıza da kocaman bir alkış alabilir miyiz? Gerçekten çok büyük emekleri var. Espor'un bugünlere gelmesinde. Şimdi hazır mıyız? Are you ready, my friend?
I know I am. Are you gentlemen ready? I'm pretty sure it's a little heavy. It's going to require a little bit of teamwork. But, ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your champion. Lift that trophy! Your champions of PMSL EU, Regnum Carya Esports! And of course, that's not their only prize. We present them with their golden ticket to the PMGC, the PUBG Mobile Global Championship. And of course, they will be in the gauntlet stage as well, worthy of a champion's performance.
Şampiyonu burada. Kocaman alkış. Büyük haykırış. İstanbul'da. Next İstanbul'da. Avrupa şampiyonu burada.
And of course, we present them with their own Infinix phones, and a massive shout out to our sponsor for Pmsl EU for everything that they have done and all the ways that they have supported us throughout 2025, especially at Pmsl EU.
Çok teşekkür ediyoruz. Şampiyonu alkışlarla uğurluyoruz. Ve şimdi de MVP'yi açıklayacağız. MVP.
Thank you.
Başkanımıza da çok teşekkür ediyoruz. Ama burada kalmasını rica ediyoruz. Başkanım burada kalın. Çünkü MVP'ye de takdim edeceksiniz.
Now I have a question to the audience. Who do you think is the MVP? Who?
Kim olmuştur?
There is only one. The only Z-Wolf!
MVP geliyor.
Yeah, it's you. He doesn't believe in himself.
Şaşırdı. Şaşırdı. Ne düşünüyorsun?
Çok mutluyum. İyi bir şey yok.
Şok oldun arkada.
Evet şok oldum, beklemiyordum çünkü MVP oldu.
And of course, the finals MVP also gets his own Infinix phone presented to him. Thank you very much. A very well-deserved prize for our finals MVP.
Telefonu hak etti değil mi? Infinix. Infinix. Şimdi mikrofonumuzu başkanımıza uzatıyoruz. Sayın Başkan, bugün nasıl bir gün, bize bir özetler misiniz?
Teşekkür ediyorum. Yani şu coşkuyu gördükçe, buradaki heyecanı, mücadeleyi ve bütün müsabakaları izledikçe gerçekten saatlerdir burada çok keyifli bir gün yaşadık. Bütün takımlarımıza, bütün arkadaşlarımıza, bütün izleyicilerimize çok teşekkür ediyorum. Gerçekten de bu coşku bizi çok mutlu ediyor. Nicelerine hep beraber diyorum. Tekrardan teşekkürler ve herkese iyi akşamlar.
Başkanım şunu hissediyor musunuz? Emeklerimiz boşa gitmiyor.
Sadece bizim değil, hepimizin emeği hep beraber yapıyoruz. Yani burada oyuncusu, takımı, izleyicisi, koçu, antrenörü, sizler, değerli yayınlarınızı ve burada emeği geçen bütün prodüksiyondaki arkadaşlar, Tencent Türkiye ailesi başta olmak üzere herkese çok çok teşekkür ediyorum. Gerçekten de bu ve benzeri günler hepimizi çok mutlu ediyor. Bunların sayısının artması bizleri çok mutlu ediyor. O yüzden de hep beraber yapıyoruz, hep beraber başarıyoruz.
Çok teşekkür ediyoruz. Alper Avşin Özdemir Bey'i ve MVP sporcumuzu bir dahaki heyecana ortak edecek şekilde uğurluyoruz.
Thank you very much, Z-Wolf, and congratulations. Thank you, Mr. Ozdemir, for joining us on the stage. And now we have our 6 golden tickets. Now, unfortunately, not all the teams were here with us physically. One did make it to PMGC, and that is Boars Gaming. They may not be here today, but they also made it to PMGC in Thailand later on in the year. So congratulations to them. But for now, we bring our 5th team to make it into PMGC. Papara SuperMassive! finisher, qualifying to PMGC, Team Falcons!
Dünya Şampiyonası'na bilet kazanan takımlar yavaş yavaş belli olacak demiştik. Ve şu anda da kimler birer birer görüyoruz. Papara SuperMassive, Team Falcons.
Thank you very much, gentlemen,
Ve
and
şimdi de
congratulations.
bir bilet daha.
And now, once again, joining us on the stage, our third place finisher here at Pmsl EU, Carya Esports! Representing Turkey at the PMGC. The hunt is still on.
PMGC heyecanını da çok büyük bir merakla takip edeceğiz. Büyük bir heyecanla bekleyeceğiz. Ve şimdi de PMGC'ye altın bilet alan bir diğer takımı davet ediyoruz. ULF Esports.
Your second place finisher at PMSL EU. They will not be the only wolves on that global stage. They join Carya at PMGC.
Ve şimdi şampiyonu bir kez daha görmeye hazır mıyız? Regnum Carya Esports geliyor. Altın bilet alan bir diğer takımımız.
One more time for your PMSL EU champions. Regnum Carya Esports will also be at PMGC.
Evet, 2025 PUBG Mobile Süper Lig Avrupa Şampiyonası'nın maalesef sonuna geldik. Bu heyecanı bir daha yakalayabilmek adına uykusuz günlerimiz olacak. Ama yine o günü yakaladığımızda bu mutlulukları bir kez daha yaşayacağız. Tencent'e, başta Tencent'e emeği geçen güvenlik arkadaşlarımızdan tutun da bu prodüksiyonda yer alan herkese çok ama çok teşekkür ediyoruz. İyi ki varsınız arkadaşlar.
Thank you very much to every single one of you incredible fans for being with us on this amazing journey over the past 3 days. It has been an absolute honor to be here among some of the best in Europe. Once again, congratulations to these 5 incredible teams and to Boers at home. I am David Sandstorm, that is Bill Yehan, and this is a wrap on PMSL EU. We'll see you at PMGC.
Çok teşekkür ediyoruz. Meslektaşlarım adına sizlere iyi akşamlar diliyorum. Tony'ye, Tankut'a, Sencer'e ve Skat'a, Davut'a kocaman bir alkış alarak kapatıyoruz arkadaşlar. El sallayarak vedamızı yapalım. Yine burada olacağız, merak etmeyin arkadaşlar.
Well, there you have it. Hey, it's not a wrap, not just yet. We still got to talk a little bit more. We haven't done enough of that, apparently. We're going to be heading. Going to be closing out the show, of course, with an 88 point day today. No, 87 point day for Regnum Carya. They broke the records on a 6-match set. It's the highest we've seen of any team over the course of the tournament. They almost doubled their point score from the first 2 days, and they do take that top spot. No Smash victory, though, so basically worthless.
Yeah, pretty much. Actually, it's better to have less points and just win early.
That's just more efficient.
If we could just do that next year, that'd be great, actually, Regnum Carya. But no, incredible stuff. Silas consistently continues to be a sick guy overall, but very big congratulations to Regnum Carya. And we'll catch you guys later, I imagine. John, close this bad boy out.
All right, I guess we're done. That's all you needed from us. We're going to be heading home. Hope you guys have had a great time here at the Pmsl EU. We'll see you, well, hopefully we'll see you in Thailand for the PMGC right around the corner. So make sure you stay locked and loaded and give all your support to your favorite teams who have made it there. I know Carya has plenty of backing, but so do the other teams. Who's going to make it? Only one way to find out. We'll see you there.